To John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Paul Serra behind the glass. Greg Hargrave on his way to Norman. Already in Norman. Yeah,
well, in Oklahoma City.
Yes.
He won't go to Norman until Saturday.
You'll be on a plane later today, making your way down for that game Saturday night.
Yep.
You got Luke Sloan on the updates. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Congratulations. We all made it to Friday.
I was like, did I do something extraordinary yesterday?
Yeah.
I made it. That's what I did.
Yeah, you made it here without making any of us too mad, where we had to take care of business before you got on the
Don't worry, there's 4 hours for that.
I know. Yes. And we do that live every day. So I think everybody understands the struggle that Heather and I have.
Heather doesn't say anything, but it speaks volumes.
Silence.
Picks coming up at 6:35.
What he said.
Picks at 6:35. We'll get into those festivities. We've got the cookie jar. And John,
How you feeling, Jim?
I can't do any worse.
I knew she'd pipe in at some point.
That's the beauty of it. I can't do any worse.
Well,
all up from
you
here.
You
can.
could do it 2 weeks in a
You
row.
could.
No, because I'm going to latch onto one of your picks, and I'll be just fine at that point.
One of mine.
One of
Latch onto
mine.
one of my picks.
We have a
Or
tie.
mine.
I know, but do you see how it was printed out?
Alphabetically.
And H comes before J.
You're welcome. Come on. You're so
But, hold on.
conceited.
No, John.
It's all
not.
about me.
It's not alphabetical. Because look, Tom and Greg have the same record, but T is above G.
Huh.
So it might just be some
Yeah.
deference to the reigning champ.
You're welcome. I am a traditionalist. Ladies first. You're
Maybe
welcome.
that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Football last night. Takeaways, John?
Takeaways. I'm focused on 6:35.
Well, we got to get there first, 1 minute at a time. Now, I wanna
Takeaways
start
from
with
last
this.
night. How about Jaylen Carter?
Yeah, have
Not
you-
even a snap.
Have you ever hocked a loogie on someone like that?
Not that I want to admit to.
Oh, okay.
I mean, things
You
happen.
kinda just
I
did.
would. I would never do it. It's like I talked to Sue after his first year, and I love the way he played. I just told him, I'm like, dude, the cameras are going to be on you. Like, there's a way to do it without getting caught. Same thing with Jaylen Carter. I'm never a proponent of spitting on someone else. At least not so
That
they
way.
see it. Yeah. But again, it's like there's always going to be a bottom of the pile. Like, you do it where you're not going to get caught. Like, if you want to give somebody a jab, bottom of the pile, you'll eventually be there.
Wait. Clean cut, wholesome John Jansen was spitting on people at the bottom of piles.
No, I wouldn't say that. Every once in a while, you'd have to, like I used to have a chew in during the game. Every once in a while, you got to, get it off. And it would always got to be funny because.
You got to do what, John?
What?
Every so often, you got to get what off?
I don't know what I said. I don't want
fine.
to say whatever I said.
You're fine. Moving on. It's rare that we all catch it and you don't, but continue.
Yeah. And so every once in a while, the announcer would be like, "Oh, hey, there's a little mud got a little grass on his jersey," and we'd all be chuckling a couple days after because it would be somebody, whether it was me or some of the other, because I wasn't the only guy. You'd spit a little dip on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't do what Jaylen Carter did because that's a
No.
stupid, immature, selfish
Not
decision.
even before the ball was snapped. He did not take a snap. He simply walked out there, walked over the Dallas huddle, and Dak Prescott probably thought, and especially at the beginning of the game, I know that there's bad blood between these two franchises. It's division rivalries, blah, 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 blah. But every once in a while, you got buddies that play on the other side. You walk over and you say a couple of things, or maybe you're talking a little trash, and then all of a sudden, Jaylen Carter just spits on him. I don't know what the announcers were saying, but it was.
But you do a double take. Did that really just happen? Did he really? And now he's ejected, and he's one of the, John, 5 best players in that game?
Oh, I would argue even higher than that.
Oh, okay.
So yes, he fits that category.
And he doesn't play a snap. Now the Eagles win, but
it made it a lot tougher.
yeah, it was a lot closer.
Especially when Dallas goes down in the first the 2 opening drives. Boom, boom, touchdown. All of a sudden you're thinking, and we never doubted the Dallas offense. And Dak Prescott, for all of the, can't win in big games, can't win at the end of the season or in the playoffs, like, he puts up a lot of numbers. He's got more weapons. Now, what I was surprised, well, I guess after Jaylen Carter was ejected, I wasn't surprised that they were running the ball, but it completely changed their game plan. Hey, now we can run the ball in between the tackles. Because as much as, and who's the other Georgia, Jordan Davis, he was getting blocked up. Like he was, now, first of all, I would say this, he looks good. He looks like he has put in a lot of work and is not as big, or at least he looks like he's just in better shape. And so I was kind of looking at it going, okay, well, let's see here. And I know he understands, hey, I got to be able to play good next to Jaylen Carter because the two of us could be dominant. But without Jaylen Carter, Jordan Davis was just a dude.
The text I got immediately after Jaylen Carter spit and got ejected was, see, not a Dan Campbell guy.
I kind of thought the same thing. I'm like, sooner or later he's going to do something like that. And then Ben Van Sumeren was not going to be a huge part of the game plan, but you hate to see that as well. Like, opening kickoff, he goes down, and then before the snap of the ball, they've lost two individuals. And then you start looking at all of the changeover in defense as Dallas is marching down the field, and you're kind of sitting there going, I wonder if the Eagles aren't going to be the Eagles of last year.
So, yeah, was that your read? Like, obviously the Lions are chasing the reigning NFC champs and Super Bowl champs. How do the Lions stack up?
I mean, well, we'll see on Sunday, but I think they stack up extremely well because it's not the same Eagles team. Brandon Graham was out there doing the banner raising in the ring ceremony versus being in the locker room. And then you start looking at all of the guys that aren't on that defense or could be, but are, Nakobe Dean. Like, he's hurt.
For now, yes.
Yeah. And so, yeah, they're not as strong as they were defensively as they were last year.
No, they lose Milton Williams from the middle as well. Yeah. Josh Sweat is now playing with the Arizona Cardinals. The one thing that does bode well for them, and we do this argument for the Lions, the young core that gets better. So Jaylen Carter will be playing in most games. Yeah. I don't think he's hocking loogies.
Played really well.
And Bond is back. That was a big addition for them to make sure they re-signed him. Nolan Smith is going to have a bigger role this year as a pass rusher. Again, young players that get better. You mentioned Jordan Davis. I think he will benefit from Jaylen Carter playing with him. How about Quinyon Mitchell, who had the big fumble recovery before the lightning delay? And Cooper DeJean, those are second-year players. They're going to need to step up because no Darius Slay. I still expect them to be the class of the NFC until proven otherwise. And the Lions are in that just a smidge behind trying to catch them.
What's with the word smidge?
Other people using it too?
Yeah, Rieger was in on Monday, and he kept talking about a smidge.
Did he?
Like, yeah, the Lions were, the Packers are a smidge behind the Lions. And now you're using the smidge behind the Eagles.
I'm looking at the origins of the word.
Of the word smidge?
To see
make sure you spell it right.
We have some ticket texts. It looked like Dak spit first, and another one says Dak spit first. Now, I saw the clip online, but he was kind of spitting towards the ground. He didn't spit on Jaylen Carter. Jaylen Carter spit on him.
Dak spit off to the side when the teams were coming out there. And I think the line here, I know everybody's texting that in, and that doesn't mean you spit on somebody.
Correct.
Like,
let Dak get ejected.
I've learned through my life that spitting on another person is one of the worst things you can do.
Agree.
Yep.
Agree. It is one of the most gross, disrespectful things that you could do. And especially when you are spitting, like, I don't know if he was aiming for his face. Like, that's even worse. We've seen that happen before too, and that's it's not the grossest thing that happens on the field because you are all big, fat, sweaty dudes.
So Dak does that. Maybe Jaylen Carter spits down at Dak's feet to kind of just make, mano y mano, I'm going to take it a little farther. But you don't spit
not
at the
on
person, man.
No. Yeah. It's just, I think it's hilarious.
We have the audio.
They all of a sudden are playing without Jaylen Carter before a snap.
I was listening to the radio when I was in the car. They didn't know what happened at first because they don't have quite the visual that TV has.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, he's not playing? He's ejected? Here was his explanation after the game.
it's a little hard to hear everything he was saying. I mean, the first thing he should have said was, I shouldn't have done it. It was wrong. I'm not going to do it again. And I'll take whatever punishment is coming my way. And when I get back on the field, I just want to play football.
Yeah, I mean, you apologize to your teammates.
He didn't say anything wrong.
No, he didn't.
So,
well, there you have it. There's some other audio involving the Eagles yesterday that got quite the stir. We'll play that coming up next. We've got picks. We've got more. And we're going to get into both big matchups this weekend later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're both absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Some ticket tags talking about the Eagles, talking about Jaylen Carter, talking about football back. Guys, could you imagine how livid Dan Campbell would be if an elite player did something that stupid and got ejected before they even played? Text says what Jaylen Carter did was unacceptable. Glad the Lions didn't take him. Another text says, watch the tape. Dak spit first, which is a stupid point that continues to be made this morning. Dak didn't spit on
Jaylen Carter.
No. And another texter says there must have been a third spitter on the grassy knoll. Check the tape.
Yeah, it wasn't in Dallas. That was in Philly, right?
It was in Philly last night for their banner ceremony. Says, I'll still take the draft combo of Gibbs and Laporta we got instead.
Yep. That was a hell of a draft for the Lions.
No kidding. First and second round. I mentioned we had some other audio that went viral yesterday that got Lions fans very upset. Adam Schefter was talking about the Micah Parsons trade.
Yeah.
And he detailed that the Eagles were involved and that there were teams that could have made it work too and didn't.
Okay. It's one thing to make an effort when you know the answer is going to be no. Like, I mean, and I don't know if they are looking at this like in terms of the PR of, well, you know, hey, if it leaks out that we were after them, okay, our fan base is going to love it, which obviously they do. And the rest of the NFL is going to, you know, their fan bases are going to be questioning their general managers. There was absolutely no way in any situation, even if Jerry Jones was, you know, 12 tequila shots deep, that he was going to trade Micah Parsons to the Eagles. And if the Eagles were able to consummate that trade, what would they have to give up? Because it would be even more in division. So are you giving up 3 first rounds and Jaylen Carter? And then next year, because you're going to give them that new deal. And then what are the other guys that you're willing to part ways with? Yes, we have never said the Lions couldn't do the trade. We'd never said it with Max Crosby and certainly Myles Garrett. That's the one that I thought that was actually possible because of his contract. It's what we have, and we have always said this. What are you willing to give up to make that possible? And it's not draft picks. It's we don't have, Ali McNeil's not healthy. There's no one else on the defensive line that would bring the value that Green Bay sent. So what are you willing to go into this season without Jahmyr Gibbs? Because Dave Montgomery's not going to fit the bill in terms of the quality of trade. Do you want to go into it without J-Mo and Laporta? Or J-Mo and Branch? Like, that's what you're giving up. And so if the answer is yes, if you just want Micah Parsons at all costs, then sure, yeah, the Lions could have done it too.
I think what it did, though, is it reinforced the idea. A lot of Lions fans felt we couldn't make the move because the cap and stuff. And the explanation is, no, you could have made this move.
Right.
Brad Holmes could have added Micah Parsons to this football team to play alongside Aiden Hutchinson and chose not to. And it's, well, why? Because of the consequences. And you have to juggle it. Like, John, if they traded, I would still say Lee McNeil is more valuable than Kenny Clark, but he's not healthy, right? That's the contention. But if you gave up 2 first-round picks and a young player, you'd still be an upgraded football team with Micah Parsons this season, yes?
Yes, but then it's what you're giving up in the future as well, because you can't sign everyone.
Right, that becomes a problem for the 26 or more likely 27 Detroit Lions. You'd have 2 years with this nucleus intact and Micah Parsons breathing fire off the edge. They chose not to do that. I want to make sure that is the narrative is set properly. They chose not to go that route because they want to keep more guys on the 2027 Detroit Lions. They will have that cross to bear whether they win it or not based on that decision.
And they also know, okay, you give up those 2 first-round picks. And I know they went and got Tate Ratledge in the second round. But I would imagine Graham Glasgow is probably not going to be your starting center for the next couple of years or starting guard. At some point, you're going to have to take a first-round pick on the interior of the offensive line. At some point, you're going to have to take a first-round pick on another tackle. Taylor Decker, how long is Taylor Decker going to be playing?
There's no doubt if they send first-round picks away, it's going to make it harder to replenish, but I thought that was the thing we liked about Brad Holmes, is that he could replenish with picks 1 through 7 and do a damn good job with it. That shouldn't be something you're afraid of when you make a deal like that.
No, it's the level that you're getting back. And if you're talking about a starting left tackle, I would rather Brad be picking in the first round than trying to find a complement to Penei Sewell in rounds 2 through 7.
Found St. Brown in the 4th, found Kirby Joseph in the 3rd, found Aleem McNeil in the 3rd.
Much deeper positions that you can find talent at that level.
I get Lions fans being mad that he's not here. I do. But at this point, you got to deal with him twice a year, and you're going to deal with him this weekend. And we're going to talk more about that in the picks coming up at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So the Inkster Police Department has recaptured a man who escaped custody at Garden City Hospital on Thursday morning. This 47-year-old Antonio Hollingsworth was originally taken into custody after a traffic crash involving a motorcycle that left the victim in critical condition. Hollingsworth was also taken to the hospital after complaining of pain, and when he was there, he escaped custody. And it seemed like everybody was looking for this guy. Police released a photo. They said, you know what? The public should be aware that he should be considered dangerous, be on the lookout. And thankfully, somebody did recognize him because of all of that and called the police. He was rearrested at a gas station where he was trying to use another person's phone to call for a ride. But that person recognized him, called police, and they were able to get him. Yes. So 1 week after joining the Packers and just days away from the season opener against the Lions, Micah Parsons didn't hide how he feels about his week 1 opponent. During his weekly media availability, he took some shots at Detroit.
For the record, the Lions were also fairly injured last year. John, I mean, what's he going to say? I mean, this is just all in the good nature of competitive spirit, right?
Sure.
I mean, St. Brown does the same thing. He says, F the Packers.
Right. And it has zero impact on the game. Like, I don't think right now that the players are looking at it going, oh, you disrespected our city. Oh, I mean, it's just whatever.
It's what he's supposed to say.
Yes.
I mean, he's not supposed to say, man, I really love Detroit. I'm really excited.
Bunch of hard-working blue-collar folks.
That's not what he's
just
supposed to say.
pandering to their fan base is what he's doing.
You're right.
Yes. Hey, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce can check one thing off their wedding planning to-do list if they'd like so. Legendary rock band Foreigner has offered to be the couple's wedding band. So they actually posted a formal offer on Instagram, writing, "Dear Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, we know what love is. We spent 40 years figuring it out, and now you guys have too. Please accept this as our formal offer to be your wedding band. Best wishes, Foreigner." And then, of course, some people commented on it, like Flavor Flav. He commented and just did a whole bunch of laughing emojis.
He's one of my favorites.
Of course, I'm sure they're not going to go with Foreigner, but you never know.
Never know.
Who will they? Imagine that, getting a call from
I would imagine
Taylor Swift.
They could probably have like the greatest hits. Like
everyone.
Yeah, Foreigner for a couple of songs, and then somebody else for a couple of songs. Like, why not?
Like who?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
You wouldn't want to. Everyone else has a band that can sing all the cover songs. Why not have the originals?
I like it. Could be cool.
Go for it.
Could be very
like a
cool.
jukebox hero.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just don't hurt yourself.
So the UP got its first taste of winter on Thursday.
No.
Snowfall, yes, was reported in Eagle Harbor, which is located at the top of the Keweenaw Peninsula. Video of snowflakes falling down was posted online.
So gentle and peaceful.
I know, right? And according to the, what is this, National Weather Service, I'm guessing, I don't know what it stands for. What does it stand for?
What?
NWS?
Yeah, National Weather. You nailed it.
Okay, but when I looked at it, I'm like, wait, is that what it means? Your brain doesn't always work in the morning. Anyway, they say that the earliest the area has seen traces of snow is September 12th. So set a record.
Yeah, and I told you guys, I tried to warn you. that the old Farmer's Almanac says that we could see snow here by the end of September. Some flakes, nothing that's going to stick. The ground's too warm.
They were right. The old Farmer's
I'm
Almanac.
talking about here.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, okay, here is the state of Michigan, but no, I think in southeast
Metro
Michigan.
Detroit, you're saying. Or they're saying.
Weather's quickly going from hot-blooded to cold as ice.
Well played.
Yes.
It's well done.
Yeah. A man going 40 miles per hour over the speed limit on I-96 was pulled over Wednesday morning, and a roadside investigation found that this man was most likely impaired, in possession of a loaded gun, and had a bag of crack.
Oh.
Busted, right? So Michigan State Police Lieutenant Mike Shaw is now praising troopers for getting this dangerous driver, this gun, and these drugs off of our roads. Pete Davidson, he's going to appear on season 17, the premiere of Shark Tank. And you would imagine like he's probably going to be a shark, right? Like
That's what I would guess.
But he's not.
Oh, he's got a product.
He's got a product. He's going to be there to sell something, and that something is socks.
What kind of socks?
Right away to me is like, okay, that's lame.
Yeah.
He's involved in this company called Double Soul. And he and his partner, or this exec, offer the Sharks 4% of the company in exchange for $500,000.
Damn.
We don't know if any of them accept, and I don't really know exactly how great these socks are. But apparently Pete Davidson gets sent a whole bunch of stuff, right? People send him things all the time, products. And this was one that he got sent that he was really interested in, said, I got to be involved in this. And the other guy tells the Sharks that this isn't an athletic sock, and it's not a novelty sock. They say they take the best of both worlds and created the perfect everyday sock.
I mean, there's only so much you can do with socks.
Right?
I'm looking at the site.
I
Like,
agree.
okay, they're sustainable, expressive, and super soft. Like, I don't know. I guess they're probably good socks.
But they're socks.
They're socks at the end of the day.
Like, I wonder how much, does it say how much they are? Like, what a pair of socks?
A 3-pack for $32 is a discount.
Oh.
You can get a pair for $13.
It's not a bad price.
Feels like a
Why
lot
are
for
socks
socks
so expensive? Socks
I have no
are.
idea. That socks are very expensive, but there is a difference between good socks and bad socks.
There are. For sure.
And it varies by foot or foot
Feet?
odor. Yeah.
Wait.
By feet. Yeah. By your feet.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Well, I would imagine, yes, certain
yeah,
the
there are
socks you're
certain
wearing are not
socks
going
that
to fit my feet.
Yeah, that I wear. I mean, it's if they're too tight around your toes, then they're bad socks. Quitters suck. The ones that fall down all the time, except I don't always wear long socks. But yeah, there's a big difference in
There is, I
socks.
guess.
Yes.
It's a lot of time on socks. All right, coming up next, we will get into the picks.
Just imagine my take on underwear.
I don't want to. It's 97.1.
Hey, this NFL season, FanDuel wants you to boost your bets even more. And right now, all customers can double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. That means you can get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday moneyline bets. And you could take a look at every single game. Obviously not the game that played last night, but anyone that's in the future here, visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get into the NFL action with the chance to win even bigger. That website again, FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, an official sports book partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Week 2 of the picks, the NFL part of the mix. Let's give a quick standings update. Heather Park 3-4, tied with John Jansen 3-4, first place. Nobody had a good week. We can just leave it there.
It doesn't matter how good or bad. It's just as long as it's better than any of you.
The picks are brought to you by Shaner Roofing. Let's get into it. The first game is the Cy-Hawk Trophy. Iowa at Iowa State. The Cyclones laying 3.5. I will kick things off by picking Iowa. Fun fact. Youth football, I was a Livonia Oriole. Our logo was the Iowa Hawkeye logo. Give me the points.
Okay. Take that. I've been to this game. It's a great rivalry. Sneaky one. Being in Ames, Iowa, I think does make a difference. It's also the fact that I know that Iowa, they've gone with a new quarterback, Gronowski, and they still can't pass the ball. You look at backed for Iowa State last week, 460 yards passing. Now, I don't think he does that against the Iowa defense, but I think they're just able to score points where Iowa still is point challenged. So give me the Cyclones.
I am going to go with Iowa, just based off my intelligent research, right? So, like, Iowa State are the Cyclones, but their mascot is a cardinal. That's lame. Herky the Hawk, that's a mean mascot. So I'm going with Iowa. Plus, you know who went there? Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka?
Gene Wilder.
Went to Iowa? Oh. Okay.
Oh. I thought there was actually a Willy Wonka that went to Iowa.
So it's like your golden ticket.
Story?
So I'm going with Iowa.
All right, there we go. Paul.
Yeah, Greg's going to go with Iowa.
All right, I'm going to go Iowa, and just behind the scenes here a little bit, the spread changed since we were first looking at this, and I think this is the field goal game. Iowa State wins by 3. I was impressed with their offense last week. I know it's South Dakota, and I hear a lot of John's points, but this traditionally is just a bloodbath, low-scoring, tight game. So I will take the Hawkeyes.
I'm on Cyclone Island.
Yeah.
Cyclones have won 2 of the last 3 by a combined 4 points.
That's all I need.
And John said, this is a sneaky rally. It's Big New Kickoff tomorrow. This is a fun game to watch.
Game number 2, it's Big Ten Saturday night. It's the NBC broadcast as Boston College travels to East Lansing to take on Michigan State, where the Spartans are 4.5-point favorites, John.
I think Aiden Childs is making better decisions. And I think if he continues to make good decisions, even though it's Bill O'Brien defense, and I have major concerns about the track record of one Aiden Childs. We've only got one game this year, but I did like the way it felt like he was calm, cool, collected, making good decisions. I think he continues that. And in East Lansing, I think that's part of it too. It's home. The fans are going to be there. I'm going to take the Spartans.
Yeah, go green. You should be happy I picked it.
Nah, I don't want you to pick the ones I pick.
Greg,
if I'm right,
Paul, who is Greg picking?
Greg's going with the Fighting Drew Stantons, the MSU Spartans.
Tom?
Woo!
A lot of green love.
I'm going with the better coach here. And the fact that this thing went to 4.5 is actually making me scratch my bald head. Seriously, like, I don't know why this spread has gone up. O'Brien's a good coach. He's going to try to rattle Childs early. This game will be tight. I think the Spartans will win, but I'm going with the Eagles to cover.
Michigan State, I think, will win, but can they finish? Can they cover the number? They've been outscored in the second half under Jonathan Smith every game since Prairie View. Give me Boston College. Michigan, Oklahoma, the helmet game, the ABC game, the night clash for Bryce Underwood on the road. Oklahoma 5.5-point favorites. Heather.
Well, John, I'm going with Oklahoma. Why? Just a gut feeling. That's why.
Greg's showing
Stare
his...
down. Doesn't go good on radio.
Greg's showing his Go Blue bias. He's taking Michigan.
From high atop the blue wall. Tom, what's up?
Again, torn on this game, man. I am baffled. This spread opened at 1.5, and it's jumped to 5.5. Like, I don't get the logic behind that. I don't. Michigan usually gets money, don't they, Jim? Traditionally,
yes.
Their
brand.
spreads are always jaded a little bit. I'll take the points here, but, man, not very confident. Take Michigan.
I'm going to lay the 5.5. I'm going to take the Sooners. It's a big environment for Bryce Underwood. I'm not going to hold it against him if he struggles. I think it's expected he struggles. And Oklahoma's defense, Brett Venables, was a strength a year ago, will be a strength this year. And the difference now is what they did offensively. Hitting the portal, quarterback, running back, playmakers, Sooners.
Putting a lot on this defense that was okay last week. I'm not going to sit there and say it was a great Michigan defense. I don't even know if it was a good Michigan defense, but I think they are going to be disciplined. And I think this game is going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, or at least the least costly mistakes. When John Mateer runs, he's a reckless runner. I think at some point he lays the ball on the ground, or he takes a big hit, and it may not be until the second half until Jay Sean's back. But I think Michigan at least covers.
I think one thing on this game, can Michigan go to Pound Town and run?
Excuse me?
On them?
Yeah.
Seriously, like run it down their throat. Like, I don't know if Oklahoma's SEC tough.
Jeez.
Right. Well, they weren't last year. They were
Right.
2-6 in the SEC, and last week against a very inferior opponent, they ran for just over 3 yards a carry.
Then on the counter side, I'm getting vibes that this is last year's Washington game, and Washington covered.
Tom wants to know if they
I
like
just
it.
don't know what to do, but I took the points.
He wants to know if they like it rough, I guess. All right, let's get to the next game.
It'll be a rough game.
Chargers and Chiefs from Brazil. The Chiefs lay in 3.5 on Friday night. What is the pick?
So Greg's going with the former Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh's team. He's taking the Chargers.
Tom?
I'm going to take the Chiefs here. Again, confidence low confidence week for me.
I went Chargers as well. John?
I'm going to go Chargers, and I think not having Rashee Rice and an offensive line that I'm going to need to see it to believe it for Kansas City. And I'm kind of going against what I've said up to this point. The one-score games have gone in the favor of Patrick Mahomes, but I think the Chargers get it done.
Heather?
I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
Sunday night football. Battle of the last two MVPs. Two teams. This game could decide the one seed in the AFC when all is said and done. The Ravens, 1.5 favorites in Buffalo. Tom?
Again, scratching the head at the point movement. I don't get what's going on here. They can't beat them in Buffalo. They've had many opportunities, and they can't do it. Until I see the Ravens do it, I'm taking the Bills. Points at home with the Bills?
Yeah, look, Bills are my Super Bowl pick. I'll back them at home getting 1.5.
They have made some great additions to that secondary, most specifically for the Ravens. And Jair Alexander, it's early in the season, should be healthy. Malachi Starks, I think he's going to be a solid performer in that defense. And I still think, just like they started off last year, Lamar and Derek, a 1-2 punch, makes it very hard to defend. So give me the Ravens.
Heather?
Well, every night before we go to bed and we brush our teeth, we watch a video while we brush our teeth. And last night we watched Sesame Street. We just pick it randomly. And you know who was on Sesame Street last night?
Buffalo Bill.
In our house? Haley Steinfeld. And I'm a huge fan of her. And now my kids are too. So I'm going with the Bills.
Science, people. Monday night football. Vikings, 1.5 favorites in Chicago. Look, both quarterbacks are unknowns. I trust the infrastructure in Minnesota more. Give me Heather's people, the Vikings.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Heather's people as well. And I think it's Brian Flores against Caleb Williams. And I don't know Caleb Williams yet fully grasps the entirety of this offense. I don't think it's possible that any quarterback in this situation would grasp, especially a young quarterback. So I'm going to go with the Vikings.
You know who I'm going with, right?
Your people.
Yep.
What's Greg's pick?
Apparently, Greg's also going with Heather's people. He's taking the Vikings.
Clean sweep, Tom?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I cannot wait. Ben Johnson, he can't hold back his emotions. Seriously, I think that's a character flaw I've already picked up, and he hasn't coached a game yet. He always lets you know how you feel. I can't wait for him to be just shaking his head when Caleb throws a bad pass. And I think JJ's going to do solid. Vikings.
All right, last game. Lions, Packers. For all the storylines, for first place in the NFC North, the Pack come in as a 2.5-point favorite at Lambeau. John?
I'm going with the Lions. Enough said. I'm not gonna do the pump up speech. I did that yesterday. I'm just gonna lay it out there and say the Lions. It's a reckoning. It is answers to a lot of the questions. John Morton he's just gonna go out there, lay it all on the line, and it's gonna be the Lions. And I think it's gonna be the Lions big.
It is going to be the Lions. Let's go. Let's go Lions. Come on. Right? Get fired up. I'm picking the Lions too.
I want her to have the locker room speech, the pump up speech. I would like to know what that what that
It would be
sounds
very
like.
PG.
Yes.
Beat the heck out of him out there, guys.
Gosh golly,
Yes, I
boys,
know.
go get it.
That's why I start stuttering sometimes because it's my internal, filter of not swearing on air.
So Greg's looked at the situation. He saw the Packers trade for Micah Parsons, and it doesn't scare him one bit. He's taking the Lions.
So John stole my word. I told it to you yesterday. My feeling is David Montgomery's words are going to come to fruition in this game, and it's time for a reckoning. Look, I think the Packers are going to be a threat this season. I think Parsons is going to help them. I think this moment for the Lions is the motivation, and they're hearing all the chatter out there and all the doubters. I think they're going to win by more than 10 points. I'm not going to use those other words.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the words of Heather Park, golly gee, this is going to be a hell of a game. Heck of a game. And I think the Lions are going to win this game. I will join us on a cavalcade of Lions picks today. I expect them to run the ball, lean on the ground game. That will be the elixir that helps a young offensive line. It will help neutralize whatever impact Micah Parsons brings to their defense. And the Lions, who love the underdog role, get to play that card this week. Give me the Leos.
Go get them, sports.
Those are the picks brought to you by Shaner Roofing, 97.1.
You guys, it's Heather, and if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Might be the best place to watch a game from, sitting in your own hot tub. I just got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and let me tell you, the entire process was so easy, right? It feels a little overwhelming when you walk in because they have so many options, but they were there. They helped me pick out the best hot tub for me and my family. Then they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help take care of maintenance as well. They handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township. It's right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you go and you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Got a ticket texter who says, who cares what Greg picked? You have Paul Serra in, and Paul Serra knows ball. Paul, we all went Lions. Would you have joined us?
Yeah, I would have taken the Lions, but I'd probably taken the Bears over the Vikings.
Okay. You're a big Ben Johnson fan, eh?
No, I just don't trust J.J. McCarthy to be good in the NFL. And I don't think
Do you trust Caleb Williams?
More so, because he's actually played in NFL games.
I get that. It seems rational.
You heard in the picks, there's no shortage of great games this week. So the Monday night one we're going to pay attention to, obviously, but I think it's intriguing for everybody because of the unknowns at quarterback, right? Caleb in a new system and JJ playing for the first time. Sunday Night Football is great. Locally, we got two great games, Michigan and the Lions. And no disrespect to MSU, but we're talking about ranked helmet game in Norman and all the narrative swirling around the Lions and Packers. Our question right now is, which game is bigger? Michigan, Oklahoma, or Lions, Green Bay?
That's a tough question to answer. And I think it's a terrific question because both teams, let's just say both teams lose. It doesn't remove Michigan from the playoff conversation. And it certainly doesn't remove the Lions from any playoff conversation, division conversation. It may make it a little tougher.
It does shift the narratives quite a bit, right?
Yeah. And so I think for me, it does come down to division versus non-conference.
Yeah.
And I think the Michigan Wolverines will be better in week 8 and 9. And I know the opponents are not going to be in week 8 or 9 what they are now, and I don't even know who they're playing. If it's Michigan State, I don't want to start that controversy now. I'm just, I know they play Northwestern in there and Wisconsin in there, but there's Big Ten games. And so I think this one's bigger for the Lions. For all of the narratives going into the season of coordinators, all the things we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to say them because I'm so irritated by them.
Is it a must-win game for the Lions?
I said yesterday it was. And I kind of believe it is because of putting to bed everything. Putting to bed, you're never going to get over the loss to Washington, but it's a step in the right direction. And I think a lot of fans have bought into coordinators, O-line, edge, all of those topics because the hangover from last season was such a bad hangover.
And I said it wasn't a must-win. I mean, it's certainly not for the team, mathematically, for the division. They're going to be defined by what happens in the second half of the season, in the postseason, a hell of a lot more than they'll be judged in their first game with a couple inexperienced offensive linemen on the road. I picked them. We all picked them. If they lose, I'm not going to jump off a cliff. I mean, maybe fans need it more than the team for their own psyche. It could be a must-win for the fans, but level with us. If they lose this game, you're going to be upset. It may reinforce some concerns, but it doesn't change anything. What are you staring at over there?
I got an
I
email.
sent him something for later.
Oh,
We'll discuss.
that's a tease. All right, let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Bigger game, bigger narrative shift. Michigan, Oklahoma, Lions, Packers. Will, you're first up. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I definitely think it's a bigger game for Michigan. There's just no mistakes you can really make in the college game and really expect to get to the playoffs. So they really have to play tight against Oklahoma. For the Lions, they can lose a close game, and it's not the end of the world. They can make it up in the aggregate in the rest of the season and get to the playoffs. Michigan, you really don't have that opportunity.
Michigan has more to gain in the sense that if they win, you view them as a playoff team. And I don't think people did before
100%.
the season. If the Lions win...
100%.
The Lions win, you'll view them as the division favorite. Well, they're back-to-back division champs. It's certainly not a leap to say that.
It's expected.
Yeah, I mean, don't tell Vegas that. But yeah, I think it's right there that Lions fans should expect to win this division this season. You win, it reinforces it. If you lose, maybe it plays into some of your darkest fears for a day, for 24 hours, for a week. But to his point, the aggregate, the NFL season's longer. You're going to play them again, and you're going to have plenty of opportunities to stake your claim as the best team when you play the best teams. For Michigan, John, they go into Norman. Bryce Underwood wins this game as a true freshman quarterback against a quality defensive coach. I mean, things change pretty dramatically for Michigan.
Yes. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't. when you look at the schedule for Michigan is not, it's not a world beater, right? The schedule for the Lions is. And I think early on in the season with a Parsons that's only going to play half of the snaps that he probably will play, and we have no idea, injuries, all that stuff, by the time they play in Thanksgiving, I think this is the time for the Lions to start fast. If you can start 2-0, because almost everybody is going to pick the Lions next week against the Bears. And as soon as that ends, now all of a sudden you start that gauntlet of a schedule. And I think this is huge because it's at Baltimore. I know you got Cleveland in there, but then it's Cincinnati, Kansas City, Tampa, Minnesota, Washington, Philly. Like, that is a gauntlet. So I think it's vital that they start 2-0.
This is like the argument of having the proper cleats, like get off with good footing.
Yeah.
Don't put yourself 500 or worse at any point early.
So I don't disagree with any of John's points at all. Like, I think it's critical, and I almost think it is a must-win. My deal breaker on this is that college football is a subjective sport. Right. And the fact that if Michigan loses this game and Oklahoma ends up being a SEC middle-of-the-road 6-6 team, that's going to really, really hurt Michigan, even if they go 10-2. Like, I never thought Michigan would make the playoff this year. If they win this game, I think it's in play.
The narratives matter more in college football because at the end of the day in the NFL, no one cares about your narrative. If you go out and win enough games, you're fine. In college, you will be subjected to the opinions of other people.
Right, yeah. So if you lose this game and then you pound USC, you pound Northwestern, Wisconsin, Purdue, like it doesn't do anything to change the narrative that you lost to a ranked opponent.
Like, I think Michigan has probably 4 games, maybe 5, 4 games that they can really use as a launching pad. I would say this is one of them.
Yeah.
At Nebraska, that's another team I think is going to be in the Big Ten mix. Fine, you're making a face. USC.
Because it's on the road at USC.
Cross country, big brand.
Yeah.
I don't know if they announce kickoff for that. It'll probably be like that CBS 3:30 special. And then obviously Ohio State at the end of the year. Now, if Michigan State turns into something, that could end up being a marquee game too.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rivalry too, and it's not. Michigan's been owning them lately. It's kind of like I've learned this throughout my life in this rivalry. States do. So, but what you said though, why this is so hard? This is a huge launching pad game for the Lions. If you think about it, that's why it's so hard to answer this.
We'll put it to the people. We've already got a few responses on the phones and ticket text 248-539-9797. What's the bigger game? The bigger launching pad, I think, is a fun way to put it. Is it Michigan, Oklahoma, or is it Lions, Packers? Today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local game all season long, starting with Week 1. Green Bay and Detroit, $30 for your first year. It's like $2-3 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. New Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons takes a shot at the Lions before their season opener on Sunday at Lambeau. Talking to reporters yesterday, Parsons says the Lions and Cowboys have a rivalry that he experienced while in Dallas. Now Parsons will play the Lions twice a year, saying bluntly, "I never liked Detroit." The Lions so far have been able to back up their talk lately in this rivalry, winning 6 of their last 7 games against the Packers. The reigning champion Eagles opened the new NFL season with a 24-20 win over the Cowboys in Philly last night in a wild one. It featured a lightning delay and also Eagles defensive tackle Jaylen Carter being ejected for spitting on Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Michigan State's got its first test of the year tomorrow night, a primetime showdown with Boston College in East Lansing. Head coach Jonathan Smith says the Spartans always want to play in big non-conference games like this. Spartans have revenge on their minds after a 23-19 loss to Boston College last year. Michigan State took a 19-16 lead on a Jonathan Kim field goal with just 4 minutes to go, but then the Eagles responded with a touchdown to win it in Chestnut Hill. Slowing down Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer will be key for number 15 Michigan in their matchup tomorrow night with the 18th-ranked Sooners. Mateer can get it done with his arm and his legs, tossing for nearly 400 yards in the Sooners opener, rushing for nearly 1,000 last year with Washington State. Wolverines 5.5-point underdogs, and Jack Flaherty takes them out tonight for the Tigers, who start a 3-game weekend series with the White Sox at Comerica Park. It's the final series of the year between the Tigers and White Sox. Tigers lead that season series 7-3. Here first pitch 6:40, pregame show 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A little sampling on the ticket text. We said, which game's bigger? Both underdogs. Michigan heading to Norman. The Lions heading to Lambeau. Texter says, this is a huge divisional tiebreaker spot for the Lions. Not to mention, you need to put the Packers in their place as they try to blossom and peacock and act like Jordan Love is some franchise quarterback. Bigger for the Lions, Brad in a truck. Another one says, the schedule's so tough, they need to win all the winnable games they can. Bigger for the Lions. Someone tell the last caller Michigan can make a mistake and still make the playoff. It's not 1993. They can lose 3 games and still be in the college football playoff.
I don't know that they can lose this one, lose 3 games, and be in the college football playoffs. It's possible, but you're going to have a marquee win. If you lose this one, what's your marquee win other than if you beat Ohio State? But then what's your other 2 losses? Or your 3 losses?
And fine, I'll push back. Okay, let's say Michigan can lose 3 games and make the playoff. The Lions can lose 6?
Yeah.
Maybe 7, probably 6 games and make the playoff. And they're not defined by making the playoff. They're defined by winning the Super Bowl, which they cannot do this week.
Correct.
Nor can they lock up the division this week. All they can do is protect the vibes. All they can do is help reinforce confidence in their fan base or put a bunch of doubt in people's minds. But that will quickly go because we're going to play the very next week. For Michigan, you have a chance to gain what I would think is ahead of schedule territory. Your quarterback is ahead of schedule. Your brand is ahead of schedule. You're in that playoff conversation. That's a lot to be gained in one football game in September.
But let me ask you this. In the first 12 weeks of the season, because they got the bye week in week 11, so it's 11 games of the season, which is the easiest of these away games? Green Bay, who they start with, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Washington, Philly.
I think the easiest is Cincinnati, probably followed by Washington and then Green Bay.
Okay.
And then where the other ones? Kansas City and Philly are the top 2.
And Baltimore.
I think Baltimore's the toughest of that group.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the 3 easiest of the 6, if I'm playing your game, if I'm slicing this up.
Right, yeah. So, but again, this is all with the knowledge that we have no knowledge of what any of these teams will be this year or what the injury factor will be when they play them.
The knowledge that we have no knowledge. It's a good way to put it.
Yes.
Let's get to Kyle. Good morning, Kyle.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good.
I think both are absolutely monster games, but I'm going to lean towards Detroit just simply on the fact because of everything that's happened this past off season with us losing our coordinators. People frustrated with the Lions not getting another pass rusher. Green Bay making the monster trade last week. I think if Detroit doesn't go out there and win this week, it's just going to put a lot of doom and gloom on the Lions season, and you're going to have a lot of irrational fans saying it's over with, Super Bowl window's closed. Because you listen to the national media, they're already handing the division to Green Bay, and Detroit's time to win the Super Bowl is over with.
I think you'll get a lot of that, but let me ask you, don't speak for all the other fans. Kyle, will you freak out if they lose this game?
No, I don't freak out at all. I view myself as a rational fan, and I know that this is a tough divisional rival, and I know that we've had Green Bay's ticket the last 8 games. They're looking at us and want vengeance. I know that they're going to come out there swinging, but I'm taking Detroit, though. Something about Dan Campbell and getting his guys motivated for big divisional games, especially on the road. it's got me feeling good. But
yeah, I love the idea
not be
that
worried whatsoever.
I love the idea that they can play the underdog card this week, and if they lose this game, it's certainly not the preference, but they'd play the underdog card the very next week. Oh, look at us. Everybody's dumping on us. Make sure you save these clips. Like Dan Campbell will use all of it if they lose this game.
So let's go down the rabbit hole of speculation.
Sure.
And Paul, I want to bring you into this as well because you're the one that said the Bears win on Monday night. And let's just say the Lions lose this game, Bears win Monday night. And now all of a sudden, does it set in a little panic set in going into next week's game? I'm not saying I will, but there are going to be a lot of Lions fans that look at that and go, oh no.
I think the Lions are the best team in the division. I don't particularly think the talent level is very close, but I do think the reason I think the Bears beat the Vikings is because, like, I think Kevin O'Connell's a great coach, but I don't know how many times you could magically elixir a good quarterback out of something over and over again. Like, eventually the well runs dry, you would think. Like, he's made so many quarterbacks look better than they actually are. Like, they were winning games.
So that's the argument for JJ. Yeah. But I don't think it'll happen week one. I think it's going to be one of those, like, sloppy games.
I think there is a lot to be said that we talk about golf-proofing the offense, and they've done that, right? Other than the unproven center of that offensive line, they have put what I believe is the greatest weapons in the NFL around their quarterback. Same could be said for Minnesota. Not as good in the back, but at going into this season, a better offensive line, or at least a more proven offensive line, with who I believe is the best receiver in all of football in Justin Jefferson. The problem is Jordan Addison's not there.
It's a good point. He's not. I want to go back. I want to play the game that you were trying to get Paul to play.
You like my game?
The speculative game.
Yeah.
So the Lions lose, and none of us picked it, but for the sake of discussion, they lose. Chicago wins. It sets up week 2 like as a weirdly big game because if the Lions were to lose to Ben Johnson at home, start 0-2 and have Baltimore, now I do think you're inciting real panic among people. Oh. And if you start 1-0, that scenario doesn't exist. It never comes to fruition. We don't have to live in that world. Look, I'm not trying to downplay this game. I'm super jacked up to watch the Lions play in Lambeau Field. I cannot wait to see the energy they bring to this rivalry, mano a mano. I just want to be fair that if they lose this game, I'm not jumping off a bridge.
Right.
And I know if Michigan loses, their playoff conversation is not a real conversation. So I think it's a bigger game for the Wolverines.
I mean, if the Lions start 0-2 and go into Baltimore, the problem I have, here's the issue the Lions have going against Baltimore. They're playing Baltimore style of football. Baltimore knows how to beat that style of football. Mm-hmm. And they also have the X factor, which is their quarterback, if there's pressure, can get out of the way and make plays, and Goff cannot do that.
Oh, I hate the matchup for the Lions in week 3. I know we'll do that in a couple weeks when they play on Monday night, but I love the mobile quarterback threat, the physical Derrick Henry threat, and then they have the guys in their back end of their defense to match up with Detroit's elite playmakers. But that's 3 Mondays from now.
Let me ask you this. Put it a little bit of a different way. The court of public opinion is what we deal with on a daily basis. And the court of public opinion going into this game is Bryce Underwood, freshman, Norman, Oklahoma, John Mateer, and an offense that's much better than it appeared to be last year. Plus, they're healthy. Last year, they lost 6 receivers. They lost 6 offensive linemen. Defensively, no one is questioning an Oklahoma defense. Going into it, I think most people are expecting, lines aside, that Michigan doesn't win this game.
Right.
Lines aside for the Lions and the Packers.
Much more mixed. And
more mixed. And locally, I think most people are saying the Lions should win this game.
Yeah.
So I think in the court of public opinion, there's much more to be lost or much more concern to be raised if the Lions lose this game than Michigan does. Michigan's kind of, if they win it, all right, hey, it's now all of a sudden it's the coming of age of Bryce Underwood. Like, there's a lot to be gained, but lost, I think most people are expecting them to go to Norman and lose.
Okay, so then it's funny because I think Michigan has more to gain and maybe less to lose at the same time.
Right, so that and I'm looking at it from who has most to lose.
And I was looking at it who has the most to gain. Yeah. That's the beauty of the question, people. You got big matchups coming up this weekend, and there's already some people playing the disrespect card. This texter says, guys, include Michigan State in the conversation. We have the most important game, not Michigan, not the Lions. It's one of those program games for Michigan State. If they win, they're on track for a bowl game and more in progress. If they lose, Jonathan Smith could be gone. This is not a game you should lose in year 2. So they fit the criteria of most to gain and most to lose.
Well, I don't know that there's most to gain. I think if they beat Boston College, they're supposed to beat Boston College. If they lose, if you're talking about who has the most to lose in these 3 games, I do think it's Jonathan Smith.
We can keep them as part of this conversation. We've got the cookie jar coming up 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got some great matchups this weekend, and if you can't be in person, why not be at a great place to watch it? That Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans, especially football fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, guys, if you're injured in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country that specializes in car accidents, so get the best. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. That's most important for you. If you, a friend, or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. We got ticket, text, and phone calls on the big games this weekend, which is the biggest. And we will include Michigan State in this. The point was made, hey, this is big for Jonathan Smith. But you have Michigan and Oklahoma. A lot to be gained if the Wolverines can go into Norman with a freshman quarterback and win. And then, of course, everybody knows it's Lions, Packers, the hatred, the rivalry, the Parsons storyline, the fact that Green Bay's the betting favorite in the North. What's the biggest game? 248-539-9797. And the biggest storyline might be none of them. Might be Heather Park versus random people showing up at her garage sale.
Oh, yeah. I'm so pumped, you guys. I have zero idea what to expect. And especially because I'm getting a really late start today. You know, at the other homes that are doing it are starting at like a normal time. And then I'll be opening later when I get home.
I don't think, obviously, you won't have the early crowd. But I think there'll be plenty of people that will stop by today, but certainly first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, I think tomorrow will be
right.
the good day.
Yeah.
Are you ready? What are you expecting?
I'm ready. I have no idea what to. I've got so much stuff, so I'm expecting. Come on, people, let's come shopping.
We heard about the shoes.
I've got one pair of shoes that were mine. I've got a lot of kids' shoes.
Did you jack the price up on the shoes?
Not yet. Well, I'll negotiate.
Okay.
I haven't priced them.
Oh.
Some of the stuff I have not priced because I have so much stuff. It's just going to be like, if you're interested, let's talk. Like, what do you think?
Can you give people a discount, Heather, if they acknowledge that you're their morning show picks champion?
Yes.
10%
Yes, I
off.
can.
Are you going to have the picture of you and the trophy framed?
Maybe I should bring the trophy with me and have it. I'm joking. Just have it on display.
I was wondering if you were going to sell autographed versions of the picture.
No. Of course not. But I could. No. I don't know what to expect. I think I'm going to be let down. Like, I think it's going to be like not a lot of people, but I'm ready for a bunch. I think I've never had a garage sale in my life, so I don't know what to expect. My house is kind of hidden. I felt like I was doing a high school project yesterday, making all these signs, right? I bought signs on Amazon, and then the markers I had wouldn't write on them. It was like, so I had to go and I bought poster board, and I'm writing these big signs, and then I felt so silly out in the corner. You know, there's kids like in cars waving at me because I'm like waiting for the light. You know, I'm hammering these signs in the corners of the streets. We have signs everywhere.
Do you have your Venmo ready, and do you have change?
So I have my Venmo. I printed it, the big QR code, and I'm going to tape it to the side of the house so it's right there so people can scan the code. I made change in dollars.
You don't need coins.
But I might need coins because I do have things that are listed for like 10. If you are having a baby, you want to come to my garage sale. I have everything baby. I've got bibs that are like, they're basically free. I have 10 cents written on them, but you want them?
Take them,
please.
Yeah.
But I do have things, you never know. There are things that are like,
but you're not charging
25
like
cents.
$8.50 for something or $12.75.
But there's things, a lot of things under $1.
Okay.
Is Emily going to have a lemonade stand?
She's a little too young for that. Okay. Her attention span is not great for that. She said she'd come out and help, but then she told me, Mama, I like toys and I might want to play instead. Like that was like an exact quote. And I said, okay, I understand.
Is she okay with some of her toys walking out the door?
She helped pick out some of the toys she's ready to get rid of. But my mom brought over some stuff last night that she had for the kids. Yeah. And Emily pulled me over and she's like, I want to keep these things. And I was like, oh, sweet girl. We're not keeping these things. Yeah. We just don't need any more of these, the cars that you ride on and things in the garage. So.
Yeah. Look, I know Monday's going to be like wall-to-wall Lions reaction, but at some point next week we'll get the recap of how this garage sale goes. Yeah.
I think it's going to go
be good. You're
swimmingly.
Fine.
Yeah. My house for radio, I kind of
hope there's a little drama.
So I bought balloons. I made so many signs, you guys, because
Did you get the helium balloons?
I did.
All right.
I got balloons. I made signs. Well, hopefully people, because there's the other homes are more in the front of the sub, so you're going to hit those first.
Right.
And then you do have to kind of get to mine, which is kind of hidden in a court cul-de-sac.
You have signs at every turn?
Yes.
Okay.
She's ready.
Yeah.
Got some quick ticket text to wrap up our conversation on the big games this weekend, and no one yet has voted for Heather's garage sale, but it may pick up some steam as the show rolls. Text says, if the Lions lose, it puts Holmes and Campbell's claim of having the most talented roster into question. Signed, Gary. It's the Lions. They need to set the tone, prove a point. They can calm the nerves of all us fans. I was surprised with Philly's performance last night. For me, all Lions wins are more important. I don't want to listen to the afternoon show yell at me if the Lions lose. How is Michigan the underdog but ranked better? Am I missing something? Yes, the rankings don't matter.
Right, yeah. And they're based on preseason rankings. We already saw big jumps last week because of teams that won Florida State.
I got to believe it's Michigan. The bigger launching pad is Michigan because I expect the Lions to win. If Michigan wins, it's a big shock and a big shift. And one more vote for the Lions. The game's bigger. It's not even close. Oh, one other one. Lions are bigger. Pro football is bigger than minor league football. John in St. Clair Shores. Look, if you just want to default to the NFL, because the NFL's king, I get it. In fact, that's one of the questions in the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. First, Heather with the news.
I got some big news, you guys. I sent both of you an article to take a look at.
Oh, I did. Yes, which I did.
ABC has just announced the ladies who will be competing on the new season of The Golden Bachelor. They'll be vying for Mel Owen's heart. So he stated to you, John,
yes,
originally that he wasn't interested in dating anyone over the age of 60. He's since backtracked on that statement, and there was an article that said he apologized to all the women for what he said. And there is only one woman that will be on the show that is under 60 years old.
Yeah.
She's 58.
There's a couple 60s, though.
There are two women who are exactly 60 years old.
They got to be the front runners then, right?
I don't know. Did you see the picture?
John.
This is exactly why I sent it. So John could see all the photos. There are 4 women in their 70s, and then the rest are in their 60s. The oldest woman is 77 years old.
Yeah.
So we could put money on how long
she's not making
she'll
it very
be
far.
on the show. The new season kicks off Wednesday, September 24th on ABC. I wrote down this is quickly looking through all the women's
Your
photos.
favorites?
I wrote down my favorites. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 favorites.
We could do a power surge with Heather Park.
And this is all superficial. I know nothing about these women. I haven't seen anything about them. But this article is great because John.
There's a couple not. I mean, hopefully they have great personalities.
Oh my gosh. All of these women are beautiful women. And this article has great little bios about all of them, so you can read a little bit about what they're... John.
So this bio says...
John, these women... Did you hear me say that there's 4 in their 70s? One's 77, and you're going... Bleh.
Well,
get out of here.
John,
I can't wait to see you at 77 so I can be like, oh,
trust me.
I can do that right now.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's a 58-year-old, if I'm reading this right.
There's a 58-year-old. She's the youngest. So
college sports consultant. If shopping was a sport, she would be a pro.
There you go. I don't know. I'm excited to watch, mainly because there's ties here to Michigan. So, I mean, and I like the show. But
and to John.
Yeah, and to John. But...
Yeah.
You're going to be watching.
See.
We'll discuss this season for sure.
Yes, we will.
Let's see. 8 men from Garden City, Detroit, Dearborn Heights, and Harper Woods are facing federal charges after investigators say they ran a car theft and international smuggling ring. These guys are accused of conspiring to receive stolen vehicles for one of 4 commercial lots dating back to July of 2023. And what?
No,
Are you still on the Golden Bachelor?
Well, yeah, I was just looking at one, and I'm like... School teacher.
Is she a school teacher?
Yes.
School teachers are awesome, John.
I know.
Very caring.
And your mom was a school teacher.
Yeah. My sister-in-law is a school teacher. My brother's was a principal school teacher.
Okay, what are you going to say?
When I looked at her picture, I thought school teacher. I actually thought
she
school
looks
principal.
like a very nice woman. I'm guessing I'm looking at the same one as you. Yeah, a librarian. Oh, I like her.
We did get a cold-blooded
Diane.
ticket text.
What?
77. We shouldn't be taking bets on how long she'll be on the show.
How long she'll be alive?
Yeah, how long she'll be on the earth.
It's not a long-term commitment, is what you're saying.
It's awful.
At least not by.
Anyway, That's so awful. Anyway, these guys, the feds claim, were like packing 2 or more vehicles into shipping containers and then working with a freight forwarder. But they were giving this guy false information before shipping these vehicles to port cities. And officials say that their efforts have now led to the recovery of over 350 stolen vehicles and almost $40 million in assets. They say most of these cars were stolen from all over Southeast Michigan. High-end vehicles taken out of driveways, out of auto lots. They were rental vehicles, things like that. These guys are facing a maximum of 15 years in prison. A Detroit woman was arrested for drunk driving in, want to guess which city?
Troy?
Ding, 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 ding. After a tow truck driver turned her in. So this woman had gotten a flat tire last month. She called a tow truck driver. And he had some suspicions about her. So he called the police and said, hey, you need to go do like a welfare check on this woman. Well, they arrived at the scene. She had blown out a front passenger tire of her vehicle, and she was confused. She was slurring her speech. She smelled like booze. She blew a .267, and she was arrested. So thank goodness that tow truck
You're
driver
stuck on the toes, aren't you?
knew something was going on. Hey, last year, Amon-Ra St. Brown showed up to Lambeau Field wearing a Green Bay Sucks sweatshirt.
Yeah.
I mean, we all saw it, right? Well, now Packers fans are kind of fighting back with a hoodie of their own. At least one Packers fan is. He posted a link on X to a sweatshirt and a t-shirt that features a picture of St. Brown's face right there in the middle, and then some words across his face that say, F Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, St. Brown was talking about it on his podcast, and he said that it's beautiful. I just don't like the color, but it's beautiful. The color is
Green.
Yeah.
But
No
this
one
is-
likes green.
But this is him going,
I do.
but this is him going, hey, man, bring it on, right?
Yeah.
If you guys talk your smack, we'll talk our smack. You hate us, we hate you. That's what makes sports great.
For sure.
Time for another Lambeau leap from Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Get up. Let's see it. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar, 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, certainly I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals, and they're going to work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see you as an individual, as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers. They live, they work, they know what the community needs, and they're passionate about all of those needs in the local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is go to firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Let's do it. It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. Both are on the menu this week. Welcome back, NFL football. John, do you prefer college or the pros?
Well, it used to be college, and I'm always a big fan of my alma mater, as most people are, but it's pro football. I don't like all the conference expansion, just the business side of college football. I think that they've completely left the student athlete out of the equation when they're making decisions. So I'm going to go with pro football. The season's longer. It's more fun.
Heather?
Pro football.
Yeah.
For sure.
You're not really, you've never even been to a college football game.
You're right.
She never made it into a college game.
Yeah, so I've never
Right,
been
so
to one.
never been to a college football game.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah. So
much
yeah,
partying.
But I've been to a pro game, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Paul?
Pro football. It's my favorite sport. That's what I'll always gravitate to more.
NFL, and it has been for years. I drew the line back in the 90s when they didn't have a playoff. And I'm like, this is stupid. We're splitting championships. Seriously? Now they actually decided, but it's the NFL. It's the king.
When I was younger, it was college. Some of that was the Lions were terrible, and college had so many great traditions and storylines, and some of that's been eroded. And the Lions are so much better. I'm more invested in the NFL. All right, what's one fan base you would never want to be part of? This can be a sports team or something else.
I'm going to go with the golf elite because they just like if I'm on the course with my son or with friends, I'm not playing fast enough. Like I'm fine, play through. I don't care. But it's all the snide, stupid comments that they make. They're just all the golf elite have punchable faces, and I'm not going to be that the hockey player, the bam, even though that's how it plays out in my head.
John, please don't walk in my line.
Exactly. Yes.
I thought this was a really hard question.
Yeah, it is.
And then I started to write stuff down, and I jotted a whole lot down.
Oh.
So I can give you a quick,
the Heather Park
bang, bang,
list.
bang,
Yeah,
bang, bang.
let's go.
An Apple product supporter. I don't have any. I have one piece of Apple products at home. The earphones, whatever they're called. Earbuds.
AirPods.
Yes. Disney adult. Don't want to be part of that. CrossFit group. Don't want to be part of that. Pumpkin spice latte group or pumpkin spice anything group. How about the clapping at the end of the movies or clapping when a plane lands groups?
Awful people.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of that. So those are the things I jotted down.
comprehensive.
So
Those are all good.
first one was what?
The Apple product, like
Apple
that are like
products? Okay.
big, like everything you have is Apple product, right?
Okay,
You
yeah,
have to
because
have
it all
the-
works together. Sure. Second one, so that one is me. Second one.
But
A Disney adult?
I don't consider you, like when I picture a
Yeah,
Disney
I'm not
adult,
gonna-
I
Disney
think like
adult, okay,
you go
yeah.
just as an adult
Okay.
without kids, and you're like, you get in line to meet Buzz Lightyear.
and you're
It's
wearing
like,
a
dude,
T-shirt that's
yeah.
custom made.
Yeah, and then the third one was the CrossFit fan.
Yep.
I own a CrossFit gym.
Do you like pumpkin spice?
No, I don't. That's where I started to make a recovery.
Do
and
you
you're
clap when the plane lands?
No, in
Or at the end
fact,
of
I
a
start
movie?
making fun of people that
Okay,
do
well, there you go.
verbally.
So-
Yes, so I made a recovery.
Yeah.
Paul, I don't know what's left. What do you got?
Well, my two are very easy. I would never in any situation want to be a fan of the New York Jets or the Florida Gators. Those two, easy. No, thank you.
Tom?
All right, so sports-wise, it's the Maple Leafs. I'm already a Lions fan, so I don't need to have that whole,
Yeah.
horrible history with somebody else. Now, music-wise, Swifties, definitely, they're relevant. I got a unique one, maybe, like the Margaritaville people.
They're just loving life, Tom. What's wrong with them?
Yeah.
That's going to be me in 30 years.
I guess the Cabo groupies.
Oh, that go every year.
Yeah. Sorry, Pete.
Think he's up right now? It's a Friday. Sales isn't in yet.
he is.
All right, I had Disney adults, but if you want a
did.
sports one, I wouldn't be against being like there's these obnoxious fan bases, but at least they're big, rowdy fan bases. I wouldn't want to be a fan of an irrelevant team. I wouldn't want to be a Jacksonville Jaguars fan.
Well, you were a Lions fan for a while.
Well, it's my hometown team. It's a little different. I don't think you would pick the Lions if you had grown up in Arizona or somewhere
Probably
else.
not. Yeah, probably didn't see them until
Yeah.
2023.
All right, the next question in the cookie jar. It is Lions playing the Cheeseheads. Best and worst cheese.
So my favorite's obviously going to, I think, probably make the list of your worst. But my favorite, did you say favorite and worst?
Yeah, best and
So
worst.
the best is blue cheese in any way, shape, or form. It has a great flavor, and it adds so much.
It's mold.
To every single dish that you put it on. And the worst, and I think we can all agree on this, is Limburger cheese.
What is
I-
Limburger
I don't know
cheese?
it.
Limburger cheese, if you walked into a room and they had Limburger cheese on there,
You
would almost want to vomit. It is a pungent, awful smell.
I thought you were going to say like Fromunda or something like that.
Well, I was going to go with that, but
anyway, go ahead.
I thought
I would say for me, I'm a pretty simple person. Mozzarella cheese would be my favorite.
Okay.
I eat a lot of string cheese at home these days, which are all mozzarella.
Yeah.
And
Pete says
then
mozzarella.
blue cheese would probably be my worst.
More for me.
Yeah.
Paul, Sarah.
I don't know about worse, but I think my favorite cheese is sharp cheddar. I'm a big cheddar guy.
Okay.
I didn't
Cheddar.
know that about you.
Make it all better.
Tom?
Sharp can be underrated. Mine is provolone in terms like a sandwich, a burger.
Provolone.
I do like feta cheese a lot, like on a salad. Very, very good. Don't like blue cheese at all. I just don't get that, John. That's your worst food take ever.
Flavors.
Yeah, worst was easy. Blue cheese. Best was a lot harder. There's a lot of great cheese. I went with Munster cheese.
Okay.
I like Munster.
Most useless app on your phone. What is it?
So I was I delete apps off my phone all the time, so I don't have a lot that I don't use. There's one that I have on there. I put on there this year because Jack got into golf. It's the how to make your golf handicap. Everywhere I go, it's all scrambles, and I thought one time I'm like, okay, well I'm going to try and input a score, and to me it's just irrelevant. So I have it there. And I refuse to delete it because I do want to golf more with Jack, and I'd like to know what my handicap is, but it's just an irrelevant app for me.
I hardly have any apps on my phone because I also delete them. I'm looking through.
It'd be much easier if you had an Apple phone.
And honestly, right now, the app that I never use is my Delta app. I don't travel anymore. So it just sits there. I don't think I've opened it in quite a while.
Paul?
I'm going to go with the weather app that's on my phone because it's never right about anything ever.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at my phone in order to get an answer, and I found this app on there called Numbers. I have no idea what it does whatsoever.
5,
I don't
9.
know.
Did you open it? What does it
12.
do?
No, it wanted me to start doing continue stuff and all that, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, Numbers it's like the Apple version of like Excel.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those Apple things.
Apple elitists. All right.
So I was looking back through, and I have a lot that like aren't even downloaded anymore. They're just the icons to save space. And one of them was Big Ten to Go, which I just use Hulu. I have a streaming service. I can watch
So
all.
just delete it.
I should just delete it.
Yeah.
This was an exercise that was helpful. All right, the next question. After living and having modern amenities, how far back in time could you live and be happy?
So I went through this exercise, and I kind of feel like I would be happy and excel at almost any age that of the world.
You as a caveman, you'd be fine?
I'd be fine with that.
Fire, cool.
And honestly, I would be much happier if I could go back to any time before cell phones. Like that to me, cell phones has brought on social media, has brought on all of this stuff. Like I just want to go back to where I don't have to communicate 24/7. If I was given the opportunity to pick a certain time, it would be right around 1902.
What? Okay.
Because that is when Mr. Carrier invented air conditioning.
Okay. I thought that's like when Michigan football started or something.
No.
So you have to have the AC.
It was the first Rose Bowl, which Michigan was in and won.
Of course.
They beat the deaf
Stanford.
school,
Yeah.
right?
Which is what
They beat the deaf school.
Yes, and blind.
Yes. No, Stanford. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I wouldn't want to go that far back. I'd probably just maybe the 80s.
That's pretty far.
Good music.
I think I could be happy.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of having to, like, pick up a landline and, like, things aren't, you don't need, it's not instant gratification. You
Right.
take a little look, you got to look things up and use your brain. Got to go to the encyclopedia.
I would say the 80s, but my phone's an appendage. I don't know how I would do. But 80s was like an optimistic goal for me. I put 80s. You guys back there?
Yeah, I think the farthest back I could go is to the 80s. I can't go back as far as John did. Like, I want. Not only do I want air conditioning, I want refrigerators to refrigerate food. I don't want to just salt meat and hope it stays good.
Yeah, well, I love jerky.
Last one.
1993.
Oh, yeah.
The height of grunge music. Phones weren't big yet. No internet. I think the world's better without the internet, to be honest with you.
Yep.
The world being smaller is not a good thing. I got lots of strong opinions, but we got no time here.
If you could trade 1 year off your life for 5 additional years for your pet, would you trade any years and how many?
None. In fact, I asked if I could get this in reverse. Could I add
Take
more years to
5
my
years
life?
off of their life?
Oh. Aw.
Now, Heather, I know this is a bad time to ask this question.
Yeah, my dog escaped last night the electric fence and was running amok in the neighborhood, well, in the woods behind my house, and I needed to sleep, and then I got nervous, and I was like, I don't care about you, dog. You can stay out there all night. And then I heard barking at 11, and I was, whatever. It is what it is. No, I would not. I'd trade nothing. No, I like my dog. I love my kids more. I want all the time I can get with them.
How dare you?
I know.
Everybody's all up in arms about my take.
I don't want to take years off my dog's life. You do.
Yeah, well, I just want more years of mine.
No.
I give up a year. Seriously, for 5 more years of my pet. Although after seeing the Golden Bachelor contestants, probably like give up 10 years.
Wow. I had 2. 2 years.
That's
An extra
not
decade
a
with
great
Roomba.
bunch.
But I don't have kids, so it's easier.
It's like 2 good options.
Stop. You guys are so awful.
Why you bring them up?
Because you knew this would be
I
the reaction.
did. But that's awful.
Yes.
These are beautiful women, and I bet they're all really lovely.
I don't know them.
No, you don't.
They made it that far in life, they got to go on this show to find somebody? I don't know
Tom,
if they're all
some
that
of them
great.
have heartbreaking stories. They were married for 50 years and they lost the love of their life. And anyway, that's
Now
not what
they're
this was
looking to
about.
replace them.
This was the cookie jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
This NFL season, FanDuel wants you to boost your bets even more. And right now, all customers could double their winnings with a 100% profit boost.
Does
That's
FanDuel
right.
have Golden Bachelor odds?
I'm sure they do. I don't know if you can get a 100% profit boost on one of them, though. That means you can get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday Money bet lines. And so all you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get in on all the NFL action with a chance to win even bigger. It's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John, back when the schedule came out, we played the game and gave the Lions a win-loss record. And then some things changed. Frank Ragnow retired. I made some changes. I don't think you've ever given your win total for the Lions. So what we're going to do at 8 o'clock is we're going to open up the phone lines, and you'll kick it off. We'll reset where we're at, win total, and how the season ends for the Detroit Lions. It's the last day to do it. It's the Friday before week 1. Picks are coming up at the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get more into Lions and Green Bay as the show rolls on. We have some response on the ticket text to the cookie jar. If John was a caveman, he wouldn't have to take off his shirt to poop.
This is true. Just the bearskin.
Says the 1950s, when women knew their place, JJ in Southfield. I feel like your attitude today has brought some of these on at the Golden Bachelor business.
Oh, come on.
Anybody calling him a misogynist on here? No. Okay, ticket texters say the internet has been around since the 60s. I was using bulletin boards for Pirates games in 1986. The World Wide Web is just a small part of the internet. Okay, how far back do you want to go was the question.
Right.
Thanks for giving us the history lesson. On cheeses, thank you, John. If you don't like blue cheese, your palate needs to be refined.
I agree. It's delectable.
How did nobody pick pepper jack cheese? It's a crime.
Well, I love pepper jack cheese. In fact, it was kind of hard to come up with a cheese that I didn't like. I'm a big cheese fan.
Says nothing beats smoked pepper jack, Andrew and Adrian.
It's good.
Blue cheeseburger. Have you ever done that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you can mix it in with the meat, but the best part is if you make 2 patties and then you put a big old clump of blue cheese in the middle and then you smash those 2 patties together, and then it's like it's the burger version of a jelly donut.
Text says that all cheese is mold in defense of blue cheese. Yeah, but blue cheese is especially
good.
Right. On people who clap when the plane lands, fan bases you wouldn't want to be a part of, groups you wouldn't want to be a part of. I've watched people pray, cry, and clap when the plane lands.
So there are anxious travelers, and I get it. All right, that's part of traveling. When you're in a object that big, doesn't feel like you should be flying through air. And when you're 30,000 feet in the air and it starts to shake, I get being uncomfortable. I just don't know that you need to celebrate every time it lands because there's a high percentage of landings.
Yeah, the only explanation that I would accept for this is it was a particularly turbulent flight, like to where people thought their lives were truly in danger.
Their loved ones.
Then it's
but there's a lot of people that are anxious flyers that as soon as the wheels touch down, you could see the sigh of relief, and that's great. That's great.
That's good. That's all they need to do.
You don't have to clap.
Yeah, I agree.
Worst group of people are Eagles fans, despicable human beings.
It was tough to watch the beginning, and they showed all the stereotypical Eagles fans in the montage.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
Sounds like Heather needs a list.
Yes.
Followed by good list, Heather.
I would love Heather's list. That would be great.
People that she doesn't want to associate with.
Things she doesn't like.
Things she doesn't like, yeah.
Well, a lot just came out just then. And I thought it was a hard question. And then I just started writing stuff down. And I was like, oh, wow.
Seems easier than I thought. All these people I don't like.
But it was a tough question because you don't want to offend also certain groups of people.
Well, you were fine with offending me. I'm not offended.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I feel okay doing that. But you didn't, it's got to be the right answers too.
Yeah.
Pro football is my favorite last night. It was a great reminder. It's the best product in sports. So happy it's back.
It is. It really is.
What'd you make of Jaylen Carter? Hocking a loogie one play. Not even one play in.
I mean, what are you doing? I just don't understand it. Like he could be right where he was and talk a little trash to the O-line. Dak Prescott came out to greet him. I'm sure there was some jawing going back and forth. What are you doing spitting on a guy in that environment where cameras, every single camera is on you? Not just the Jaylen Carter camera, but because there is a Jaylen Carter camera because he's really good.
You talked about that with Sue.
Yeah, I ran into Sue on the sidelines of a Nebraska game. I was working for the Big Ten Network, and I told him, I'm like, dude, like you can do all this stuff, just you have to be a little bit more sneaky about it. As soon as you leave the locker room, because you're a really good player. And now that you've developed this reputation of, you might do something outside the lines of normalcy, there's going to be a camera on you as soon as you leave the locker room until you go back in the locker room. You got to know when and how to do it.
I'm just going to save people the time. Don't text us in that Dak spit first. He didn't spit.
He spit on the ground.
On Jaylen Carter. He spit on the ground. Jaylen Carter would be better served walking up to the official and saying, please eject me. I don't want to play football today. And the first text I got from a buddy was, this is exactly why the Lions didn't draft him.
Not a Dan Campbell guy.
Could you imagine Dan Campbell's reaction if a player spit and got tossed before they played a single down? It's one thing like, hey, Brian Branch got tossed against the Packers, right?
It's an immature, stupid move.
But it was him playing like they talked about. We don't want to take the edge off of a guy who gets called for unnecessary roughness. That's just a dumb move by Jaylen Carter. There's no justification.
Right. If you have a personal foul like that, it is an aggressive one. Okay, we can coach that up. All right. Well, I don't want to coach it out, but I want to coach it up. That, I think you cover that. You should have covered that in high school. Like, this is not something that you do.
Text says, what's the over-under on Heather's garage sale earnings? Colton in Wolverine Lake.
You're going to set the line?
He set the line, which is way too low.
What is it?
He said $100.
Oh, I've already made over $400.
Okay.
I'm counting.
But that's not garage sale.
But I posted all the items that I posted all my items that I'm selling, not all of them, that I'm selling in the garage sale on Marketplace. It's like a pre-sale. I'm counting that.
If I'm counting that, I'm going to set the line at $1,000.
I'm counting that because those were items I was going to post or going to put outside, but I posted them early and people already bought them early. So it's money made.
John, but your garage sale doesn't open up until 11 o'clock today.
I know, so I had to post these items early.
This is part of her purge. This is part of her get this stuff out of my house, make money.
Yeah, but you do that on a regular basis. You're a marketplace seller.
Yeah, but I am. But this is like way more stuff that John, I'm counting the money as part of my garage sale earnings.
Okay. All right.
So would you go over under $1,000?
I'd go over. I'd go 1,001.
Where were you at?
I would go under. Okay. Because I have no idea.
Yeah, not having seen the list of items, I'm not sure what the big ticket items are.
There's not a lot of big ticket items. They're all small.
Okay, I'm going to lower the number. It's actually $650. Yeah. Over under. Let us know. 248-539-9797. We'll get into some predictions about the Lions after the update. Today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games all season long. And look at week 1. It's the Lions and the Packers starting at $30 for the first year. That's like $2-3 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. You come to Michigan to play in games like this. That's what the Wolverines players are saying about their ranked primetime showdown at Oklahoma tomorrow night. Head coach Sharon Moore on the Big Ten Network this week says it doesn't get better than these types of matchups. The month of September has been good to Michigan. The Wolverines have won 16 of their last 17 games in September. The only loss, a matchup similar to this one last season that was at home against number 3 Texas. Stopping the run will be key for Michigan State tomorrow night against a physical Boston College team with a pro-style offense, which is led by former NFL head coach Bill O'Brien. Linebacker and captain Jordan Hall says stopping the run is an emphasis for the Spartans this year, and this will be a good test tomorrow. On the back end for the Spartans, safety Nakai Martinez is expected back after missing the opener against Western last week. The Tigers open a 3-game series with the White Sox at Comerica Park tonight with Jack Flaherty on the mound. The Tigers have lost 6 out of their last 9, but do maintain a 9.5-game lead in the Central. First pitch right here on 97.1 at 6:40. Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark will miss the rest of the season with a groin injury. The former number 1 pick played just 13 games this season and has not played since July. Clark had never missed a game in her collegiate career or WNBA career until this summer. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If Heather dresses up like her YouTube video idea, she'll sell way more than $1,000 worth of stuff. And this one says Heather can easily top $1,000 if she starts broadcasting her shoes for sale. Signed, Creepy Feet Guy. We will see.
We will see.
All right, John.
Yeah, exactly.
We will see is kind of the theme for the Lions.
Yep.
We will see on Sunday when they go to Green Bay. And we will see this season what all the talk has been about. We got to get your thoughts and lay out your record prediction and how the season ends for the Detroit Lions. And we want the audience to do the same.
I think this is going to be a tough season for the NFC North. It's going to be tough in division. It's going to be tough out of division. And so I think this is a team that wins 11 games, wins the division. And as I said, as when I went through the playoff predictor, I think they make it to the Super Bowl. Like, this team is going to be well prepared in whoever they play in the NFC. In the what's that?
Nothing.
Oh,
let's talk it down the line.
Oh, okay.
My mic was off.
Yes. And so it's an 11-6 team that just, it's a tough schedule on the road, tough schedule at the beginning of the season. I do think that they go on a run, but they probably drop one in that back half of the season that you weren't expecting them to drop. But again, I think it's going to be tough for the entire division. So 10-7 for Green Bay, 9-8 for Minnesota. But I think they end up doing the best. They win the division. And as I mentioned before, they go to the Super Bowl. Do you have an issue with that?
I don't. I'm only slightly different. Like, we don't have this like made for radio clash of the Titans where we're going to duke it out for the next 2 hours. I also have them winning 11 games and losing in the NFC title game.
Okay. I do think that there's a path for any outcome, but I went 11-7 or 11-6 just because the road schedule is so tough. And I know that the other teams in the division are going to face a similar, but not all on the road. So it's a respect for being able to go into some of those environments and get some wins. And I think there's a path for 12 wins, but I think that's probably the ceiling. And what was the?
Did I say 11? I said 12 earlier. I'm at 12. 12 wins.
You're at 12?
Yes,
okay.
I shouldn't have said. I'm at 12 wins, but I don't have them going as far as you do in the playoffs.
Okay.
Because when Frank Ragnow retired, I gave my number at 12, and nothing's really changed since then.
Yeah.
I've got them at 12.
Yeah, I reserved my right to
sit on it?
Make that statement now.
Okay. So weirdly, I have them winning one more regular season game, but going one round
less
in the postseason. You guys let us know where you're at. Look, I mean, this is the last chance to lock it in before the season gets started. 248-539-9797.
And it's going to be a tough season for Lions fans on the heels of them going, 15 wins. And you think, okay, well, that's 4 more losses for this team. How could they possibly win the division? How could they possibly? You're not always going to win 15. In fact, last year I thought they were going to win 14. No one really agreed with me at the beginning of the season. Yeah. And then when they win 15 games, some of that was schedule, some of that was coaching, some of that was some guys stepping up at the right moments. And I think they will have some more of those moments this year. But they return to more of a normal championship outcome in terms of championship for the division.
Yeah, look, I expect them to win the division. You think they're going to win the division. I know Green Bay's the favorite. This game this weekend is going to be part of that puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get the picks coming up at 8:35. I expect the Lions to win this division. When it comes to advancing in the postseason, where they will truly be judged, I just don't have the answers to certain questions right now. And I don't feel comfortable with both Ragnow and Zeitler being replaced, saying definitively that the offense will pick up where they left off. And I need to see, we are optimistic about Terrion Arnold on defense. I need to see what year 2 looks like. I don't know that Marcus Davenport's going to be playing in these playoff games, and I don't know who's going to be the edge opposite Aiden in that scenario. So I just don't have those answers. So I don't have the confidence to say, they're going to win the NFC title game. I don't think they're going to host the NFC title game because of the schedule, and I can't tell you they're going to win that NFC title game. So that's where I have the season ending. Unfortunately, it'd be the second time in 3 seasons to lose in the NFC Championship game. 248-539-9797. We'll be collecting those for the next couple hours on the show, and Tom has brought in a fresh batch of reactions. Ticket Texter says, attaboy, John, Super Bowl prediction and the same record. My man.
Okay, there we go.
Lions going 12-5, winning the North. Will beat the Ravens in the Super Bowl 24-21, Trent in Millington.
Okay. I think that's who I have them playing as well.
And I would hate to see the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Again, get there, see what happens, but I think they are as tough a matchup for this type of football team. I think one of the strengths the Lions have, St. Brown, J-Mo, we're excited about Tesla, Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery, the idea that they're going to have mismatches and one-on-ones. Baltimore kind of can neutralize that with their safety group, their corners, their interior linebackers led by Roquan Smith. I think that's a tough matchup for the Lions' strength of playmakers on offense, and I think Baltimore can do that thing that nobody likes, play keep away. Run the ball, extend drives, whether it's Henry or Lamar as a mobile quarterback. To me, they're the nightmare matchup in the Super Bowl.
And I think the difference might be Ali McNeil. Obviously not going to have him in week 3, but we think we'll have him in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the other thing you don't know. You're right.
Yeah,
and you talked about this coming back from that injury.
How effective will he be? I don't think we're going to see the same Ali McNeil, and that's him at 80% or 85% of what he was is still going to be better than, it's going to be a great addition, but I don't think he is 100% of what he was before he got hurt. I expect that next year, after another, just more time and more time to strengthen, to more time to do all the athletic things he needs to be able to do that he could do before.
Text says 11-6 or 10-7, just get in the playoffs healthy. I do not care about home field. I do not care about a division title. Be healthy. Go on a run. Text says the Lions might start the season 1-2. Very possible. How many teams have made the NFC Championship game after starting 1-2?
That's happened. 93 Cowboys started 0-2. They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think the Joe Burrow Bengals, a year they lost the AFC Championship game to Kansas City. Started 0-2. Like, look, I've got them starting 3-3 and finishing 11-6.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to beat the elite quarterbacks early. I don't consider Jordan Love elite, by the way. So it's the Bengals, Chiefs, and Ravens are the losses. And it's because of Ali McNeil. Look, people want to talk about the Lions defense when it was healthy last year before Hutchinson's injury, how good it was. And I agree. But McNeil was part of that.
Yeah.
And the McNeil effect for Hutch is something I've really got my eye on.
One of the things that we don't know is the effectiveness of Tyreek Williams. I don't think he's going to be Ali McNeil, but I do think that he will be a better addition in that interior defensive line than we had after Ali McNeil was hurt last year. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now, my end game is same as Jim's, lose NFC Championship game at Philly. Right now, I have zero confidence that this team could go to Philly and win a playoff game. Doesn't mean I could be wrong. I hope I am.
Well, and I think that's the key is when you get to November and December, maybe Hank Fraley has worked his magic, and this line looks like a sturdy, steady group that's pummeling people, and the offense looks as dangerous as ever. Maybe by that point, Ali McNeil is playing football and has made a recovery to where he's playing with guys like Aiden Hutchinson, Tyreek Williams, and a guy who I think is important this week, DJ Reader.
Oh, he's going to be important every week.
But specifically in these games without Ali McNeil, last year he came in off a quad injury and had a very quiet year. I know he's towards the end of his career. They need every last bit of him for this last year on his deal.
I agree.
Specifically Green Bay week 1. They like to run the football. Tyreek Williams is a run stuffer. Reader's a run stuffer. That's going to be a huge part of the game on Sunday.
Quickly, my wish for the season is that the Niners are back. They get the 1 seed. We go out there and beat them in the NFC Championship game. Then we go back out there 2 weeks later and win the Super Bowl in the same stadium. That would be beautiful.
It would be.
That would be out of a movie script.
Yes.
Super Bowl's at Levi Stadium. 248-539-9797. Lions fans locking in their season predictions. John is 11-6, lose in the Super Bowl. I'm 12-5, lose in the NFC title game. It's 97-1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's not just words. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Got the picks coming up at 8:35. 8:50, the biggest game this weekend. Is it that ranked clash in Norman? Is it Lions-Packers? Spartan fans making a case. It's a huge game for Jonathan Smith. We'll get to that at the end of the hour. John, the Lions will finish the season with what record and what finish?
I think 11-6, and they lose in the Super Bowl to Baltimore.
12-5, lose in the NFC Championship game to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
There's questions I don't have answers to right now, and I hope to get those answers over a grueling, tough, bring it on regular season.
I think this team is stacked with talent. I really do.
I think the same.
And some question marks, and it may take a few weeks to get the full complement of both coordinators operating at a high level.
We'll get those answers along the way. What do you predict for the Lions? Let's get to Greg in Detroit. Greg, lock it in.
Oh, my gosh. What are you guys thinking about? What are you talking about this morning? Did you eat your Wheaties? What is happening? The Lions are going to have a fantastic, incredible season. I mean, the Lions are poised to win because of what happens to them the last two seasons. To lose the way they lost to San Francisco, to lose as the number one seed to go out, that does something to you, to an athlete and to a man. That does something to you. And now with the acclamation of the new people, with the defense coming back, with a decimated defense and we still were 15-2 last year, and to be like 12 points away from having an undefeated season with a decimated defense. And you could do a whole segment, which nobody's talking about, our incredible, fantastic kicking game. This team is poised to go to create records and do things. I'm saying, if not 15-2, I'm saying undefeated plus the Super Bowl. It's poised, it's powerful packed. You haven't mentioned Bates and Fox at all.
Yeah, John, why haven't we mentioned? When's our full kicker segment? When are we dedicating 12 minutes of radio to kicking and punting?
I appreciate Greg and his optimism. And I'm not going to sit here. There's no one that can sit here and say he's wrong. It's unlikely.
I'll sit here and say he's wrong. They're not going 17-0.
It's unlikely that they go 17-0. But I think I have as much optimism as him. But I'm looking at the schedule, and I think if they go 11-6 with this schedule, that's a hell of a season. That's a very good, talented team that comes out of this schedule 11-6.
Yeah, I would hold off. Hell of a season is going to be determined by what happens after 11 or 12 wins.
Hell of a regular season.
Okay.
I would say, too, he's like 12. They're 12 points away from going undefeated. Going undefeated last year and then losing to the Commanders in their first game would have been more embarrassing.
It would have been, yes.
Yeah, when are we doing our 12 minutes on kicking and punting? Let's get to James in Southfield. James, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, good morning, Jim. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
My record's going to be with John 11-6. I see them going to the Super Bowl, but the problem is they run into the Ravens again. They beat the Ravens in the regular season, but when they get to the Super Bowl, they lose to them. Also, I see them splitting two of the teams in the North and sweeping either Green Bay or the Bears in the North. And basically, the top player is going to be Aiden. He's going to be comeback player of the year.
Oh, I agree with you.
He's going to be a problem all season long. I think defensive player of the year is there too.
Yeah, and I'm fighting the urge as I do all the time of looking at every matchup and trying to can they beat Green Bay? Yes, I expect them to. Will they beat Chicago? Yes, I expect them to. And then Baltimore. Like, this is where it gets tougher, but I always can find ways to put together game plans where they come away with a win. Yet realistically, they're not going to be a 17-0 team. What is the record that gets them to the postseason? What's the record where they still win the division? Because I do think that they're the best team in the division. And I think 11-6 with this schedule is going to be, and I would even say 11-6 this year would be greater than the 15 wins they had last year.
Because you're not playing the Titans and the Jags.
And I think they would be much better prepared to get to the postseason and to face some common opponents. We already talked about, could they face Green Bay in the postseason? Yes. Tampa in the postseason. Now, they get Tampa at home. We haven't talked about them, but they're a very good team.
Philly, potentially the Commanders again.
Yeah.
All these teams you'll see in the regular season. It should prepare you. Whether you're good enough, we'll find out. Rapid fire ticket text. 13-4, Goff wins Super Bowl in his home state. 12-5, 5-1 in the division. Go to the NFC title game, lose to Philly. 9-8 puts pressure on the coaches in front office for next season. I think they miss the playoffs. Signed Kyle. 12-5, win the Super Bowl. Already placed my bet. Hutch wins Defensive Player of the Year. Hey, one last note. Just a forecast as we're forecasting the Lions season.
Yeah.
I have a feeling of something we're going to be talking about this winter.
Snow. Oh, come on.
For those that missed the news yesterday, plans to opt out. We can do it all over again this winter. Something to look forward to in the middle of the week when we get into the
Your
December
third baseman, right-handed bat.
Would you want him, John?
I mean,
Would you want him, John? I'd want him, John. Having a hell of a season.
Is it news time?
If you're a contender, you should want him, right? Right, John?
What if he does the same thing again, Jim? Where the Tigers give him the best offer. And
We're
going
to start this now. He's under contract for Boston. We don't even know if he's going to opt out. We don't need to do this right now.
Plans to opt out. Let's get to Heather with the news.
A Flat Rock man is facing 2 counts of arson after allegedly setting several fires inside of a Woodhaven mire. This 50-year-old man was captured on security footage pouring rubbing alcohol in the motor oil and the fertilizer aisles before setting them on fire. Obviously, officials arrived at the scene. The guy was just waiting for him. Basically like, I did it. Here I am. You can arrest me. He was waiting right out front for these to be arrested. It sounds like he's got a history of doing very similar things. No, I think it's more a mental health issue because the guy's been arrested or was in trouble before for doing something very similar at another Meijer store. He's a registered sex offender, and he was recently on a court-ordered mental health hold. So I think this was more just let's light things on fire.
Yeah.
Kind of like, let's just do this.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. But also knowing I'm going to get in trouble for this, so I'll go wait for the handcuffs, basically, is what he was doing. A Wayne County man who's accused of holding a gun to a woman and sexually assaulting her in a porta potty in Detroit has now been charged. This man was facing third-degree criminal sexual conduct and fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct charges, facing up to 17 years behind bars. It sounds like this guy is accused of sexually assaulting this woman back in May. This was at Detroit's Grand Circus Park. Authorities do say he and the victim knew each other, but were not involved in a relationship. Plus, this guy is also accused of assaulting a patient while he was working as a nurse at a Detroit hospital. So it sounds like he's got a history. No, not at all. A man who escaped police custody at Garden City Hospital on Thursday was recaptured just hours later thanks to a Good Samaritan who recognized him at a nearby gas station. So this guy, Antonio Hollingsworth, was originally taken into custody after he crashed into a motorcyclist and left that cyclist in critical condition. While Hollingsworth was also injured, taken to the hospital to be checked out, and he was handcuffed to a gurney, right? Accompanied there by an officer. Well, when he got there, the officer had to go use the restroom. And when he returned, the handcuffs were still attached, but he got out. He was free for about 5 hours. Police were on high alert. Everyone was. They released his photo, said that he was dangerous. Somebody recognized him, called the police, and obviously he was taken back into custody. You guys, Mel Owens right now is filming The Golden Bachelor. He's looking for love, and now we know the women he's dating, right?
Yeah.
He's dating there's 23 women that are going to be on the show, and we finally got our first look at who they are. Now, he originally said he didn't want to date anyone over 60, but there's only one woman on the show that's under 60 years old. She's 58. There are 2 who are exactly 60, so that's good for him, I guess. And then 4 in their 70s, and the rest are in their 60s. The oldest, 77.
Wow.
Now, I was looking at a lot of their bios, and a lot of them have things in common and things that he's looking for.
Right, active.
Dirt bikes, motorcycles, triathlons, hiking, paddleboarding, tennis, fitness instructors. They're very active women. So those are things that it sounds like he was interested in.
Do you have a front runner?
I have a favorite. This is based off of images, and I did read some of their bios. I didn't read all of them. I like Susie. Susie was a kindergarten teacher for a while, a mom of 3. She's educated, smart, just seems like I like her. I think they would look good together as well, but I know nothing about him. But I wrote down like my top 6.
Oh, you could do like a power surge.
Yeah. But I can't wait to see. I mean, I think it
You
will
wanna
all
actually
change
see
once I see the show and
personalities and how they interact.
You can only
and-
get so much out of a photo and a bio.
John, you've famously said you hope they have good personalities. What's your review of these women?
I'm gonna reserve my right. There's some.
Okay, well, you know Mel Owens. You know him.
Yeah.
Based on what you've seen here, who do you think would be a good fit?
I think there's 5 that I would say, all right, 2 maybe, and everyone else is hit the eject button.
Okay, who's the top? Who's the top girl?
You said it's kind of like your power surge, the definitive top 5.
Oh yeah, there's
and then you had a
definitive
couple
top- yeah,
maybes,
couple
that try to
maybes,
get
yeah.
him in the 6th spot.
Can I guess? Is Lisa in there?
Well, I mean, she was until I saw that she's from Ohio.
Oh, she's also a Catwoman.
Yeah.
Was that a big red flag?
Yeah, we're down to 4.
Okay.
So I would love for you to do this like Tinder. Like yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, left,
That's
right,
what it's
left,
like
right
now
Yeah.
because you can't see their personality. So you're just looking at their photo and their bio.
Yeah, did you say Peg?
I did not say
No.
Peg.
Okay.
Is she one of your...
She would be one of the 4.
Okay.
Did you say Susie?
Susie was my top pick.
Okay, yeah, Susie. Susie looked like I could see them together.
What
yes.
about Monica B? I like her a lot as well.
Monica B. So
She was a flight attendant. She likes to travel.
Yeah, Tracy's a no because of the hat.
The hat was
She can
was
take
a
the
poor
hat
choice.
off.
For
Yeah,
the photo, though, I
eventually.
wonder if they told her she needed to wear that because she's a Southern belle is in her bio. Like, is that why she had to wear the hat?
Yeah, Monica B.
I bet
could
somebody
see-
told her to
yeah,
wear it.
bless
'cause
her
it's
heart.
a
I
bad
could see that.
choice.
Yeah, Monica B. Yeah, she looks very nice.
Yeah, I like Monica B.
Active.
Yeah. They're all active, it sounds like.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Picks next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this NFL season, FanDuel wants to boost your bets even more. And right now, all customers can double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. That means you get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday money line bets. So whatever it is, and maybe you want to take the Bucs over the Falcons or the Dolphins over the Colts. We obviously been talking a lot about the Lions and Packers. There's a lot to choose from. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get into the NFL action with a chance to win even bigger. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, 97.1. It's a football Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Paul Sarah behind the glass as Greg is already in Oklahoma getting ready for Saturday night.
Yeah, paving the way.
That's right, and you'll hear Luke Sloan on the updates. We're going to get to all the games this weekend, but let's start with Lions-Packers and a very basic question that may have a complicated answer. John, is this a must-win game?
I think it is. And the reason I say I think it is because you look at their schedule, and we've talked to no end about their schedule, but it is obviously on the road to Packers, Bears at home. And then it's Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Chiefs, Bucks, division opponent against the Vikings, Commanders, Eagles. It is a brutal, absolutely brutal schedule up until week 12. Then we've talked about it, eases up a little bit. I think this sets the tone for the season. And it is going to Baltimore in week 3. It sure would change things if you're going in 2-0. I think it completely changes the narrative. And we deal in the speculative, right? And the speculation is that if you're looking at it and you go, well, if they lose to this one and Chicago beats Minnesota Monday night, now all of a sudden the possible or the impossible kind of feels possible. Like, could there be a disaster in the home opener against Chicago and Ben Johnson?
Now you're 0-2.
Now you're 0-2. I think
that can't happen if you win week 1.
There's more to lose in this Packers-Detroit game versus anything else.
So, look, it would soften any future losses with some tough games if you can start 1-0. It would quiet a lot of the noise about Green Bay as the division favorite. It may be a must-win for fans in the sense of, like, shifting the narrative and calming those fears down, as opposed to, like, playing into your doubts if they lose. But for the team, we've said it all along, they're not going to be judged by what happens in the regular season, and they're certainly not going to get buried if they lose week 1 in Green Bay.
No, and it's hard to say any game in week 1 is a must-win. But when you get to the end of the season and you're looking at all 17 matchups, this is a big one.
What did Campbell say? Counts for a game and a half?
Game and a half in division, starting that way. You want to start hot. And we've talked about the loss to Seattle a couple of years ago, the loss to Tampa Bay last year. Like this offense has typically not started the way that they have played throughout the course of the year.
Look, I expect them to be revved up, use all of it as fuel. Green Bay added Parsons. Lowly Detroit Lions missed their window. They're riding in the number 2 seat in the division. I expect them to go in there, run the football, and do what they've done, which is kick the Packers' ass. Yeah. But if they lose the game, I think people are going to start to freak out. I also won't freak out, so I'm not going to call it a must-win game. They lose this game, they're going to make it harder on themselves, no doubt about it. I'd rather win than lose. Breaking news there. But I don't consider it a must-win. If you do, because for your psyche, you need this one early, or if you think the team desperately needs to start off on the right foot with the tough schedule, let us know. 248-539-9797. Is this a must-win game? Boys behind the glass, first crack at it.
I am so close to saying yes, but it's not because you've still got so much life to play with. I just think it's a tone setter for the Lions. Like, I expect them to come out and win this game and somewhat easily. Like David Montgomery's words in the offseason, reckoning. I think they hear all this. They're relatively healthy besides McNeil. And the Packers, I still don't completely believe in Jordan Love.
If they lose, what does it say, though? Like, that's part of a must-win is, like, if you lose, what does it mean for their season? If they lose, they're going to have, like, 9 more big games to play this year where they can legitimize themselves?
Yes, I agree with that. But it puts to bed a lot of the conversations that we have had that we want to move on from. It puts to bed not every one of them. And it all depends on how they do it. Like, if the offense sputters but the defense plays great, okay, well, you could put to bed the opposite edge. You could put together the secondary, Terrion Arnold, all that stuff, and Calvin Shepard. If they just simply outscore the Packers, now it's, well, hey, you put to bed the interior offensive line, John Morton, the new offensive coordinator, all of that stuff.
But John, only for a week.
Right, but you're only going to put to bed those conversations for a week until you get to week 5, 6, 7, and you know more about this team. There's so much we don't know. There's so much we don't know about every team.
So what if they lose though? But it's a sluggish offense like last year. Remember?
And Campbell came on our show and said it was going to take a couple weeks to get going.
Yeah.
And he said this year, they emphasized the hot start, but it is a new offensive coordinator, and it is a couple brand new offensive guards. And if they end up getting pressure up the middle and Goff ends up making a couple mistakes, it's going to fuel a lot of people's biggest nightmares. There's no doubt about that. 248-539-9797. Looking at the weekend as a whole, we can fan this conversation out because it's not the only marquee game this weekend. There's big, important games in terms of the narrative all across the state. For the Lions, I don't need to sell you on the narrative shift that happens if they win or lose in Green Bay. There's a big narrative shift that happens with Michigan and Oklahoma. If they go in and win that game, that is an ahead of schedule moment. That is a punch your ticket, we're a playoff team mentality if you go into Norman and win that game. That's a huge narrative shift because preseason, there weren't very many people that thought Michigan would make the college football playoff. There aren't many people that think they're going to win this football game. If Bryce Underwood announces himself, you won't be able to stop the Heisman Trophies talk. The September Heisman train's going to be off the tracks. That's a huge narrative game in Norman. And for Michigan State, I've heard Mike. I've done shows with him this week, podcasts with him. It's a pack your bleep game if he doesn't win. Jonathan Smith needs this one to show progress in year 2. You guys tell us, which game shifts the narrative most this weekend? 248-539-9797. That way we can incorporate everybody. I know Lions-Packers are going to be where most people's brains are at. Yeah, of course.
Luke
Sloan?
This is just Spartan fan base psyche. I think they lose the game. Everyone will think they're going 5-7 again. They win the game. Some Spartans will probably think they're going 8-4. I mean, for week 2 in Boston College, it's not, a blue blood coming in or anything, but I think that the Spartan hype train will be probably pretty fast on Monday if they win that game. And if they don't, the pressure is going to be on. I think it is pretty big for Spartan land.
Yeah, we won't leave them out of the conversation. Get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs has likely had tomorrow's game against Boston College circled on his calendar after he threw an interception on a potential game-winning drive in the final seconds of last year's loss to the Eagles. Childs says limiting the mistakes will be key to a win tomorrow night in East Lansing. The last time Boston College visited East Lansing was 1995 during Nick Saban's first year as Spartans head coach. Michigan State won that game 25-21, their only program win over the Eagles. Spartans 4.5-point favorites tomorrow, but ESPN reporting this hour they'll likely be without starting safety Nakai Martinez, who led the team in defensive snaps last year. It's game of the week in college football. Number 15 Michigan hits the road to number 18 Oklahoma in prime time tomorrow night. Defensive back Zeke Berry, what do the Wolverines need to do to secure a win in such a tough road atmosphere? This is only the second meeting ever between the Wolverines and Sooners. Michigan a 5.5-point underdog. And Jack Flaherty takes them out tonight for the Tigers, who start a 3-game weekend series with the White Sox at Comerica Park. It's the final series of the year between the Tigers and White Sox. Tigers lead that season series 7-3. 6:15 pregame, 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The talk today on the show starts with Lions-Packers. It's Friday. We are counting down the days. Sunday is right around the corner. Is it a must-win game for the Lions? John has made the case it is. I have made the case it isn't. Your feedback, 248-539-9797. There's no doubt from a fan standpoint, psyche is going to shift based on how Sunday goes. They win. They tamp down all this Packers noise. They assert their dominance as the best team in the division, and it's everybody else chasing Detroit. If they lose, it's going to rev up the machine. They added Parsons. Why didn't you? We're good at defensive end. Well, are we? Are we getting past in our own division? You know the gauntlet. You know the schedule. Getting started on the wrong foot. All those reasons play into the psyche.
Yeah.
My point for why it's not a must-win is they've got like 9 other legitimate games to prove themselves.
Sure, it's not terminal.
And yeah, it's not terminal. Their season is just beginning. They're going to be defined by what they do in the postseason, not whether or not they're ready to go week 1 in Lambeau. And if Green Bay wins the game, rides high, Detroit's more than comfortable riding the underdog role and chasing them for the rest of the season. 248-539-9797. And then we threw everybody in the mix. If you want to talk Michigan, Oklahoma, you think that game has a chance to really spin the trajectory of Michigan season, launching pad opportunity for Bryce Underwood in Michigan. All of a sudden, you're ahead of schedule with your freshman quarterback. All of a sudden, the college football playoff doesn't feel like a maybe. It feels like that's where you're headed. And you got to earn it, but it would really shift the tenor of Michigan's football season.
I go to, okay, what's the benefit if all 3 teams win?
Okay.
All right. The Lions. All right, you set the tone, you put a lot of answers to bed. And you start yourself out 1-0 in division. With the schedule that is to come, you put yourself ahead of in the lead and ahead of the race. If Michigan wins, obviously the entire narrative around this team changes. Are they a playoff team? Well, it doesn't mean they're in the playoffs. It does set them on a trajectory to be in the playoffs because you look at their opponents and you say, if they're able to go to Norman and beat Oklahoma, shouldn't they be able to go to USC, Nebraska, anywhere else on the road that they go? And then it's simply looking ahead to
OSU,
Ohio State.
Which, look, they've owned the rivalry lately. Even if they lost that game, they'd still be in the college football playoff.
Then I also look at what's to gain for Michigan State. I think I've already said, I think after last week, what I saw, I think they're going to be an 8-win team. This is one that they need to get to 8 wins. But on the flip side, the negative, if they were all to lose, all right, Michigan going to Norman. Most people are picking them to lose. I don't think that they lose a lot. It's a freshman quarterback. It's an inexperienced offensive line. They were supposed to. For Michigan State, I think that's where the big risk is, especially for Jonathan Smith. If they were to lose, and it's turnovers by Aiden Childs again, well, you're not developing a quarterback. You're not protecting your quarterback. All of the things that we talked about they did well against Western, they're not doing against better opponents. It's Bill O'Brien. Does he have your number?
Yeah.
I think there's more to lose for Michigan State in this, less to gain. For Michigan, there's less to lose and maybe the most to gain.
That's how I would label it.
And for the Lions, it's a long season, and I understand that it's not terminal. But if you lose, you put yourself at risk of going to Baltimore 0-2. And I'm not sitting here, I'm predicting that I don't think anybody's going to predict that they lose to Chicago. But it brings up all of the off-season narratives that we've had to deal with for 5 months. And it just highlights them.
Okay, so if I were to label them all this way, Lions have more to lose, MSU has more to lose, Michigan has more to gain. So it's just how you view these games. Like, Michigan has the most to gain this week, right? If the Lions win, to a lot of people here, yes, we're still back-to-back division champs, and it runs through Detroit. And it's assuring, it's reaffirming, but it's not declarative. Like, we didn't accomplish really anything. If Michigan State wins, they have something to gain in the sense of keeping it on the tracks. Michigan has a chance to launch themselves. So that's why I would say Michigan this weekend.
But on the flip side of that, and I know that it's different for NFL. We know that the Lions can handle success. They were 15-2, and they kept winning along the way, and I don't understand what happened in the playoffs. But for Michigan, if they win this game, can a young quarterback handle the pressure, the success that will continue to build? He's still going to have freshman moments, even if they go to Norman and he performs. It's the game of his life. I still expect, whether it's at USC, it's at Nebraska, or it's against Ohio State, I still expect freshman moments. And a developing offensive line, even if they play the game of their life, does it mean that they don't still have those moments down the road? The secondary for Michigan, there's still questions. I don't know that it answers the questions fully moving forward because of freshman quarterback.
The other way of looking at it, too, is it's just NFL to college. If Michigan loses a game, it's certainly more penalizing than if the Lions lose a game.
Yes, but there's more at risk as well,
Yeah.
and I guess I'm feeding your narrative because if you lose that game to Nebraska, to Oklahoma,
Are you going to lose to Nebraska and USC too?
well, even if you beat those teams, you're not beating Oklahoma. And the only game that everybody's going to look at is they'll look at the Michigan State game, but that's more locally.
Yeah.
Are you going to then have to wait to the end of the season before you can actually change that narrative?
Look, all the games are on the table for you guys to call in and talk about. What's the biggest game? And then the Lions won. The question is, it is a must-win. Do you view it that way? Let's get to Adam in Frankenmuth. Adam, good morning.
Hey, fellas, umpire Adam here, Big John. Hey, man, I take a look, and I agree with you. But, I think all the games are pretty much must-wins for all three. I think Michigan, with the national narrative and everything that's happened in the offseason, I think that's the biggest game. If Michigan goes out and beats up Oklahoma at Oklahoma, which I think we possibly can do, I don't believe in Oklahoma's offensive line. I think we're gonna tear them up defensively. We put a couple scores on the board. I think it's gonna be a low-scoring game, but I think Michigan, like I said, I think that's the biggest game. The Lions going to Green Bay. Green Bay's always been a tough place to play. Always, if you take a look at it.
Oh, the history is well documented.
Yeah, I mean, for the last few times we've tore them up, and it looks good. But I think the Lions come out and we perform well. That's something that I think that'll propel us going forward. It's a big game. The Michigan State game, to be honest, I really don't care. I hope they get me by 106, but that's just me. But besides that, man, like I said, I think the Michigan game is going to be a huge game with the national implications. Like you said, I mean, we don't really have a tough schedule. We beat Oklahoma. There's a good chance we could go into the Ohio State game undefeated. But I appreciate you guys. Love you, man. Football season. Sun went out and beat Standish last night, 50-6.
All right.
So it was good, man. So I love you guys. Love listening to you. You guys have a great day and enjoy that football.
Hey,
Congratulations on the win. Umpire Adam.
Full swing.
Mm-hmm.
Friday night into Saturday into Sunday. Everybody's back this week with the NFL taking center stage. All right, let's get to Todd's call. Todd, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I think it's the Lions Packers, and I live in the UP, so of course up here it's
you're fighting it every day.
And the Lions are contending for a Super Bowl, where Michigan, I know they're hopefully have a great season, but they're not contending for a national title. So getting a leg up on your division, that's huge.
Right, but I would say, the Lions can't win the Super Bowl this week. Michigan's going to be judged not by the national title this season, but by making the playoff, and this would be a major domino, because in college, perception matters a lot more than in the NFL. NFL, who cares if they doubt you, just go win.
It's a numbers game in the NFL.
And in college, it's more your feelings. Do I feel Michigan's going to be one of the last teams in? Well, this is a big feelings shift if you go in and beat Oklahoma.
It is, and then losing to it, I mean, you don't have another one of these quote-unquote feelings games until you get to the end of the season, because we have no idea how good or bad USC is. Nebraska, I know we don't really have an idea. We did see them. I didn't see what I thought I would see from Nebraska. So going there, where Michigan has won recently, I don't know that you gain a whole lot. Now you gain wins, and you got to stack win on top of win on top of win. And how you do it, to your point, how you go to the LA Coliseum, if you put it on USC, then you get some more feelings. If you do that at Nebraska, I just don't know. You're not going to get feelings by beating Wisconsin, Purdue, Northwestern, Washington. Now Washington, I would flip Washington and Nebraska.
Okay.
Because of what I saw early on. I think Washington is a much better team than they've been given credit for in the preseason polls.
You could sell me on it. A few ticket texters on the Lions. Text says, it's a must-win, but I don't believe they will win. I also believe it sets the tone for the first 7 games of the season. They could start as ugly as 2-5 or even 1-6 before finishing 8-9. Text says it's a must-win for the Lions because they don't face the Packers again until Thanksgiving, and if Parsons is healthy, that's a completely different game.
It does change some of the facts of the game.
Guys, it's week 1. No such thing as a must-win game in week 1. The game is borderline meaningless.
Okay, borderline meaningless. Okay, when you get to the end of the season and you're sitting there fighting to get to 11-6 or 10-7, tell me week 1 is meaningless.
You're right. Jim, I think you nailed it. It's definitely not a must-win, but with the psyche, it could feel that way. All the doubts, the new coordinators, the interior, the edge, go out and win, and it goes away for now. Lose, and it's all the calls you're going to get on Monday. We know how this town is.
Maybe that's how I'm looking at it. Just in my psyche, it's I don't want to do the Monday show after a opening season loss to the Packers, and we're going to have to hear every single thing, and it will all be magnified from what happened or didn't happen this offseason.
Barring some 45-10 loss, I'm going to make you a pledge and the audience a pledge. I'm not going to freak out if they lose this game. I don't know if the rest of the city will take that pledge. I think you've done radio and I've done radio long enough to know what kind of calls we're going to get on Monday. But I would hope you don't freak out in week 1 of a season that's judged on the postseason. A season where you're going to have another 10 of these games where you can show you're legit. You shouldn't freak out if you lose this game. You want to win it. You're going to go in there looking to win it. You're the best team in the division. Go act like it. But you don't lose the division in week 1 if you lose to Green Bay. Can't wait to see what those phone calls are like. We've got the cookie jar coming up at the bottom of the hour, 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is in its waning moments. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Maybe you want to make sure that heat's working right, or you got a plumbing issue. They take care of my house. They're going to take care of yours as well, just the same. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details, or you could schedule a free in-home estimate if it's not urgent. If it is urgent, and you want to make sure it gets done before the weekend, they offer same-day service. You only have to call before 12 noon. So get on the phone, or you can find them on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, it's on me. I made a mistake. I buried the lead. I missed one of the big matchups this weekend. You got Lions, Packers. You got Michigan, Oklahoma. You got Jonathan Smith for his job.
Who's Central playing?
No, I wasn't going to shoehorn my chips in, but they are at Pitt. Thanks for asking. 21-point underdogs.
Pat Narduzzi.
We missed Heather versus Hagler's.
Oh.
Her garage sale begins.
I'm so curious to know what's going on in the world of garage sales. So we're having multiple garage sales within our subdivision, right? All of them started early. I don't know if they started at 9 or 8, whatever the typical time is. They're already up and running. So I've been texting.
Like during the workday?
Yeah, I mean, some garage sales are like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I can't do that,
I don't feel like
right?
you're late. Like you're going to get off at 10. You're going to be home by 11.
I think for garage sellers, I mean, I think we're a little late in the season, but I think they go early. Like if you open at 8, they're going to go at 8. I think 11 is late to open, especially when the other homes in the sub started earlier in the day. But I'm just curious. So I texted like, what's it like out there? Like, do you have people showing up? Are you selling anything? But I haven't gotten a response, which is either really good or really bad.
I love the competitive garage sale circuit. We're going to be behind if we start at 11. You got all weekend. You'll be fine.
I know. I've never had a garage. I don't know anything. I don't know what to expect because I've never had a garage sale before in my life. But I am like...
How did you get prepared for this?
I'm expecting great things. Well, I feel like I've always been a little prepared. Like I'm not a hoarder, but I also keep things, specifically children's things. Like I've had boxes and bins of clothing just stored away in our storage room, thinking one day I'm going to take it to a consignment store, or maybe I'll have another baby, or I'll give it to somebody. So I've had all that. All of them were washed and clean. I've organized them by size. I have bins of just like footy pajamas for 0 to 3 months. I have 6 months. Like they're all organized.
Is there a lot of money in that? Or are these like
No,
cheap?
they're like $1-2.
Okay, so you're not going to make very much doing that.
Of course, I'm not really looking to make a ton of money. I'm looking to get rid of it, but also make a little bit of money.
So rather
as
than
well.
go to like Goodwill, you want to try to get a couple $100.
Sure, and I'm ready to box everything up and give to Salvation Army if it doesn't sell. So if you come in the last day and I've got things, most likely I'll just say, here, take these. If obviously it looks like you're going to have a baby, take all of this stuff. There's certain things I'm not as willing to budge on that I spent a decent amount of money on.
Like what? What are these nicer things?
Nothing's crazy, but I have a really nice bassinet that I used, a really nice high chair, a really nice, none of this stuff, a bouncer thing
talk to John.
that I spent good money on. And while I'm willing to get rid of it at a really great discount, I'm not willing to just donate it for free quite yet. But I'm a pushover. You come at me with a sob story and you're pregnant.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be like, oh, okay.
Well, that's all right.
It's going to a good home.
so-
it's going to good use.
Yeah,
Here, have this.
someone that needs it.
So
Yes, that's fine.
I read into that the Hagglers are 2 touchdown favorites. I mean, they're going to get whatever they want at this garage sale.
It
Heather's
depends
no
how
pushover.
I'm not
Yeah.
a pushover. It also depends how you haggle. If I mark something basically
Give
it's
away.
almost free and you're trying to get nickel and dime me, I'm going to say no. I priced this to sell.
Yeah.
No, but
Pay the price.
But especially it depends how you do it. If you I only want this for 25 cents. It's like, well, hold on. But if you're saying, hey, like this would be so helpful. I've got 2 kids that would love
Right.
this at
So
home.
you better have a sob story.
Yeah, I mean, like, give me something. Don't just try to like change my pricing. You guys, I looked at everything and I think like I've got one table and I'm like, how do I price this? My mom's like, just say everything on the table is $1.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what
I
to
would just
market
put
at.
a sign on there that says this $1 table.
And
That way you don't even have to say it.
it's not junk,
No.
but it's just things. I have like candlesticks and like
You don't want to move it back into your house.
I don't use them anymore. I probably paid decent money for them, but I just want them
Gone.
So I hope we'll see. I'm either going to be like it's going to be really awesome, or I'm going to be let down because nobody's going to show up.
I can't wait to hear these stories.
I know Monday's going to be all Lions, but like,
yeah,
please,
Tuesday update.
please,
I have
yes.
a ton of stuff, so it's going to be tough if nobody buys it and I have to box it all back up.
Well, and then you just box it all up and you donate it.
I do, but some of it's large. Yeah, we'll see.
It would take 2 trips.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Yeah, some of the things I have, I don't know if I can
Goodwill
donate.
won't take.
Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of baby stuff they won't take.
Right.
Clothes
Yeah.
they will, but other things they
It
don't.
depends
accept.
where you go too. Goodwill has different rules than Salvation
Yeah,
Army.
you're right.
Yeah.
We'll see, you guys. What are you doing today? You want to come grab?
Stop
Well,
by?
you're not going to be home. Yeah.
I'm going to Norman.
Oh,
You
yeah,
could stop by.
I could stop by.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I wanted to be able to stop by tomorrow because I wanted to watch the reaction of Colin all day long.
Oh,
and
I don't
see
even
how
know if he's going to be out there. He's kind of told me, you know what's going on this weekend, right, Heather? Like, I'm
college football and Lions.
And the Lions.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Snugging
be
at
at
4
lunch.
o'clock
What's
window.
the end time on Sunday?
It's kind of by ear, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Oh, well, definitely by 4.
Yeah,
I
9 to
would
2,
think,
I
yeah.
think. And we'll see, like, what's going on. If no one's showing up, I'll just close
Heather,
up
if you
shop.
have cookie jars, you can get Jim to sign them.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I do have a cookie jar. Do people use cookie jars nowadays?
Yes.
They do?
Oh, yeah.
Well, John lives like in the 50s, so I'm sure he has a cookie jar.
We have a cookie jar.
You
Absolutely. Yes. Yes, we have, and just out of the reach of Teddy.
Wow, we definitely don't have a cookie jar.
Lisa makes some of the best chocolate chip cookies with a little bit of oatmeal in them, and they're just. Once I have one, I eat until they're gone, and so I have to keep taking the lid
Ours
off the
is-
cookie jar.
Wow.
Take one out.
I like that. Ours
Sometimes
is like
put a little butter on 'em.
Tupperware
That's it. We just put it in
container.
Tupperware.
Yeah.
No.
Ziploc.
God, cookie jar. Come on, cookie jar on the counter.
Well, I'll go peruse my neighbor's garage sales and see what they've got.
Cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's some major changes that are coming to the transfer portal in college football after the NCAA Oversight Committee voted in favor of a single transfer portal window in the month of January. So this new model, if it is approved by the administrative committee, would replace the previous system featuring 2 separate winter and spring transfer windows. The January window would open on January 2nd. It would last for 10 days. The administrative committee must deliver its final ruling by October 1st.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if
I
that
think
was
it's a
7 or
step in the
1.
right direction to only have one time where they can move. The problem is the one that they picked. I would rather have it in spring, so if coaches are fired and new coaches are hired, you're not locked into staying in that school. And I know that there's exceptions for that as well, but if your team is in the college football playoffs, you're entering the portal. Like we heard about this from James Franklin last year, and we talked about it, with Michigan coming out of the portal. Ohio State is facing it now where they're still playing. How do you take players out of the portal for your roster and somebody looks and says, wait a second, you've already got my replacement, yet you want me to play in the college football playoffs? It's just weird.
Wouldn't it be better to make the one window in the spring?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Thanks
Yeah.
for listening. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I think they need to revamp the whole system and have the national championship game January 1st. Then you have the portal and everybody gets a chance to move around before the winter semester starts. Sorry, that was a smart beam.
I was going to say, I didn't even get to the alarm in time. There you go.
Yeah.
Just belated.
It was very not nice of me. I'm in game mode. Sorry. Yes.
Speaking of games, EA Sports will no longer bring back its college basketball video game. The video game giant has decided to rescind its proposal as increasing number of schools have now chosen to work with 2K.
I saw they put out a
instead.
statement. They're excited.
Yeah, and obviously EA Sports is not so excited. They did release a statement as well saying that they're disappointed that they couldn't find an acceptable plan to move forward. So I get that. Friday night football will feel like fall in Metro Detroit. Bundle up. It's going to be breezy today, high of 72, which sounds all right, but chilly in the evening. So cooler than usual. The normal temperature is 78 degrees. And then it's going to be a cool weekend, too. Saturday and Sunday in the mid to upper 60s.
Got
You're
the
gonna
fire
need that
pit ready yesterday.
Oh,
ready
nice.
for
Oh,
you are
the
ready.
games. Oh, I'm ready to go for fall.
Awesome.
Bring it on.
That is awesome. Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather have signed to do a fight this spring, an exhibition fight. Have you heard about this? There's no word yet on the exact date, location, or where everybody can watch, but Tyson says that this fight is something neither the world nor I ever thought would or could happen. However, boxing has entered a new era of the unpredictable, and this fight is as unpredictable as it gets. And he ended by saying that the fight would be detrimental to Floyd's health.
Oh, of course. Yes. Ooh, not if what we saw against Jake Paul is what he brings.
Yeah, what nursing home is going to host this?
Right. And I think the time has passed. Like there was an initial, I wonder if he still has it, or some of these. I don't think the appetite is there. Not anymore. After what we saw him do against Jake Paul.
Live from Sunny Creek Village, retirement community. It's the bout of the century.
From Depends.
Brought to you by
Yeah.
Depends. Heather with the news. Cookie Jar next, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. If you're looking for a stylish SUV, look no further. You can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning new Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Cruising into the weekend, we got ticket text on the cookie jar. Going to read those for you. We got Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock, and the boys are going to be in different locations today.
Yeah. Doug's in Norman already.
Doug's in Norman, along with Greg Hargrave. You'll be there later today.
Yeah, can't wait to get there. Excited to get this this trip on the way.
Early flight, later in the day?
I think wheels up at about 4.
Okay. Split the difference.
Yeah. So it's
be in there for dinner time tonight.
Yes.
Did you get reservations?
No. I'm still waiting to see if a couple of contacts come through for me. If not, there'll be plenty of places for me to eat.
Will you go with Doug? Can he even order off of the menu there?
Yeah, I mean, I think
chicken or something?
Yeah, he'll have chicken or...
The sides are probably really great.
Baked potato,
Yeah.
asparagus.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, which is fine. I have no problem. I mean, Doug and I go to eat all the time, which is... It's great. Like, I get a chance to see what the other part of the world eats like.
Some ticket text. Food was one of the conversations. Cheese specifically. Sorry, John. I love Limburger cheese. Ken in Marine City.
It's fine. I just can't get past the stink.
How would you describe it? I don't know that I've ever had it.
I don't know.
I guess I would know.
Strong, pungent smell. It's hard to describe.
I could see John going back to 1883 and riding the Oregon Trail with the Duttons on their way to Yellowstone.
Oh, yeah. I love that show. I could do that. Give me a horse.
I'm surprised John didn't say Buckeye Nation for the worst fan bases to be a part of. Their fans are loathsome.
They are.
Paul, you're a Miami guy. You should hate FSU, not my Gators. Roy in Clarkston signed Go Gators.
Now, the Gators are worse because they used to duck Miami all the time when Miami was actually good, and then they would schedule Miami when Miami was bad.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And I also think my viewpoint on those 3 schools down there is Florida thinks they're better than the other schools. The other 2. They're a little snooty, snobby.
I always respected FSU, even though I hated them, because they always played Miami every year, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They've all kind of had their moments.
Yeah, I was trying to think who recently. It was not been, obviously, Miami until last Saturday or Sunday.
Maybe this year.
Yeah, possibly.
Florida with the Urban Meyer days.
Are they back?
Cristobal, ticking time bomb.
Okay. Respect. NFL is a superior product. It's not even funny, guys. My vote's the NFL.
It's hard to argue that.
We all got to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Amen, John, on the golf elite Ivy League snob types. Says they're drinking issues. They think they own the golf course and life in general. Brian in Grand Rapids.
And they just won't welcome anyone else to the course. Like I would think that you would want more people to be golfing to increase the love of your sport. And I understand the slow play and all that stuff, but like the golf elite are just really hard to be around.
Yeah, you do yourself no favors.
Yeah. And I don't know all the unwritten rules, nor do I care.
You just want to go golf, have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
The one that didn't come up was the overly aggressive youth dad or parent who's like yelling at the refs. Like, that's a fan base you don't want to be a part of.
No, you don't want to be a part of it, but there's a level of entertainment when you're in the same vicinity.
Oh, at the game? People watch?
Oh, the people watching is tremendous.
Yeah. And you're not that kind of dad at games, though.
No. I usually sit way down the left field line or right field line, depending on which side Ellie or Jack are on, and that way I can grumble to myself, but I don't impact anyone else.
Yeah, I usually stay way low key. I did this year get a warning.
I'm shocked.
Oh no, come on now. I behave myself. I really do, but I'm competitive. I know how to walk.
What if the printer doesn't work at the youth softball game?
If the printer doesn't work?
Yeah, what do you do
or
then?
my computer stops working? Yeah, we don't use... actually, we do use a Game Changer app. But anyways, you've completely taken me off of what I was going to say.
Right. I just... on top of that, so you can remember, there was one time this year where I did get after an umpire, and it was the final call of the game. I made some comment, and he responded. Like, it wasn't I wasn't challenging him personally. I was just questioning the call, which is why
I'm sure you did it very politely, John.
And like he looked right at me, finger pointed at me, and directly challenged me. And so I had a few other things to say, and the boys on the team thought it was the greatest thing ever.
Oh yeah, they when you get competitive, they love it and stuff.
Yeah.
So when I got warned this year, there was a close play at second base, and we did have a second base umpire. There was only home plate and second base umpire, And we definitely got jobbed on the call. So I just couldn't. I was ready to be done with it and accept it and move on. And I said, well, what's he looking at? I said to the home plate umpire about the second.
You pit them against each other.
That's when you just make the appeal. You appeal. I'd like to know
Like, what's he doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And I knew second was coming out of my mouth. I go, I'm going to get in trouble for this. That was kind of a Costa response, wasn't it?
Yeah, it kind of was. Mm-hmm. We got Doug Karsh in Oklahoma, down in Norman. Doug? I thought we did.
I can hear it back there. I can hear somebody talking behind Doug.
He made his way into the stadium.
Doug, what's the stadium look like? Are they ready to play the game?
I hope they're more ready than Doug is.
It sounds like, it sounds like it's a ruckus crowd.
There he is.
Oh, Doug, I hear you.
Hey.
Hey! How's Norman?
Norman's awesome.
Yeah.
We got the Twitch feed set up so you can see where I'm broadcasting from, which is our radio booth, John. So
good
fired
view.
Up, and it's a great view. I don't know if they as soon as they make the feed go live, I'll get out of the way and you can see exactly where we are. But these are the fun shows to do, and this is the best part of the job, man. This town's cool. People have been very welcoming. What's awesome is the fan base and everyone I've talked to is just like so fired up that this is going on. Like they're so excited to be here or to have Michigan here, and they're so excited to come to Ann Arbor next year. So my early read is that this is going to be a fun road trip for fans that are making the trip.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's going to be a hostile crowd once the game starts, but until the game starts, I think it's going to be a very welcoming fan base.
Well, Greg Hargrave is actually staying in Oklahoma City. He got there last night, and he said on the plane ride out, it was loaded with Wolverines fans. So I think there's going to be a lot of people that are in town for it.
Yes, so I got to know a lot of Michigan fans on the flight. We had a layover in Dallas that was scheduled for an hour and turned into 4, which was suboptimal. My goal was to catch pretty much the second quarter in the rest of the NFL game. Got to the room at 1:30 this morning, so it was a trip filled with some frustrations. But we made it and we're good, so ready to go.
So you missed the loogie.
I saw it. I saw what happened there, and I mean,
how'd the crowd in Dallas react? When you were at the Dallas airport?
I sat down. Gator, I don't know if you know this. They have duty-free shops in the Dallas airport that serve samples.
Do they?
Of tequila.
They had tequila.
Oh. I did not do what Gator did when we were coming back from the Super Bowl. Did you guys hear that story?
No.
Well, Gator went through a tequila phase. And I don't know if that. Are you over
I
that,
love
Gator?
tequila. Yeah. No, I'm not over it. I'm still all in.
But
up in there.
they had these tiny little. They weren't even shots. They were like little sips.
They're
of
like
tequila
half shots.
Yeah, okay.
That you could sample. But they had 5 of them.
Oh.
And Gator walks up and, would you like to sample some tequila, sir? And Gator says, well, sure, I'll take a look. And she says, now this is the anejo. And Gator says, anejo, what does that mean? He knows what it means.
This is the reposado. It means rested. Here's the Blanco.
So
it's first pressed.
He does. He tastes all 5. We keep walking around. We have time to kill. We find another duty-free shop.
There's another duty-free shop and doing the same thing.
He does the same thing all over again.
Line them up. I enjoyed the flight.
We got
back.
on that
You're
flight
the man.
back.
That's awesome.
Gator was sauced, absolutely sauced on free shots of tequila in the DFW airport.
Do you enjoy tequila? I don't know. I haven't really tried too much.
He stumbles
Let me
in.
see what you have.
Yeah.
Can you sell me on this?
Well, yeah. This is after, by the way, when we flew out to the first night, and we got there before everybody else did, and we had a dinner. Doug and I were at this dinner. It was supposed to be with like 30 people from the station and clients and stuff. They were on a delayed flight, so they weren't going to get there. So Jimmy,
all food and drink for yourself.
Yeah. So Jimmy said, have at it, whatever you guys want, because it's all paid for, and we're not going to be there for it. So we're like, okay. So we're looking at the menu, and I'm like, so here's this $75 glass of tequila. What do you think? And Doug's like, yeah, let's do it.
Why not?
So there we go. There was my love for Patron Bordeaux began. Yeah, it was amazing.
The way we saw it, we were since there weren't 30 people there, we could ring up whatever bill we wanted, and we'd save the station thousands of dollars.
And it wasn't just kale. Doug was. We ordered appetizers. We had like 5 appetizers on the table.
Wow! I have not heard this story. Yes,
so
you were
great.
You were performing a service.
Yes, it was an amazing trip. We saw, because it was a snowstorm when we flew in, and there were literally like 6 inches of snow on the ground in Dallas, which totally froze the city because they didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
they're not used to snow. And then the next day was beautiful. It was like 55 degrees out and beautiful, and all the snow starts to melt, and you're able to walk outside, and it's the middle of February. It was absolutely amazing. Great
awesome.
Trip. Great trip.
What's the show look like today?
Well, it's our annual Detroit Lions prediction show, so we are ready to take people's picks. I just got word, I believe we will have former Detroit Lion and current Oklahoma color commentator Teddy Layman joining us from here in the booth at some point. So Birchie with the latest from Allen Park at 12:30. I got a question for Michigan and Michigan State fans because I love this Xbox matchup, and I guess I want to find out who you want next, Michigan fans. Who do you want next, Spartan fans? If you could schedule a non-conference opponent just to be interesting, who would you pick? I asked that around the plane last night, and I got all kinds of answers. So, intrigued to get into that. It's going to be a busy show. Can't wait.
All right. It's all next. 97.1.
Happy Friday, everybody. Doug Karsh, along with Scott Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket, and we are co-locating today. I am in Norman, Nebraska at Memorial Stadium.
Nebraska.
And Gator is back in our studio. Did I say Nebraska?
You did.
It's Norman, Oklahoma. Careful. Sorry. The tequila at the airport is still hanging on.
Doesn't like to.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yep.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yep.
Got a pretty good setup here. If those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, I'll get out of the way, and you can see where we are in the broadcast booth. Michigan and Oklahoma set to go at it tomorrow. So fired up for this one. Whoa, it's windy too.
Oh, well.
Should I close the window and cut back on the wind?
Maybe close the window. Maybe that's what we're going to ask.
A little stuffy in the booth, so I'll close the window. But anyway.
That's one thing you see that I like about some press boxes is the slanted window.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's always an interesting look.
So we can see down. Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
like an airport. So you get those at the airport sometimes, but yeah, that screams college football. Ah, look at those different colored seats in the end zones too.
They're going to do a stripe out. So I don't know if, like, the fans, if you look at for those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, you can see the different sections. I don't know if they represent where the stripe out sections will be, but allegedly this is going to be a big part of the game is the fans. Everyone, I listened to a ton of broadcasts from out here, podcasts, getting ready for this one. And everybody's begging the fans, like, this is the game. You got to bring it. You got to be on top of your game for this one. So it's going to be a hostile environment, but Michigan's got a veteran quarterback who's played a lot of big games, so they should be fine.
You prefer the stripe out or the solid color? Which do you think is more intimidating?
I don't know. The best atmosphere. It's so cliche, but the Penn State whiteout is awesome. The Iowa did a blackout where everybody wore black, and that was pretty cool too. But anytime there's a successful stadium effort and it's packed and the fans comply, it's awesome. It's really cool. It's one of the things that, I mean, do you see that at NFL games? You really don't, do you?
No. It's you see it at college games. You see it at like basketball games. I've seen it. The first time I ever saw it was a hockey game. Was the Winnipeg Jets?
Yeah.
Back, I think, in the early '90s or late '80s. They were in the playoffs, and that stadium they played in had the big portrait of the Queen up at the top.
Right.
Everybody was wearing white, and I'm like, that looks amazing. And that was the first time I'd seen that done.
It's a great idea, and again, when the fans comply, it's really cool. So I can't wait to see this atmosphere. There have been some great ones. And I got a real sense for it when I was on the sidelines, like what it's like. And the one thing that's funny that you never think about, like the noise is one thing, but I'll never forget being in Memorial Stadium in Nebraska when J.J. McCarthy was a freshman. And he came in for a couple series, and I could tell when he looked to the sidelines, it was chaos, and he couldn't find the coaches right away because two things about it. One is, like there's so many fans, like there's fans everywhere, and they were crowded right up to the actual Michigan bench area. And I mean, on the field, it felt like there were fans. There's a chain link fence that goes behind the bench where fans are allowed to walk. And then there was more credentialed media than I've ever seen before, but I kind of felt like
where's this again?
Nebraska.
At Nebraska, okay.
Yeah, and so the noise is one thing. The visuals are completely different. And I remember watching JJ kind of look over to the sideline and peering to see the coaches. And somebody told me a story later, and I don't know if it's true or not, that they were trying to change a play and JJ didn't see it and they just ran the play they had originally called because he never could pick it up. So there's the noise and there's the visual, which can be intimidating as well. It looks like there's a pretty solid line of delineation here between like the front row and the field, but that's why college football is great. I mean, one of the things with the new era of college football is that it feels like it's becoming a little bit more like the NFL, which is good in some ways, but in others, I don't want it to lose the personality that it has. Like college football has a great personality. Or Kang, as you always say, y'all crazy. And I think the craziness is part of the charm. It can also be a little weird, but
well, because you say how close they are in Nebraska, but the fans are awesome. So it's not like it doesn't feel like a hostile environment, other than they love their team, but they're not like you guys suck. You know, go Nebraska. I'm curious to see what it's like for Oklahoma, if it's different. Like is Oklahoma, are they going to be friendly to the newcomers?
Well, as far as so far. Super welcoming fan base, super welcoming. So we'll see if I haven't wandered over to any student areas, which might not be as welcoming, but super welcoming from a standpoint of just everybody I've run into.
Well,
so.
When do they find out you just want kale, and then they're Katie bar the door, man.
Show up at a steakhouse ordering kale.
They want to bunker
kale
down
salad with extra kale. Yeah, we'll see how that goes down, but. How are you? How was your Thursday night? Did you enjoy the NFL opener?
Yeah, I went and I played golf last night. I subbed in a league, my friend's league, so played 9 holes last night. Horribly, absolutely horribly. There was a little bit of excitement on the golf course. There was a
do you
golf
mean?
cart. Well, there was apparently ahead of us. There was a golf cart accident that required an ambulance to come out onto the field. Everybody was fine.
Whoa.
Everybody was fine, but the precautionary stuff. That happens. That was kind of wild. Because we're ready to hit our shots, and everybody wanted to go see what was going on, and we hit our tee shots and go out to find them, and then we see other balls on the middle of the fairway. Like, well, what's going on here? And there's a club. Like, oh, hey, look at that. There's an ambulance way up there. Let's go check it out. So that was interesting. But then I got home, and by the time I got home, the game had started, and I temporarily forgotten about it. And my brother sends me a text like, well, that's not a way you want to start if you're the world champs. I'm like, what? And then I turn it on thinking Dallas scored, and I turned in just in time to see that Jaylen Carter had been ejected for spitting. That's so dumb. It's the dumbest ejection you can get. Like, if you're going to get ejected like if for clocking somebody in the face or something. Like, get your money's worth out of it. Don't because you spit. That's just dumb. So I thought, well, this is interesting. Can the Cowboys actually do what I said with my bold-ass prediction? The Cowboys would win opening week against Philly, and damn it.
It was funny because I told the story of the morning show. The 4-hour delay in Dallas was not great. But, I mean, I was in Dallas, and the Cowboys were playing, and they do have airport bars. So I got to watch a brief period with Cowboy fans in the kind of the second quarter, and they showed a replay of what happened there. And, I was rooting for your pick, boy. I was like, oh, if Gator calls this one, that'd be great, because I thought Dallas was going to get trucked. I was impressed with the Cowboys.
Yeah, they did.
Honestly,
They did cover. Yeah, they did cover.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, here's something I disliked a lot about the Cowboys last night. And this is nothing new. This is something they've done forever, and it pissed me off before with the number 54, which was Randy White's old number. Was one of my all-time favorite football players, and should be retired. And yet other guys are allowed to wear 54. Guy running the running back, he's wearing number 33. What, Tony Dorsett's not? That's not legendary enough? Can't retire that?
You didn't like that, huh?
No, I don't like that one bit. That's Tony
That's your
Dorsett's
guy.
number, man. You should retire that thing.
Well, we got a lot to do today, and including we will speak momentarily with a former Lion. Teddy Layman played with the Lions and now is a color commentator on the Oklahoma Radio Network. He will join us from here in the booth from Norman, Oklahoma. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks. Great place to watch games. There's something different about Fridays. Football is back, and you heard it right, the professional football game coming up tonight. There's a Friday night game. Twin Peaks can't wait to host your party. Live from Brazil, Kansas City is kicking off their season against the Bolts from L.A. Kickoff at 8 o'clock, so get in early for your front row seat to all the action. To refresh everyone's memory from last season, Twin Peaks is the best place to catch a game, period. Never miss a game with 50 high-definition TVs with the capability of showing up to 8 games at once. There isn't a bad seat in the house. Pair that with Scratch Kitchen, serving up all your classic tailgate favorites like house smoked ribs and wings, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, hand-smashed and seared burgers. Pair that with a 29-degree draft beer, bucket specials, rounds of shots, Bloody Marys, all that stuff. And, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come catch the greatest game day atmosphere outside of actually being at the game. Your weekends just got better. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Karsch Anderson, Doug Karsch here in Norman, Scott the Gator Anderson back in Detroit, and we're proud at this time to be joined by Teddy Layman, who played with the Detroit Lions and is now with the Oklahoma Radio Network. Let me get the camera here turned so people can see. There you go. Hey, Teddy, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm just thrilled that we're having this game, man. When we were in the Big 12, we never got games like this, and now we've moved to the SEC. We've got. Last year we hosted Alabama, hosted Tennessee, South Carolina came. It was fantastic, and we've had our eye on this matchup for years, and just thrilled. Can't wait to go up to Ann Arbor next year. So we got a good one this weekend too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
What was the biggest non-conference matchup you can remember as a player? When you played, I think 2001 through 2003 at Oklahoma.
Yeah, let's see. In 2000, we didn't have, whenever Bob Stoops first came, we were horrible. We were trying to turn things around. So they had some easy non-conference games. So in 2000, we didn't have much. In 01, we played North Carolina at home. We played Air Force. 02, we played Alabama at home, UCLA, and I can't remember who. There wasn't another one, and then we went back and we went down to Tuscaloosa in 03. So those were fun, man. I think the non-conference stuff is, especially like game 1 or game 2, it changes training camp, man, in spring and summer. So I think it's great. Yeah, those are, as a player, it's nice to trade paint with someone else that you don't see year after year. So. It's great, and I hope they keep happening. I know there's different opinions on what the future looks like, but I love it.
So tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this OU team. I think Michigan preparing is going through the same thing Oklahoma is. Things look good, but the opponent wasn't the best. So what are the things that you are convinced are strengths and things that you hope are shored up in this Michigan game?
Yeah. I feel like we're both kind of in a similar situation, maybe – there's some differences there. You guys have a freshman quarterback, but John Mateer came in last year. Our offense was terrible, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. We had a ton of injuries. Venables, the hire he made at offensive coordinator, he was kind of cornered into that a little bit with the situation here and what we had at quarterback. But I think that Mateer he's legit. Since Venables was my linebacker coach here, I got a good relationship with him. So I go to a bunch of the training camp practices and spring practices. He's legit. He's the real deal. The offensive line is probably the biggest question. And in week 1, we had 3 starters out. And I think we're going to be at full strength this week. So that will change a little bit, but it's still, I would say, the most unproven part of the football team, and which is not great considering the front 7 that you guys have on defense. But our wide receivers have been a good surprise. Last year we had all our top 5 guys were hurt all year, so we've got a really good, pretty deep group, a versatile group. They're all a little bit different, which I think is good. They performed good in week 1. Running back is tough. Jaden Ott we got from Cal. He didn't play in week 1. He was, he had a couple of things through training camp that really limited him. And, if this matchup was week 1, would he have played? Yes, I think he would have played. So I think he's going to be ready to go. That's going to hopefully change stuff for us. But I would say the strength of the offense is the wide receivers, John Mateer, and I think we'll do some things in the running game we ran inside zone pretty much nonstop in the first game. We're not going to run into the teeth of your defense. I think they'll try and find some ways to get creative and maybe get Mateer going in the run game a little bit. On the other side, our defense I think they have a chance to be really, really good. Aside from Kendall Daniels, who transferred in from Oklahoma State, which he's our nickel, and he's 6'5", 245 pounds. You don't see that very often. But aside from him, he's the only transfer portal guy that we have on the defense that's in the starting rotation. And the defensive line is really solid. Jaden Jackson was a freshman last year, played great, and he's improved. He's up to like 325 pounds. Dominic Williams, who we got from TCU a couple years ago, he's 325 pounds. Our Mason Thomas is a rush end. He's got all the tools that you need, and we actually got some good depth all across the defensive line. Last year we had 4 guys in a rotation. Now we've got 6. I'd say 4 are really strong, 2 are solid. Backers are pretty good. They're interchangeable. We'll probably play 4 guys at inside backer, the 2 inside backer spots. So those guys are good. Secondary, the safeties, we're as deep at safety as I can ever remember. And like through the spring, then the question since Venables has been here, corner's been just rotation. Injury, guys not playing well. It's just been a constant rotation. Well, out of nowhere, starting in the spring and then in training camp, corner showed up to be one of the strengths. You know, we've got a guy, Gentry Williams, who looked really good early in his career, kept having shoulder injuries and missed almost all of last year. So he's back. He's healthy. He looks fantastic at corner. And then we got a freshman, Cortland Guillory, who, he's the guy I'm talking about, came out of nowhere. It's like, who is this guy? And he is a dog. And corner went from being, the biggest question on the defense and one of the biggest questions on the team to I think we got something here. And we got good depth there. Jacoby Johnson, Jeremiah Newcomb. I mean, we probably have 5 corners that are all playing pretty good ball right now. So I think just the overall depth that we have, guys that have been in the system now, some of them for 3 years since Venables got here. So just the level of knowledge with that group really opens up what Venables can do. And having played for the guy, he does everything, right? You got pressures, you got different fronts, you got all kinds of exotic coverages. They blitz from different angles. So defense, I think if they continue to progress and don't – the problem we've had over the last couple of years is, let's say you play 80 snaps in a game, 75 of them are great, and then you have 5 chunk plays, miscommunication, guys – get the wires crossed on what we're doing. We give up these big chunk touchdowns at bad times. So if they can shore that up and eliminate a lot of the big plays, I think we'll be good.
Teddy, do you have time to stick around and talk some Lions?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Gator, let's get into Lions.
Let's do that.
We'll do that when we continue from here. In Norman, it is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I know that you see them. Those red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere. And do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against that crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of those 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Carson Anderson, Doug Carson, Norman Gator back in our studios, and Teddy Layman is here, former Detroit Lion and now color commentator on the Oklahoma Radio Network. We got the rundown on OU, okay?
Yeah.
What do you think of your Lions?
They're so much fun to watch. I mean, it was when Dan Campbell got that job, because I've followed him when he was down in New Orleans and Miami and just kind of making the routes around the NFL. And when he got that head job, I was like, this is going to be entertaining at a minimum, right? But he gets the player's ear. He relates to those guys, and it's rare in the NFL. In college, you see it where you've got a coach and it feels like you're a program and everyone's together and you're battling for something. And I think he is probably the best in the NFL at pulling that out of guys. And you can see in the way they play, and I thought they've done a really good job with how they've drafted, building the thing from the inside out, and it's so much fun. There were years where, I wanted to be a Lions fan, but it was just, it's kind of hard. And you felt like every year kind of went the same, and then it just clicked. And now I think everyone's a Lions fan now. I mean, I feel like the Lions are probably one of the teams across the league to where, everyone has their number one, but everyone also wants to see Detroit win. So it's been great.
When I think back to the Lions and in your career with the Lions, and unfortunately it was shortened by injuries, but it was really one of the most amazing rookie seasons in NFL history that I don't think people understand. First of all, you started all 16 games as a rookie, but more impressive was, I think you played in, I looked this up yesterday, I think it was 1,054 snaps on defense out of a possible 1,072 snaps on defense. You only missed like 20 snaps. What on earth is that about?
Dude, I'm telling you, so just to back up a little bit, my senior year at Oklahoma, we played all the way through, played in the national championship, and lost to LSU, which is a story I mean,
hurts, man.
If I could do anything over again, we were so much better than. Anyways, play all the way through, and then I leave from the national championship game. I fly out 7 the next morning and go out to LA to start, preparing for the Senior Bowl. Go right into the Senior Bowl, prepare for the combine, go right into the combine, the draft, rookie mini camp, right into training camp. That full year playing, defense. I was on all 4 special teams. I mean, it ran me into the ground. It was like the longest 18 months ever, and but it was a lot of fun. I loved that team. I mean, we were really good on defense, but yeah, it was tough, man. That's whenever I learned about the performance check, and I came back in March after that season, and the strength coach was handing out checks, and he handed me a big check that I had no idea I was getting, because it's about guys that play a bunch of snaps, and if you're a lower rung on the pay scale, they make up for it with this performance check. And I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. So from that point on, someone forgets they're on the field goal team, I'm jogging out there before anyone can say anything just to pick up a couple of extra snaps. So no, it was great, dude. I loved it. Mariucci was so fun to play for. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time there.
So, Gator, he told me a story during a break. When Dan Campbell got hurt, you were hurt too, and you guys went through rehab together, and you really got to know him. What kind of guy was he back then?
Oh, what you see is what you get, man. He ton of energy, super intense, always laughing, always cracking jokes. Yeah, he had an elbow deal, and obviously I had the foot surgery, so we were in the training room together. We were on the side during practice working out together, so got to spend a ton of time with him, and the dude is an absolute riot. I mean, he is – I wish – I had some good times with him, but some of the stories he had, from whenever he was in Dallas, are some of the funniest stories you could ever imagine. The guy is just – he's one of one. He's incredible.
Who's stronger? Who could take who in a fight?
Well, the dude is gigantic, and that's what he was. He was a blocking tight end. Back when he was basically an extra tackle.
You're a middle linebacker.
Yeah, but he's got like 6 inches reach on me. I'd have to get inside. I'll tell you that right now. And I'll just say this: he may win the fight, but it's going to come at a cost. That's just how it's going to go. I'm going to take something from him on my way out.
There you go. See, I've heard that before. I've heard that from Dan Campbell. Maybe he got that from you.
You know what? Maybe I think I probably just learned it from him in one of his stories somewhere. So, no, he's great. He's great.
So what do you think of the Lions' defense this year? It's a major concern for fans. They want an edge rusher opposite of Hutch. But last year they were good and everybody got hurt. But what are your thoughts?
Well, that's the biggest thing is everyone – you don't always start off with a full deck of players. You hope you do, but it's such a long, grueling season. I think the main thing is just stay healthy. If Aiden Hutchinson's ready to roll all year long, well, that cures most of your problems right there. In the NFL, it's mainly about how quickly can you get to the quarterback. If you've got an elite edge guy, it really changes the formula everywhere else. If you got secondary problems, well, we can get to the quarterback. That cures a lot of those problems. You're not great against the run, you've got some issues against the run. Well, you can hold up there if you don't just give up the huge play, because whenever it comes to passing downs and you can get some guys into some 3rd and longs where you can really change things up on the back end and bring some different pressures and try and get some matchups up front with your key guys. To me, that's the thing. If they can just stay healthy across the front, you're going to score points, right? Well, I don't know. You guys tell me, what's the losing Ben Johnson? What's the effect of that going to be?
Well, it's a huge question. Gator, I would say that, what would you say, half the fans are panicked about it and the other half think they're going to be okay? Maybe that's too many.
I think more fans are concerned about it than aren't, but I think once you relate to the fact that Johnny Morton spent time with Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions before he went off to coach elsewhere, you understand that it's part of his DNA is in this playbook anyway. He was here for it. So to take over an offense that he was part of when they started it, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it may be. Obviously it's a change in coaches, but having this same quarterback and same guys on the offensive line and players they've all played together, I don't think it'll be that much of an issue.
Well, in the NFL, I think it's a lot less about who your coordinators are. When you're at that level, they know how to really key on your best players, scheme them open. Everyone, and it's kind of the same in college, but in college, I think the coaches are a little more important because you got to build this system and you've got to develop guys out of high school into it. And in the NFL, it's all about how do we find a way to spotlight our best guys, and everyone really does the same thing. You may window dress it a little bit different and may present a couple of different ways to get to the same things, but the route tree is the route tree. No one's creating new routes really to run. So it's just finding the best ways to protect your quarterback and find ways to get your star players open. So maybe it's not going to have that big of an impact, but it's health to me. And that's not just Detroit. That's really everyone. The more guys that you can keep on the field throughout the full season, if they're healthy, they're going to be there in the end.
Teddy Layman, we appreciate you stopping by. He's got a TV show to do, so
okay.
Time to hit hair and makeup, I guess. So
hair.
I got just dust the bald head a little bit, keep the shine off, and I'm good to go. No one's tuning in for the looks in that show. I can promise you that.
Thanks for stopping by.
I appreciate it, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks,
There
Teddy.
is Teddy Layman, the former Detroit Lion from here in Norman. All right, Gator, you ready to do some predictions from the people?
Well, you know it.
All right,
That's
so here's
the
the
big
deal.
Friday before the first game of the season show is what we do.
Yep, we get as many in as we can. The only way we know we can get your prediction on the Lions season is if you call us. Text, we will get as many texts as we can, but 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls in right now. Give us a record and the reason why you think that's going to be their record. We will record all these, and at the end of the year, we revisit them, and you might get a shout-out then if you come closest or if you are furthest from. which also we will get. But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won The Ticket. Dude, that guy loves the Lion. He loves Dan Campbell. He loves Dan Campbell.
I think he loves Oklahoma, too.
You get that feeling, Gator?
I get the feeling.
You get that feeling?
I get the feeling.
You know what, though? I mean, first of all, thorough breakdown. Secondly, he feels like the most authentic Oklahoma dude ever.
No, he seems like a great dude. I I remember, back in that year, 2004, I was covering the team a little bit and being out of practices from time to time, and he just seemed like a good dude then, good dude now, and it was really a shame that he had the foot injury, just never able to really recover from it. Only played, I think it was just a handful of games really after that with the Lions. Actually played a full season in 2007. He went 2 seasons where he basically hardly played. Came back and played, I think special teams for and backup role in 2007. It was never the same. Only played 1 year after that too. So too bad. With a career that started off with so much promise. Like I said, damn near every defensive snap, all but like 19 that year on defense is crazy for a rookie. And to that basically be the one season he gets to play sucks because it was so much promise.
248-539-9797. All right, let's start knocking down predictions. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Let's go to Gary. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. Great show. Great interview with the Oklahoma coach. And I like that he's out of the same mold that Dan Campbell was from. What I have to say is that last year I played.
Gary, I don't know what's going on.
I'm almost out of the auto wash.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold.
Car wash?
I'm putting him on hold. Or actually, I think I just hung up on him on accident. I pressed the wrong button. This is what happens when we're on location. We switch roles. I'm like, all of a sudden, I forgot how to work the phones. Gary, you're more than welcome to call us back, but maybe after you tip the guys on your way out. That might be better.
Gary, how long have we been doing this show?
Getting involved in a conversation while you're going through a car wash is not. That's not in radio broadcasting. That's actually. I think it's on page 1 of Radio 101. What not to do with a phone caller.
18 years, is that right? And this is the first time someone's called us from a car wash.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm calling you live from the pit at the Metallica concert. I hope you got me. Can you hear me?
Me and the crew out here are working jackhammers in the street.
Yeah.
I hope you can hear me.
Hi, I'm standing next to the Matador over at the plaza in Mexico. Hope everything's good.
I'm on the deck of an aircraft carrier. We got planes taking off, but hopefully you can hear me.
Hey, I'm ready to do some free diving out here in the middle of the Pacific. Wondering if you might have some time. Oh, speaking of which, we got a little AC/DC in the background there. You dug to the AC/DC concert. Well,
we get the game presentation stuff. We got Gary back. We got Gary back.
Yeah, I think we got Gary back. Yeah. Gary, you back?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
I apologize because I was in line and.
It's all right. Did you tip him well?
I always tip.
All right, good.
I always put a buck in the thing for the wipers. Anyways, this is what I got to say. Is great interview. That guy was out of the same mold as Dan Campbell. I enjoyed it extremely, very much. Last year, before the season started, I placed 4 $100 bets, if you remember. I placed them for the Lions to win the NFC North, win the NFC, win the Super Bowl, and Dan Campbell, Coach of the Year. I placed the same bets again this year. Okay. That said and done, I think that the Lions are going to probably do as good or better if they stay away from the injuries, because the coaching is a great. They got good replacement coaches, and their team hasn't changed. If they stay healthy, they're going to be a bear this year because of the experience and what they went through. Anyways, great show. And if I win, I'll win over $4,000 on my bets.
All right, Gary, we got what's your prediction?
Last year I won.
What's your prediction? We need 17 games. What's their record?
Oh, they're going to have 3 losses.
So that's a 14-3.
14-3.
Yeah, 14-3. They're going to have 3 losses. And the reason I say 3 losses is because it's a long season, and they had 2 losses last year. I think that, and I do think they're going to beat Green Bay in Green Bay. I remember when Joe Schmidt was the coach, and they went to Green Bay, and they beat them 40-something to nothing, and they slaughtered them. It was just after Lombardi retired. It was a great game. My dad and I were jumping up in front of the TV set. Anyways, guys.
And so the same thing will happen this time around. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. He's very enthusiastic, Doug. He very much feels like the Lions have it. Making that same bet again. 4-way bet. Didn't parlay it, though. 4 separate bets.
He basically he won one of his 4 bets last year, right?
Yeah,
the Lions would win the North.
Yeah, and somehow Dan Campbell didn't win Coach of the Year despite going 15-2 with a defense that was decimated by injuries. That's okay, though, NFL. You got this.
It's so funny because I've said all along, when your team is good, I don't care about that stuff, like individual awards in a team sport. But that was kind of absurd.
It's a bad.
I mean, honestly, you look back and you go, "How did that happen?"
I don't remember who won Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year.
It doesn't matter who won Coach of the Year. It wasn't Dan Campbell, and that last year was the year you absolutely give it to him. But it's okay. Hey, I'm not bitter. I'm sweet.
I'm not either.
I'm sweet.
I'm not either. But it's just so bizarre. So bizarre. But anyway, Gary's on record at 14-3. What do you got? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Eli next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Eli.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey.
I'm the Ole Miss kid from last year. I'm walking to class right now, so I'm sorry. I hope it sounds better than the car wash in the tunnel.
I think it's better than the car wash.
All right, perfect. My prediction for Lions probably going to be 12-5, 13-4. I mean, with our strength of schedule,
got to narrow it down. What's it going to be?
We'll go 13-4. This is going to be extremely hard to replicate 15-2 again with our schedule. But other than that, I'm excited for it. I really am. I just want to say that.
Eli, you said you're at University of Michigan right now, walking to class.
No, University of Mississippi. Ole Miss.
Mississippi. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard that. I was going to say, because you do not sound like you're from Michigan.
Yeah, my parents are from Michigan.
So that's how you became a Lions fan?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of awesome. How many of you are there down there, Lions fans?
I've seen in my hometown. I saw one fan, but I have yet to see any at Ole Miss.
It makes you unique, my friend.
Yeah, but I appreciate the answer. I hope you all have a good rest of y'all's day. Love the show.
All right, thanks, Eli.
Thank you,
Eli. Very polite.
I didn't realize Ole Miss students were in our demographic here, Gator.
Now you know.
Yes.
Must be all that hometown that I've been watching with Ben and Aaron Napier on the HGTV from Laurel, Mississippi.
It's funny because these first 2 predictions, 14-3, 13-4, with this schedule would be huge. Either, massively good with this schedule. Because on paper, I'm not sure they're not a better football team this year. I think they probably are.
Right. Exactly.
But
that
I don't
schedule.
know how the schedule's brutal.
Just based on all the playoff teams are having to face. And it's not like these teams took a big step back. I don't think that Buffalo or Baltimore is taking a big step back.
Let's go to Brian next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
8-9.
8-9. Why 8-9? What's the downfall this year?
Are you not looking at what's going on with the offensive line? It's pretty clear. They're going to have problems. They're going to get blitzed. I think Goff's going to get sacked a lot more. And then the road schedule.
Have you seen the offensive line this year?
Yeah, I have. And
how have you seen it?
Well, I analyze the players from college, and I know what they're capable of and what they're not capable of. But as you guys know, you assess it on the field, and so on Sundays we'll find out for sure. But I do think they'll win the fans over with the home schedule portion because I think that they can win a lot of those games. But the road's going to do them in, I think, and they're going to get edged out in the division probably by a 9-8 Packer team.
You think 9-8 wins a division?
9-8 wins it. Yeah, hold on. You think
they're all going to
beat? Basically, you don't think they're going to win
the hell out of each other. They're all going to beat the hell out of each other, and Packers are going to slightly edge them out, and it's all going to come back to not picking up Micah Parsons, and it's going to do them in. There you go.
All right, thanks, Brian. That was fun. Oh, by the way, he hung up himself. Just to talk a few things through.
Yep.
None of us have, well, I shouldn't say none of us. If you've been to a Lions practice, that's the only way that you've seen the offensive line because those guys didn't play in the preseason except for Tate Ratledge, who looked good what you could see in the preseason. Otherwise, none of those guys on the offensive line played in the preseason. So to say that you've seen them, you haven't. So none of us really know. And that is if you want to say that the offensive line, you're concerned about it, I totally get it, and there's reason to be concerned about it. But to say definitively it's not good because you've seen it already, I think that's erroneous.
So look, 8 and 9, sure, okay. I mean, I guess if that's what you believe, that's what you believe.
Well, if you
here's
think
what I
the
believe.
I'm sorry, Doug. Let me just say this last point because to his point, if he thinks the offensive line is going to be bad enough where Goff's going to get banged up, that means Goff's going to miss some games. And if that's the case, then they will lose some more games, probably. Although I like what Kyle Allen's done, but if the offensive line can't protect Jared Goff, they ain't going to protect Kyle Allen.
Let me just throw something out here. Kind of my instinct, though, with that is that call should have ended with the following: "Go Pack, go." That's what I think. That's what I think is at the core of the prediction.
You think he's a Packers
Maybe I'm
fan?
wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I was thinking maybe that, but I think he's just.
That's okay.
I think he's just bitter that they didn't get Parsons without understanding
Or
the
he's
cost
stoked.
to get him.
I think he's stoked.
Or you think
that
he's
they got
stoked?
Parsons.
Oh,
his
think he's
team
stoked?
got
That'd be
Parsons.
a Pittsburgh
So.
fan. That'd be stoked.
All right, Carson Anderson will continue your predictions. What do you got them at, people, for the season? We write these down and we revisit them at the end of the year and see who came closest. 248-539-9797. Speaking of Lions, we'll go out to Allen Park and talk with the Birchie Kid at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plan. Stopping the run will be key for Michigan State tomorrow night against a physical Boston College team with a pro-style offense, which is led by former NFL head coach Bill O'Brien. Linebacker and captain Jordan Hall says stopping the run is an emphasis this year for the Spartans, and tomorrow night will be a very good test. On the back end, reports say Spartans starting safety Nakai Martinez is out tomorrow night against Boston College. Michigan State's a 4.5-point favorite at the Woodshed. Slowing down Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer will be key for number 15 Michigan number 15 Michigan in their matchup tomorrow night with the 18th ranked Sooners. Mateer can get it done with his arm and his legs, tossing for nearly 400 yards in the Sooners opener, rushing for nearly 1,000 last year with Washington State. Wolverines 5.5-point underdogs, and Jack Flaherty takes the mound tonight for the Tigers, who start a 3-game weekend series with the White Sox at Comerica Park. It's the final series of the year between the Tigers and White Sox. Tigers lead that season series 7-3. First pitch, 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator, I've got some very good news.
Do you?
I do.
Teddy Layman's going to come back and talk about special teams?
No, we're good there. The Phillips 66 near Memorial Stadium.
Yeah.
The Phillips 66 near Memorial Stadium here in Norman.
Uh-huh.
Carries Gatorade Cucumber Lime Zero. Hard to find. I got some.
Check the board on date.
Good.
Check the expiration date, whatever they have for that thing.
Again, Doug likes it. It's going to disappear. But before it does,
cucumbers
I know
go
where
bad.
to get it. Just
do they use it to
it's
power
our
the tractors or something? Or what do they do that with that?
They make it into ethanol
No one
or
drinks
something?
it, right?
I mean,
it's good stuff.
Okay, hang on a second. Tilt the bottom of that bottle up to the camera again. Because that looked like...
Yeah, there's a weird... It's the camera. Believe me, the bottom of the bottle's not black.
I just watched Prometheus again last night for like the 10th time. It's the Alien prequel. And that looks like some of the primordial ooze that led to...
The camera's playing
the
tricks. It does look... That looks
Earth
terrible.
Population, yeah.
It looks terrible, but it's... Believe me, it's
Well, I'm
not.
sure it tastes much better.
It's its normal light hue of green, but yeah, that does look bad.
What was it? A Citgo, a Speedway? What we got? Which one
It was
was
a
it?
Phillips 66.
Phillips 66
is what it was.
All right.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
for Phil. Phil.
All right, we got more callers?
We do, Doug. Aaron is in Sterling Heights. He's next up on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Aaron.
That sour puts a couple callers back, man. I don't 8 and 9. Are you kidding
It's okay.
me?
They could.
I mean,
They
yeah,
could.
it is okay. He's allowed his opinion, but as far as local and national punditry and all this speculation, do people not realize that this is one of the best secondaries in football? And that, yeah, as much as, it's been a topic of discussion, Davenport is healthy. Hutchinson is healthy. DJ Reader and Tyleek Williams can stop the run. People are forgetting about Derek Barnes, too. I couldn't give you statistics, but I remember him blitzing quite a bit from the linebacker position and making plays. He's back healthy. What about when Aleem McNeil comes back? Now, I'm going to renege on the call screener a little bit. I did say 11 and 6. I'm changing that to 12 and 5. I think it's good enough for the division, and I think that this team is I agree with Campbell. I think it's the best roster he's had since he's been here.
So I want to workshop something he said there. And Gator and Kang, when he said at the beginning, do people not realize this is one of the best secondaries in the NFL?
Yeah.
I think it's possible that they are in that group. I want to see it first, but he might be onto something. I really like this secondary. Are they one of the best in the NFL? I don't know if I'm ready to go there yet, but I think they're a strength, and I think they might be. It kind of depends on – there's a lot of youth back there, that could grow up and be pretty good. Do you guys agree with what he said?
Well, I feel confident that they have the best safety tandem in the NFL. And I think that DJ Reed and Terry Arnold have potential to be a really good cornerback tandem as well. And then you look at the depth players they have to add it to the nickel position with Amik Robertson and others. I think they might be a top 10 secondary in the NFL with potential to raise up higher than that, because it starts with those great safeties. And we won't know until we see Terry Arnold in actual game action how much he has improved. And because everybody's talking about it. The players are talking about him. The coaches are talking about him. The media has talked about it. And we know what they're getting in DJ Reed, but what are they getting in Terry Arnold this year in year 2?
I agree with the caller, actually. I think that the people are sleeping on the Lions secondary. The safeties speak for themselves. But actually, I don't know if Brian Branch people outside of Detroit know how good he is. He didn't even make the top 100 players, when they do the NFL player poll every year. Brian Branch was excluded from that. So maybe they don't really know how good he is. We know how great he is. It's the outside corners that I think fans don't know for sure yet. DJ Reed is a really good player. Okay, if you didn't watch him last year, I get it, but there's a reason why they think they might got an upgrade over Carlton Davis there. And Terry Arnold, the way this coaching staff talks about him, it's kind of how they talked about Laporta, Tesla, J-Mo. Like, I believe them. They say that there's so much more meat on that bone, and he's got so much experience from last year playing so many snaps. The confidence level he has, I think he's only going to get better. So I think the secondary could be sneaky really good. I'm talking about the outside corners at least. The safeties we know are great.
With Arnold, it's a good point to bring about the experience and how they played all season long, because they let him take his lumps. They didn't punish him when he was getting these pass interference calls or defensive holding or whatever. They let him stay in there. Like, listen, you got to learn how to play the game. You have to learn how to play the game within the rules, what the referees want to call. And there's no better way to do that than staying in the game. And I think it started to pay off in the second half of the season when he wasn't getting penalized. So that's why I'm really encouraged to see what he's going to be like this second season.
248-539-9797. Let's get to more of your predictions.
Dre is next up here. Dre, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Dre.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
man. Honestly, I think that they're going to go 11-6 this year. They're going to sacrifice 4 wins due to this adjustment process with the new regime and having to adjust with the new O-line and different things. But also, I feel like that Chicago Bears and the Packers are not a concern of mine. I think it's going to go down to the wire with the Vikings again this year. The record's not going to be as good, but I think we're going to go further. It's not going to look as nice. It's going to be more gritty, and they're going to have to fight hard for these wins this year. But they're going to go further, but it's not going to look pretty at all. It's going to look pretty nasty sometimes. But I think 11-6. They're going to sacrifice 4 wins just because of that adjustment process.
Okay, so 11-6, we got that down. But here, I'm curious about this. Why do you discount the Packers so much and you promote Minnesota?
Well, it's not necessarily discounting them per se. I just feel like Minnesota. I think McCarthy's going to do well. Minnesota's a really good team. I think they're a very well balanced team, and that's just my opinion. From the defense, offense, they're very strong. On both sides of the ball, and I just think that they're close to second best. I think, of course, to the Lions, but I'm being a homer with that. But I honestly think that they have the potential to be the best team in the division. We might lose the division to them, but that's just my opinion in that.
All right, thank
you,
Dre.
Dre brings up something that's true in that every team, I guess he didn't say it, but every team has their ifs, right? If you're to tell me that the interior of the Lions' offensive line is going to get the job done, then we feel really good about this team. If you're going to tell me that the defense stays healthier than a year ago, significantly, I feel really good about this team. And if I'm in Minnesota, if you're going to tell me that J.J. McCarthy can pick up and be a good NFL quarterback in what essentially is his rookie year, then Minnesota is going to be a problem. These are all ifs that teams have to answer. And in Minnesota's, when it's an if with the quarterback, it's kind of a different deal. We'll see.
Yeah, because it's a bigger if. But he's obviously, J.J. McCarthy has lots of potential, but didn't play it down last year with the injury. Rehabbing in the offseason here. Still don't know what you're going to get from J.J. McCarthy, and there's not a whole lot of a track record to see what he is as a quarterback from college because, he didn't have great receivers to work with and really didn't throw the ball downfield all that much. So you don't know. There's a kind of an unknown, but he's got tons of potential. And you see that offense and what it did for Sam Darnold last year. That was Sam Darnold, all right? That's not any special quarterback, but he looks special in that offense because they've got the weapons and they've got a coach. Let's go back to the
248.
phones. I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Doug.
You go.
248-539-9797. I'll finish your sentence. Nick is in Shelby Township. Nick, welcome on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Nick.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, so I'm looking at 12-5. I think Mahogany is going to be great at the guard. Obviously, you can't replace Ragnow, and that's going to be tough. I want to see is how we can run in between the tackles. That to me is going to be very interesting in the first couple games. The other question mark to me, can Davenport stay healthy? If he stays healthy, I think we could be even better. Because the other thing is, I know you guys pointed out the safeties, but I think our linebackers, Jack Campbell's taking the next level. I think he's going to be even better this year. I think our linebackers are underrated. So that, to me, our division is going to be tough. I still think our division is one of the best in football. Obviously, again, question marks. How much more improved are the Bears going to be? Can J.J. McCartney play to a top level and be sufficient? And, Green Bay, I still think Green Bay it's going to be between us and Green Bay. But I still like that 12-5 number.
All right, got you down 12-5. Or Doug
Yeah,
has you
I mean,
down.
he hit if Mahogany is great, like he said, yeah, that's a big deal. If they can run between the tackles, yep, big deal. If Davenport stays healthy, yep, big deal. These are some of the bigger questions with the Lions that could determine which direction this season goes. 248-539-9797. It's our annual prediction show. Get them in for the coming NFL season for the Detroit Lions. Give us the record and the reason why you think the record will be what it is. 248-539-9797. The NFL season, hey, FanDuel wants to boost your bets even more. Like right now, all customers can double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. That means you can get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday moneyline bets. Okay? So this is what I talk about all the time as my strategy is they're giving you a chance to take a team on the money line and get a decent payout. Like, for instance, big favorites this weekend. Take Denver on the money line with the 100% profit boost. Well, that can double your winnings and give you a decent payout on a money line bet on a heavy favorite. That's how I'd play it. You could take a long shot and really try and score big, but hey, you do what you want to do. Again, 2 times the payout on an NFL Sunday money line bet with FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug and get in on the NFL action with a chance to win even bigger. Look for the banner at the top of the page. Make sure you opt in and then select the 100% profit boost. Courtesy of FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is the Carson Anderson program, and it's our annual football Detroit Lions prediction show. I am in Norman, Oklahoma, at Memorial Stadium, home of the Oklahoma Sooners. If you want to see the broadcast location, I am up in the booth where we'll have the game tomorrow, Michigan and Oklahoma. I'll get out of the way so people can check out the field down there and see how pristine it looks. Natural grass surface, good-looking stadium, good-looking field. So hopefully everybody enjoys the video stream today on twitch.tv or youtube.com. Also, you can stream with just audio, the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. And you can listen anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. Gator?
Doug, I was going to ask if you can do me a solid while you're at Oklahoma.
Sure.
Sometime in the next, you're there for another 48 hours or whatever it is. Could you ask somebody from the university why it is that all the old Big 8 teams are referred to as OU or NU or KU or CU when it's not Oklahoma University, it's University of Oklahoma. It's not Nebraska University, it's University of Nebraska. It's University of Kansas. It's University of Colorado. It's not the other way around. OU is one of these great trademarks you can think of, but it's a misnomer. What the hell?
I don't know. That is a great question, and this sounds like one of those things that is for the most part irrelevant.
It sounds like something for your bucket.
It does. I'll see if I can find out and maybe use it on the broadcast.
Yeah, I wonder if Jansen finds it interesting.
I mean, neurotic people would stay awake at night thinking about stuff like this, and I might be one of those people at times, so I'll see what I can find out.
Thank you.
I like it.
I appreciate it.
I'll see what I can find out.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Let's get back to some predictions, huh?
Okay, Bill is in Canton. Bill, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. I was cutting grass. I thought I'd cut off the mower for you.
Oh, we appreciate that. But wait a minute. What are you?
Wait, what's going on?
Hold on.
What is going on?
That's the blower. Sorry, I couldn't get the blower off. Okay. Well, the Lions, I got them 11-6. I love my Lions, always have. But my concern is the trenches, offensive, defensive line. I love Brad Holmes, love Dan Campbell to death. But I don't know if that opposite Hutch is going to get it done. Get an injury there. I don't know. And then the offensive line, Sewell and Decker are solid. I'm not sure about up the middle. You got a rookie, you got Glasgow at center. I'm not sure. So I got 11-6. Hopefully I'm wrong and they go 12, 13, 14 wins. But that's just me, man. I'm just concerned about in the trenches.
So let me ask you this, because you mentioned you're still concerned about Hutchinson. So you don't believe
No, I'm not concerned about Hutch. I'm just saying opposite of Hutch, you don't have a whole lot.
Okay.
I'm concerned about No, I'm not concerned about Hutch at all. He's a man, man. He's going to take care of business. But, you got to have somebody else to help him out. And I don't know if they do. The guys they have are not, Campbell said, oh, we're good. Well, I don't think you are, really, to be honest with you. But we'll see. We'll see. But I don't think you are, but we'll see.
All right. Thanks.
I honestly couldn't really disagree with Bill more. Last year, the defense, when they had Hutch and, in quotes, nobody opposite of Hutch, when he played, was the pass rush fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they come back this year, they have Hutch, and still, quote, nobody opposite of Hutch, except for Davenport, who they didn't have last year at all. Now, maybe he gets hurt again, but the pass rush was fine with Hutch and nobody opposite of Hutch. Now they have Hutch and Davenport. Wouldn't it stand to reason that it should be better?
I would think so.
Now, pass rush isn't exclusively edge rushers, right? I mean, it's more than that, clearly.
Well, but I mean, I'm going back and looking and game by game last year. Maybe that's not fair to do, but they had 2 sacks last week in the opening game
year.
Against the Rams. Hutchinson had 1, and then 2 guys shared a quarterback sack. Against Tampa Bay, the game they lost.
Wasn't that their best pass rush game?
I think it may have been, but that one may have been all Hutchinson. Well, they had 5 sacks in the game, 4.5 are from Hutch. So he and Anzareke combined on the other sack. And the week 3 was against. Hey, you know what? You know what's great when the computer screen jumps on you just when you're ready to click on a box score.
Oh, I hate that.
That's the best.
I absolutely hate that.
Against Arizona, they also
they didn't get to Kyler Murray much.
I don't think they did. They got to him once, and it was Aiden Hutchinson. God, he was.
And what about Seattle? Wasn't Seattle next?
Yeah, just don't jump on me. Not you, the computer screen.
That's all right.
Yeah. And against Seattle, they had 3 sacks.
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson was, I don't think he was among them. In fact, he wasn't. They had 3 sacks. Malcolm Rodriguez, Unzarike, and Lee McNeil, and DJ Reader all had a sack in that game.
Look, I get that you always want more. And I mean, here, speaking to Teddy Layman, what did he say to us about the Lions last hour? It's all about getting to the quarterback. I think the better coverage on the back end is going to make it easier to get to the quarterback for everybody. But we'll see. I mean, if you were in the camp that they needed somebody else on the edge, you're not going to be fired up. Although I will say this, 11-6 with this schedule isn't a bad season.
No, it's not. It's not at all. And just to finish up on the opposite, Hutch, in the game against the Cowboys, Lions had 4 sacks in the game. Hutch had 1. The other guys had 3. And then Hutch got hurt. So it seemed like they had a decent pass rush getting home to the quarterback opposite of Hutch. It didn't have to be just the defensive end, like you mentioned. A lot of it came from the interior. And they're going to be missing a guy like Levi Unzarike or Lee McNeil that were part of that. But they also have, DJ Reader for a full season here. They have Tyleek Williams, which is going to be fun. And, Marcus Davenport starts the season healthy. But it is something we'll all watch. Without question, we're going to see if somebody else emerges opposite of Hutch or if they're able to get enough pass rush from everybody on the defense outside of Hutchinson, which I imagine they will. This was an outstanding defense last season through the first 5 games. They really were.
Get your predictions in, 248-539-9797 for the Detroit Lions season, a record and a reason why. Alex in a van says via Ticket Text, Lions will go 12-5 because their team will stay healthy. Then he adds this. Tesla will have 15 touchdowns.
All right.
15? 15?
Come on, man.
What, you thinking 16, 17, Doug?
Yeah.
Little light?
Little light? You, man. I like it.
9 and 8 teams will start to figure out Goff, and one more year of age won't help him. So it's Goff starting the decline. What do we got next? Mike in Howell says the Lions will go 12-5 because of the tough schedule and the lesser amount of injuries. Record 9 and 8. Historic Lions pattern leads to 18th pick in 2026 draft. That's from Gary. From Big Tasty in a truck. 11-6. Tough road schedule, but we will be prepared for a Super Bowl run and lose to Baltimore. Cliff in Wisconsin says, I've got the Lions going 12-5. Lions defense will be top 5 this season, and Jared Goff, one of the top candidates for MVP. And one more here. Joe in Roseville says 12-5, tough schedule. However, the defense is healthy, at least to start with. The offense still awesome. Still don't see anyone in the division coming close to them. FYI, Jordan Love sucks. Go Lions. That's from Joe in Roseville.
Shots fired.
It's a bit aggressive there.
It was aggressive. It's Friday. It's game week,
It is. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I want you and Kang and anybody else that wants to get involved to answer this question. I'm here in Oklahoma. It's Michigan and Oklahoma. It's an Xbox matchup. It hasn't happened in the regular season ever that these two teams have played. In fact, a little bit of interesting research here. It is the first time that Michigan has ever played an SEC opponent on the road when they were in the SEC. They've played Vanderbilt at Vanderbilt before there was an SEC, and they played South Carolina at South Carolina before South Carolina was in the SEC.
All right.
But,
I was gonna
what
say,
we want to know.
I want to ask you this because that little fun fact you just gave us.
Yeah.
Does that mean that SEC schools were playing at Michigan before Michigan was playing at SEC school?
There weren't a lot of matchups in the regular season between, like, the SEC schools that have come in to Ann Arbor include, it's basically Vanderbilt in my lifetime. I remember Vanderbilt playing at the Big House. Texas A&M played in the Big House, but they were in the Big 8 back then. And I don't remember
you can't
a
remember
lot of regular season matchups. They played Florida and Alabama on neutral sites in the regular season. Am I forgetting any? I don't think so. They just haven't played a lot of SEC schools in the regular season.
Big Ten and SEC need to get this going.
I agree. But this is the question. And you for Michigan State and anybody for whatever school, Michigan or Michigan State, you root for, put one of these on the schedule in the future. A non-conference opponent you'd like to see a home and home with. Michigan fans, who would you like to see the Wolverines in the future play a home and home with? Spartan fans, who would you like to see the Spartans play a home and home with? 248-539-9797. We'll also continue with your Lions predictions. Doug Carson, Norman, Gator in our studios. 97 won the ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. It's done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm in Norman, Oklahoma Memorial Stadium. Gator back in our studios. Kang back there as well. Kenny answering phones. And it's our annual Lions prediction show. Let's go. What do you think is going to happen this year? 248-539-9797. We record all these and revisit them. We'll have ours in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll also pick games, If I Bet It, coming up at 1:40. Gator Rant at the end of the show. We are going to go out to Allen Park for the very latest on the Lions as they head off to Green Bay this weekend to open up their season. The Birchie Kid checks in every Friday with the latest from Allen Park. In the meantime, being here in Norman, this is like one of those Xbox matchups that people play, gamers put together on Xbox, but you rarely see them in the regular season. We're starting to see them more, which is cool. And I'm asking, and we are asking, for whatever team you're a fan of, like if you're a Michigan or Michigan State fan, you tell us, what's the home and home series you'd like to see them schedule in the future? What appeals to you? Gator, I will start with you. What is the home and home matchup you'd like to see the Spartans play?
Well, I mean, for me, I started making it personal on where would I like to travel, where would I like to see, and it comes down to two schools for me. But I'm going to end up going with Texas. I spent a weekend in Austin one time for a wedding, and I had a blast. I loved Austin. I think it's an amazing city. I'd love to go back and see that. And it's a massive program. Obviously, it's one of the true blue bloods in college football. I'd love to see Texas come to East Lansing. I'd love Michigan State to go down to Texas.
Okay. Kang, what do you got here?
So, Gator, you're on the right path. It's a selfish answer you got to have here. Like, where would you want to go, right? And so, Doug, I'd like to be your spotter, and we're going to Hawaii. So pack your bags and your lei and your Hawaiian shirts. The stadium isn't the best, but I just love Hawaii. It was one of my most favorite vacations I've ever taken, and I always had an affinity for Hawaii. You guys remember you said wear the Hawaii football hat all the time? I got to get a new one. So, yeah, Hawaii home and home for me, Doug. Selfish answer.
Kang.
Yeah, Timmy Kang's back, man.
I'm going to go Tennessee. Home and home with Tennessee. Go down to Neyland Stadium. Check out that atmosphere. That stadium looks awesome. The surroundings look awesome with the river right there. And then bring the Big Orange up to Ann Arbor for a home and home. I think that would be a lot of fun. So all of these have their appeal, but what would you like to see? Home and home. Here's feedback coming in. Owen in a car says a home and home between MSU and Virginia Tech would be great. Gator, how do you feel about that?
Virginia Tech doesn't really do anything for me. Is it Blacksburg, Virginia? I don't know if it does anything for me. Have they played at Virginia Tech before?
Not that I remember. But you know what? The best part about Virginia Tech is their entrance. They have an awesome, when they take the field, awesome entrance. Josh and Warren says, I would love to see Michigan play.
Virginia Tech, by the way.
They have not? Okay.
They've never played them, period.
I would love to see Michigan play a home and home with Tennessee. Both teams have amazing stadiums that rival in size. Would be fun to travel to the Vols for a road game. TJ and Scranton would love to see Michigan play Ole Miss.
I think you could mention just about any SEC school between Michigan and Michigan State to play the home and home if they haven't done it already. And I think you get a, oh yeah, that sounds good. I think anything with Ole Miss sounds great. I've heard nothing but great things about the Grove and and the university itself. That it's just a great atmosphere and beautiful people and awesome time, and it's a good football program.
Here's an interesting one for the Spartans from John in Lake Orion. Michigan State should schedule a rotating 6-year home and home with the 3 service academies. Then he writes, hell, throw in the Coast Guard just for fun. I will tell you, I love the idea of honoring Army, Navy, Air Force, and playing them, and it's really, really cool, and the pride and the tradition and all that goes with. They are a pain in the butt to play against. My God.
Yeah, they similar offenses run the football quite a bit, and it drains on you watching it. And as an announcer, Doug, you got to keep your eyes open. You really got to see where that football. It's like the hidden ball trick, you know.
Dude.
It's the three-card Monty football is what it is.
I don't know how many floors up I am here, like 10 floors up. It's sometimes you can get fooled quite a bit from this vantage point. So Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch says, Michigan versus LSU. I want to beat Brian Kelly.
LSU is the other school that I'd love to have the home and home with if I was Michigan State.
Yep. Did Michigan State play down there? Or no, they played at Florida State, didn't they?
Yeah, I think we've done the Florida State, but I don't think they've done LSU.
Okay. Red Wing 2244 says Virginia Tech, the Sandman entrance is the best in college football, in my opinion. It's very cool. It is very, very cool. I give them credit for that. They did a nice job. And that's, again, one of the things, like, I'm stoked to see the Sooner Schooner tomorrow come, the chuck wagon come riding out onto the field before the game. That's one of the coolest traditions in sports. So,
Michigan State has played LSU, but it was in the Independence Bowl back in 1995.
Okay. Gotcha. What do you remember about that game?
LSU won. That's about
Okay.
it.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Wolverine and Spartan fans, what's the home and home series you'd like to see in the future? Feedback coming in, 13-4 Lions record. Tesla will be used like Megatron, 7 TDs and 579 yards. Jamison Williams will have 1,300 yards and 12 TDs. That's from Jordan. I find it interesting that as we take these season predictions, we've had multiple people now include Tesla in the reason as to why. I think he's a heck of a find and he may help them. But is he such a large part of the team and the game plan that you would cite him as a reason why the record might be what it is?
Look,
isn't he?
I sure hope defensive coordinators around the league are thinking that. I'm not thinking that. I think Isaac Tesla is going to be a nice addition to this team.
Agree.
But, I mean, a focal point? No. As a rookie? No. I think he can have a really good season. But, again, we start talking about the expectations, and I don't know if he's going to get 50 targets as a wide receiver this year.
What about just for red zone targets, guys? Remember Joe Fourier? They used to just use him only when just to score touchdowns because he had a size advantage. Tesla's got obviously a great catch radius. He's a hands guy, catches the ball with his hands. He's tall, he's big. Is this something where they just go, hey, we're getting down to the goal line here. We're going to Tesla with the fade.
Yeah, they could. He could play a role like that, but it's not like Fourier had 15 touchdowns in a year. I think he had like 6 or something like that. But used in those situations, I think he will be a situational receiver for that for sure, as he should be. 6'4", can jump 39 inches straight up in the air. It's a mismatch. I like it. But that's the impact, I think. Might be touchdowns, but even then, I don't think he's going to get 6 touchdowns. Is that too many?
Probably.
I mean, I'll take whatever he gets because I think he's going to be good. I just don't think he's going to be as impactful as the people do right away.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phones.
Matt is in St. Clair Shores. Matt, welcome to 97 on the ticket.
Nice. Hey, boys, happy Football Friday. I got 13-4 also. I don't think there's going to be as much drop-off from the coordinators. If you think about it, Dan Campbell runs a Sean Payton offense. That's exactly where John Morton came from last season. I think Kelvin Shepard's going to kind of just keep the ship running. I think Jack Campbell's going to have an all-pro level defensive player of the year caliber season. So There you go, Doug. And then just as a question, is there a reason why the Big Ten and the SEC can't just do a home and home like they do in men's basketball and just wherever you seed the next year you have a standing matchup? Do we really have to schedule 8-10 years in advance these football games?
It's a great question. And, I mean, do you remember? I have vague memories of the Big Ten and the Pac-12 entered into an agreement where they were going to pool teams at the top, the middle, and the bottom and have a week reserved to play a game every year. And that was an ambitious plan. And when that came out, I was like, whoa. And
but it
then
fizzled
it
out,
never
didn't it? I was
materialized.
going to say, it never happened.
Never happened.
Well, isn't that because the Pac-12 became the Big Ten, really?
I think it was well before that. But to your point, Matt, I think we'd love to see it, but I don't think it'll ever happen because playoff implications. That nobody wants to lose games early.
And the other thing is revenue. Teams, athletic departments.
What if you invert it and have like the top of the SEC plays the bottom of the Big Ten, and then the top of the Big Ten plays the bottom of the SEC, where you still have the crossovers, and it doesn't really implicate
because those bottom teams want to win too, and they'd rather schedule a game against a directional school or just in-state
boy
school,
band,
or whatever it is, than to take on a big dog, because they know they're going to get their asses handed to them during the regular season. Their conference schedule, they got to get wins where they can, and it's in the non-conference schedule. So I don't think that would ever happen.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. They also love getting as many home games as possible. That's the thing about the directional schools. They will come for the paycheck, and you get the home gate, and they don't want to acquiesce more than they have to in terms of control over the schedule. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you will score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of stuff out there today. It's a football Friday. We're getting your Lions predictions in. What is their record going to be this season? It's our annual Lions prediction show, and it's your chance to put on the analyst hat and pontificate. What do you think is going to go down this year? 17-game schedule. Give us their record and the reason why you think it is going to be that. In the meantime, I'm here in Norman, Oklahoma at Memorial Stadium where Michigan takes on the Sooners tomorrow night. And it just got us to talking about what are the great non-conference matchups you'd like to see Michigan and Michigan State schedule in the future. Who would you like to see them play? Schedule a home and home with 248-539-9797. Gator, we'll talk some Tigers coming up in a minute. And 1.7, is it 1.7 or 1.8 billion now? What's it at?
Last year it was 1.7. It might have grown. I'll check that.
Okay. All right, good. Some feedback coming in real quick. Baloric4444 on Twitch says Michigan versus Notre Dame. Bring back old school. And Red Wing 2244 says, yep, I'd like to see Notre Dame play U of M and MSU every year. That was a good staple of the early season when both schools played Notre Dame. I like that a lot. Fancy Celery 610 said, would love to see either U of M or MSU play against Auburn. Wife went to Michigan and brother went to MSU. Would love to have them experience the Jordan Hare magic and how deafening it can be. War Eagle. So
the answer is 1.8 billion.
1.8 billion. Whew.
That's it.
We'll get to no, but that's good. Like you go win it, man. You go win it. So you or Kang, it's fine with me. Either one of you would be great. We might get word on Kyle Finnegan today. Is that correct?
Let's hope so. I hope it's something.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all hope it's good news, but I'm leaning towards thinking that it's good news because it was something that happened in the bullpen, and it was like it shut down real quick. It wasn't something like, oh, hey, somebody, let me try another one. He's like, nope, done. Let's walk this off. Let's be smart about it. And they talked to just groin tightness. Yeah, let's hope it's nothing serious because he has been lights out amazing for the Tigers since they acquired him at the trade deadline. But one of the other guys who got the deadline, Paul Sewald, pitched last night in West Michigan. He was the guy that they got from the Gribe, I believe.
Yeah.
And they knew he was hurt and was going to miss some time. Well, now he's doing his rehab stint, and he pitched a scoreless inning last night. So that's off to a good start there. Let's hope that he can get into form and then be a part of this bullpen here in a couple weeks.
The one luxury that they have earned is having a 10-game lead in the division with 20-something games to go and having it's not comfortable, but a 3.5-game lead over Houston, which is kind of the next hurdle. You want to be one of the top 2 seeds to get that first-round bye. Allows them maybe to be a little bit more careful with Finnegan, right? If they need to put him on the 15-day injured list, they can. If they want to err on the side of caution. Because let's face it, he probably needs only an outing or two before the postseason starts, if he even needs that. So they've earned themselves a little bit of cushion. So that is the good news of where they stand right now. So anyway, 248-539-9797. Scott,
Doug,
1.8 billion.
1.8 billion with a B.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. All right, so we got another edition. What we do with this is we allow you and Kang to dream. You will buy tickets. And I'm going to start with this question. How long do you think you'd be able to keep it a secret if you won the 1.8 billion? Like an absolute secret.
Question.
Like from anybody.
That is such a great question. Because it wouldn't be long because I'd have to let certain people know. Like I have to I want to talk to an attorney first about acquiring the money, best way to get it done, which is I'm also talking to my financial advisor. So that's a couple guys right away.
Isn't that attorney-client privilege, though? They have to keep it quiet.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, so that's where it starts. Then after that, my next call is likely to a real estate agent.
So you're saying a day? What are you doing?
It's not going to take long, man. I'm just telling you, there are ways you think that. Oh, I'm not going to let anybody know.
No, but
you're going to have to let somebody know.
The question is how long. So you're saying
hours.
Doug, I'd tweet about it.
I'm not even. That's the thing. I'm trying not to make it public. That part of me is that'll be months or maybe years if I ever make it public. But for people that I need to let know that I'm hoping keep things quiet, that's going to happen within an hour probably of winning.
So the drawing's at 11:59. Gator wouldn't even make it to the next day.
Well, man, as soon as I find out, because I'm not staying up to watch and see if I won. Likely,
it's 10:59. My apologies. 10:59.
I'm not likely to watch the drawing or to not even find out until the next day. So the drawing is tomorrow night. So I'd find out on Sunday, and if I found out, let's say Sunday at 10 a.m., I'm making a couple of quick phone calls by 10:30.
And are you at work on Monday?
I'd come to work on Monday.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah.
Kang, how long could you keep it a secret?
So it's tough with me being married, right? I mean, that's a humongous secret to keep from your spouse. Like,
It'd
just
be a great one though to spring it on at some point.
I know.
Oh, by the way, baby. Yeah.
God.
I'm sure that's how you talk to her too.
Hey, baby. But if I was you, Gator, I honestly would take a day and sit and think is this real? You know what I mean? I couldn't
I got things to
comprehend
do,
something.
Kang.
I know you do, man.
I got
You're a
stuff to
busy
do.
man.
Yeah.
You tell Lois right away too, right?
No.
Leave her in the dark.
Lois can't keep a secret.
No, she's the worst at that.
How long could I keep it a secret from my wife? Oof, that's a tough one. Oh, a weekend maybe. Then I have to let her know, and then we figure things out. But I don't need to personally. I know where you come from, Gator. It makes total sense. But I don't need to call a financial advisor lawyer right away. I got to get my mind right, man. I might do some stupid stuff first. I don't know.
But I need to get the money first.
Yeah,
so
that's
I
going to take
make
time.
sure. Well, that's the thing is I want to make sure I've got that. That's why I'd call it. But let's say that for the sake of argument, that those guys can keep the attorney-client privilege. None of that gets
Yes,
out.
yeah. How long can you
Once
keep it?
I have the money in an account, how long before I let my mom know or my brother know or some of my best friends know? I'd probably let family know at the same time. It'd be out at a dinner or something like that, and be oh, by the way, and here's a check, something like that. And that might be a week. But I'd probably have at least a week to plan that. But I try to keep it quiet, man. Swear people to secrecy. Do not let people know. I got big plans.
All right, next question is, in your house, what would cost the most? The upgrade you would make in your home that would be the most costly thing in your home or your property, what would you sink the most money into?
Well, I'd have a brand new house, so it's
but what in that house would be the most
But
ridiculous
you have to stay
thing
at this house.
what will be the most expensive feature in the house? I get what you're saying. It's probably the backyard, honestly, with the pool that I envision, pools, landscaping, the back outdoor kitchen, outdoor living area, all of it, I think might be quite expensive. Basketball court, putting green, all the stuff.
There'd be a water slide.
There might be a slide involved with a pool that would be snaking all over the place because it's not going to be like a normal backyard pool. This is going to be an
what
oasis.
about you?
It's hard not to say pool. We're just getting specific here, but I got to tell you, man, I really, really, really want a third car garage. I'm not
Kang, with $450 million after taxes, you can get a three-car garage.
Or instead of a pool. No, that's the question is, what would be the one, right?
The most
Doug?
expensive?
Yeah.
Yeah, the most expensive thing.
The most expensive, then that's just too easy then, because you could upgrade everything and then just pick one thing that's
Well,
the
you're
most
getting a
expensive.
new house. It's what in the new house is going to be.
What do you think you'd really splurge on though?
A mudroom.
It's the most dad answer ever.
I've got kids, Doug.
I know. All right. Would you travel to Ibiza? Where you are in your life?
Ibiza?
Would you go to Ibiza? Become Ibiza final boss yourself? Would you go to Ibiza?
Where is Ibiza? Is it like Mexican area, or is that in like the Yucatan, or is that in over by Spain. I don't even know where Ibiza is.
Kang, do you know where it is?
Yeah, it's over like by Spain. But
Is it? Okay.
I would go for sure. I heard
You
the Mike
would?
Posner song.
You think
I took a
think
pill
at
in
this
Ibiza.
point in your life it makes sense?
Well, I'm not going to do the same stuff.
I would 100% go. I'm looking at where it's at right now. 100%.
Was it Southwest Michigan?
It's over by Zug Island.
Yeah.
You know where Coldwater is? yeah. Go.
No, it's just
take a left.
It's in the Mediterranean, just east of Spain, and it's an island, and it's between Spain and Mallorca. So yeah, absolutely, I'd go there.
You never watched those shows on E where she would travel and she was always at Ibiza. I forgot who the host was, but I think Tara Reid took over the show eventually at one point.
Is it Brooke Burke?
Yes, I think that was it Brooke Burke?
I think
don't
you
know,
might be right. Yeah.
But anyways, they always went to Ibiza. So yeah.
Yeah, because I'd like to go to Spain. So why not take the quick boat over to Ibiza?
All right. Well, good luck, boys. 248-539-9797.
Thanks,
We get
Doug.
back to your Lions predictions next hour. Plus, we'll go out to Allen Park and speak with the Birchie kid. The very latest as the Lions prepare for Green Bay. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. You come to Michigan to play in games like this. That's what the Wolverines are saying about their ranked primetime showdown at Oklahoma tomorrow night. Head coach Sherrone Moore on the Big Ten Network says it doesn't get better than these types of matchups. The month of September has been good to Michigan. The Wolverines have won 16 of their last 17 games in September. The only loss, a matchup similar to this last season against number 3 Texas at home. Michigan's a 5.5-point underdog tomorrow at Oklahoma. Michigan State's out for revenge tomorrow, welcoming Boston College to East Lansing after a 23-19 loss in Chestnut Hill last year. Safety Takai Martinez reportedly going to be out for this one. Spartans 4.5-point favorites. The Tigers open up a 3-game series with the White Sox with Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight at Comerica Park. The Tigers have lost 6 of their last 9, but are still up 9.5 games over the Royals in the division. First pitch at 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1. And some high school football tonight locally. Some of the top games. Number 1 Cass Tech hosting Granville. Harper Woods is at Clarkston. Davison plays De La Salle. Rochester is at Rochester Adams. Southfield A&T at West Bloomfield. And on the west side, Rockford plays Muskegon. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Friday indeed. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I am in Norman, Oklahoma. Although, Gator, have you looked at the video stream?
I have, yeah.
Why the field looks like it's a green screen, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, that's weird.
It is kind of weird. I don't know if that changes if I hold the camera.
Oh,
Does that still look like a green screen, or can you see it?
It looks weird. I don't know. It's different because my screen just shifted to an ad, so now I have the little screen to look at.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not you. You're not the one throwing the ads on there.
If you want to check out where this is the booth. This is where we will do the game from tomorrow, and you can see it.
Do you have enough space in there?
What's that?
Do you have enough space for you and Jansen in that booth?
I mean, it's a big.
You got a spotter next to you, and
yeah, I mean, we got place for 4 chairs, 4 people.
Stat guy.
And campus is off to the north right there. That's the view for people looking online. I'm just looking to the north where the campus is, and everything's kind of red bricked here, and it's cool. It's a very cool setup.
This might sound like a dumb question because it comes from me, so it can be dumb. All stadiums, are they north-south because of
most of them?
Because of the concern about the sun setting or whatever?
Yeah, most of them are north-south. I remember somebody once said that Bowling Green wasn't, but I mean, everybody's driven south on 75 and gone right past Bowling Green, and I do believe that is also north-south. So there's a couple of them that are on angles, but pretty much all stadiums that I've been to run north-south. But yeah, no, it's one of those little quirks. Like, why is University of Oklahoma known as OU?
Yeah, exactly.
University of Kansas known as KU, and it's a great question by you. I'm going to try and get to the bottom of it.
Thank you.
Try and get to the bottom of it.
I appreciate that.
All right, so we got our annual Lions prediction show. So get your calls in and your predictions in. What do you think the record will be, and give us a reason why. 248-539-9797. We'll go out to Allen Park around 12:30. Gator, let's get back to the phones.
Tom is next up. Tom's in a golf cart. This is great. Hey, Tom, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Where are you golfing?
I think they're going to. I'm not actually golfing. I'm taking my German Shepherd for a run down the side of the road.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Good job.
I figure they're going to lose 5 games. I say they're going to slip up on one of their away games, and if they split, they can't really split I just screwed that all up. They're going to split on one of their home games, and then I'd like to say that they would split their away games, but, they get a push, so they end up losing 5 games. I think 12-5 is going to win them their conference.
All right. I got them down for 12-5, Doug.
12-5 is a pretty damn good year given the schedule. Last year they got so out of control. I mean, and the fact is they went 15-2 and they had to go 15-2. Minnesota was right there with them. That's an unstinking believable season. And when you look back at how many injuries they had, like that actually happened. And they did one hell of a job to get to 15-2. 12-5 would be a good year. I mean, I don't know that you can be mad about 12-5.
I would
given
not be
who
mad
they
at it.
play. Yeah, the guy that called and I think he predicted them to go 8-9 and said that if you looked at the road schedule's brutal. It's a who's who of Super Bowl contenders. They have to go everywhere. So
Yeah, I mean, and starting the season at Green Bay, and now Green Bay is obviously improved with Parsons, at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City. They're at Washington. They're at Philly. They're at the Rams, and then they finish the season with 2 road games at Minnesota and at Chicago.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that ain't easy.
No.
So, you keep in mind that, and look, we went through the Athletic thing where they were 12-5 in the number 1 seed. So, you don't have to go 15-2. We'll see how it plays itself out. 248-539-9797.
Let's go to Dylan, who's in a truck. Dylan, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Yeah, so my prediction this year is the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers finish with the same 11-6 record, but the Lions beat them in the tiebreaker of divisional record. Lions go 4-2 in the division. Packers go 3-3 in the division.
Gotcha. Lions 4-2, Pack 3-3. Why do you think 11-6?
Just with that road schedule you guys were just talking about, there's going to be a lot of really tough games, and it's hard to get through that road schedule like they did last year. But I also have a bold-ass prediction I'd like to share with you guys.
All right.
Let's hear it.
All right. Brian Branch will have one of the greatest safety seasons of all time. I'm predicting 5 interceptions, 2 of which being pick sixes, and at least 5 sacks with, I don't know, let's say 115 tackles.
Wow.
That's chesty.
Okay. That is chesty. And is it just because his contract is coming up, or you just love the player, or what?
I just got a gut feeling that he's going to explode this year for whatever reason. I've been talking about this to my buddies for a couple months now, and I just feel like Brian Branch is going to have a huge breakout this year.
Well, and thanks for the call, Dylan. What he did last year, Doug, he had 109 tackles last year, had 1 quarterback sack, had 8 tackles for loss, though. That was pretty great. He defended 16 passes and had 4 picks. Brian Branch was all over the place. He forced a fumble. He was great.
That's a great season. That is a great season. So
and it gets overshadowed a little bit because Kirby Joseph had not 4 interceptions, but 9 to lead the NFL. But Branch was the guy who was everywhere on the field, making plays behind the line of scrimmage, shooting in, and stopping that running back from getting going. And 109 tackles is a boatload of tackles, and Kirby Joseph had 83 tackles himself. They ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Lions defense as a team in tacklers. It's a lot. And I think Jack Campbell led the team with 131. I think that number's going to go up.
248-539-9797. All right, phone calls, get them in, and your predictions. Lions season record, what will it be? And give us a reason why. We got that college football question out there if you want to go that direction. Michigan and Michigan State fans. I'm here in Norman, Oklahoma, and I'm so fired up, and this is an Xbox matchup. What is the kind of game, the non-conference team you'd like to see your school schedule a home and home with? Michigan and Michigan State fans, 248-539-9797. Also, we will go out to Allen Park and talk with the Birchie kid today at 12:30. We'll have picks in the 1 o'clock hour as well. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm in Norman, Oklahoma. Michigan and Oklahoma coming up tomorrow. Michigan State playing Boston College tomorrow night. Who's the non-conference opponent you would like to see your team schedule in the future? Taking your Lions predictions as well. Hey, guys, real quick, just before we get back to the phones, another would you buy?
Okay.
Would you, when you hit the Powerball jackpot for $1.8 billion, would you sail the ocean?
Not likely.
Okay.
I've been on a cruise that was in the Caribbean, and it was nice. But
I'm talking sailboat, like big yacht sailboat crew.
Hell no. The only way I can consider that would be on a short trip. If you're going from like Miami to the Bahamas, something like that, I could consider that. It would have to be one luxurious, and of course it would be with that kind of cash, sailboat. But I do not want to do that. I don't feel comfortable on a sailboat to begin. We had a sailboat when I was a kid. My dad got one, and it was just uncomfortable all the time. Maybe because the maiden voyage, he had all types of problems. He forgot to unhook it from the trailer, so the car was halfway in the water before he realized that.
Oh, no.
That was problem one. Problem two was we were in an area that was too shallow, so we kind of beached it because he didn't take the centerboard out. A lot of learning experiences for my dad back in a sailboat in the day, and then he ended up taking a header when he's trying to get us. We got hooked up on something underneath, like on a log or something like that. He's trying to get us off it, and he fell into the water into a peat moss bog. It was hilarious, just a whole comedy of errors for my dad. Then we decided to just go to Orchard Lake instead. But I'm not a sailboat guy.
Kang, would you sail the ocean?
Sounds like your dad wasn't a sailboat guy either.
He wanted to be.
Did it have enough cup holders, the sailboat?
No, absolutely not.
All right. No, that's a no for me, dog. I mean, not even close. Like, yeah, you were talking something in Bahamas. I don't even want to do that. Like, if we sail, we go out for 30 minutes and come back. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm not
it might just be an inland lake. Yeah,
it's like
go and take it down to Cass Lake on a Wednesday night or something, maybe. But yeah, I don't. No, Doug. Hell no.
No.
Okay. All right. No, I thought that might be a no. I know you guys pretty well, and I thought that might be a no. But
I love the water, but not on a sailboat.
At least I know what you won't be spending your winnings on. 248-539-9797. Let's
Plus,
get back to the phone.
Shark repellent spray and,
Right. Always a problem.
Yeah. Jeff is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to get my pick in for this season. I'm a diehard Lion fan, but I have to be logical about this whole deal. I'm looking at 10-7 at best. I don't even think they win the division. I think they get in as a wild card team. I'm not worried about their offense. I think they can average 24 points or more a game. You guys always talk about their defense as far as if they stay healthy, and that's going to be the problem. They're not going to stay healthy. It's a long season. We're going to lose guys. And in fact, I predict within the first 3 weeks of the season, we lose 1 or 2 key guys on defense. It's going to happen. We're prone to that. 10-7 at best. That's my pick. Mark it down so I can tell you at the end of the season I was right.
Jeff, let me ask you a question.
Sorry, I just let Jeff.
It's okay. Well, my question is, couldn't you literally just pick injuries and predict injuries and undermine any team season? Like, do the Lions have an injury-prone player on defense outside of Davenport? I'm asking.
I don't think so. I want to say, by the top of my head, Anzarique, he's not even. Yeah. I mean, I'm not counting on him.
Yeah, he's not even a factor.
Is it Lee McNeil? I don't say prone. Prone's a tough word to use with NFL players.
I mean, if
team's
you're
so young,
you're
it's hard to say that.
Predicting the health. I mean, we're going to assume. If we assume Green Bay stays healthy, the Lions stay healthy, Chicago, Minnesota stays healthy. If we start predicting injuries for any of those teams, you just undermine their season, right?
Yeah, 100%. And last year, did they have injuries, Doug?
The Lions?
Yeah. They had a whole mess load of them.
Historic numbers.
Right. So historic injuries on defense last year. They went 15-2, and they had the 7th best scoring defense in the league. They gave up 20.1 points per game. Now, some of it might include a special teams touchdown or an offensive touchdown, but they gave up 20 points a game last year, which ranks 7th in the NFL. Now, a difference you could say, and I'm not going to argue with it because I think you're right. The schedule this year is tougher than the schedule was last year. And you're facing better offensive teams. So that number may go up a little bit, or it may not, because you'll have these guys, hopefully, that they stay healthy for most of the season. Yes, you'll have injuries. For sure, you're going to have to deal with injuries. But can the football gods smile on the Detroit Lions for a little bit and just keep them out of that out for the season injury and just be like a week-to-week injury type situation? That'd be nice.
Pendulum of luck.
Pretty
Let's
pleased.
hope it swings back in our direction, right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Calvin is next up in a car. Calvin, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Yes, I got my prediction for this season.
Here we go.
I'm predicting 13-4, but I'll settle for 12-5.
All right, but you're predicting 13-4.
Yes.
But you're good if they win 12 games.
I'm good if they win 12 games. That 10-7, this team too good to go 10-7.
Do you think 12-5 would still get them the division?
I'm hoping so, yes.
Okay. Does 12-5 get them the number one seed?
No.
Okay. Who's the top dog in the NFC?
Who you think?
Well, I'm
The
asking.
Detroit Lions.
Well, then I just asked you if they get the number one seed.
But, I mean, they don't have to get the number one seed.
I
Seed.
understand. I'm just asking you who's going to get the number one seed in the
Who's
NFC?
going to get the number one seed? That's a tough one. I believe it's going to be the Eagles again.
All right.
I believe it's the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, look, the number one seed thing is something you strive for, but we also know it's not a requirement to winning the Super Bowl. The Lions clearly had it last year, and it clearly didn't work out. We don't need to recap all that. It feels a little less important to me this time around. If you're going to tell me that they're healthy and they go 12-5, as opposed to what they went into last year with it just devastated defensively by injuries and went 15-2, I'll take a healthy 12-5 Detroit Lions team in the postseason quicker than I take a 15-2 battered Lions team.
Yeah, I'll take a healthy team in the playoffs because they clearly were not, and that obviously hampered them. So did some poor play, but the health part that's got to improve in the postseason.
Feedback coming in here. I think everyone's concern is not having enough depth behind Hutch and Davenport, knowing one of them will be hurt at some point during the season. That's from Harry in Garden City. Yeah, I mean, I get that, and the what I would build hope around, and we usually do build hope, but if I'm going to build hope around the fact, I'm going to say they went 15-2 last year without Hutch and Davenport, pretty much for the whole season. But I really like El Quadim Muhammad, and I think they love him too. And they do have roster flexibility, so we'll see if they pick anybody up.
Yeah, they have that. And keep in mind, the first two seasons of his career, Aiden Hutchinson played every game. So last year was the first year he ever dealt with an injury with the Lions. He dealt with an injury at Michigan, and did he come back strong?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so here he is coming back from another injury, and the coach says he looks better than ever. I'll take
Derek from Wyandotte says 11-6, the Lions will lose to the Bears twice.
Ooh, interesting.
Mark in a truck says we're going 12-5 with that road schedule. It's going to be tough, but our defense is better than everyone thinks. I think there could be some truth to that. I think that there is a show me attitude coming from Lions fans, and that's okay. I'm with you.
You know, you and I both know that Jared Goff listens to a lot, and uses it as a chip on his shoulder.
Yep.
I think a lot of this outside noise that's coming from the national media, we talked briefly about this week, but I'm giving it more attention today. I think it is going to play in the Lions' favor. I think these guys really thrive on that stuff. I think Dan Campbell does too. It wouldn't surprise me if, behind closed doors that, they let people know about this stuff. Hey, all these people saying Green Bay's the team. Just saying. I'm just saying.
So when we had Teddy Layman on earlier in the show, the color commentator for Oklahoma and the former Detroit Lion linebacker who played with Dan Campbell, he said something that I kind of suspected all along, but he said he thought the reason Dan Campbell is going to be great at this for the long term is his ability to get through to every player on the roster. And that is something that It's one of the reasons why I like Mike Vrabel as a coach, why I like Mike Tomlin as a coach. I think when you got guys that are making $20 million a year and guys that are making $450,000 a year, it's tough to get everybody to buy into your message and do their role and be happy with it. I think Campbell's great at it. I really do. And I think that's why they get the most out of their roster and their guys. And so I was glad to hear him say that. And he played with him and he rehabbed with him when they were both out with injuries and spent a lot of time on the training table just shooting a breeze.
Something tells
he
me
did say, I
some
said,
time at a bar as well. Something tells me that.
I think that's probably true too. He did say, I said, hey, when we get you on the air, are there any Dan Campbell stories you could tell? And he goes, honestly, I got so many Dan Campbell stories and not one of them is for air. Thought that was great. All right, hey, let's catch up with the Birchie kid who's out at Allen Park with the very latest. We do it every Friday, getting you set for the weekend of Detroit Lions football. Next hour, we'll pick some games. Michigan taking on Oklahoma, Michigan State taking on Boston College. We'll touch on some of the keys to their games coming up in the 1 o'clock hour as well. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Birchie Kid joining us from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Doug Carson Norman, Gator in our studios. What's up, Birchie?
What's going on, fellas? Long time no talk. Glad to be back on with you.
Glad to have you, man. Glad to have you. We were very excited about the start of the season. You feel any different kind of vibe or buzz going on at Allen Park before everybody takes off and heads to the little hamlet of Green Bay?
Similar vibes that you feel, I think, ahead of week one every year. I do think training camp felt a little bit different this year compared to last year. I think last year there was maybe more buzz and outright optimism. I think this year involved a little bit more intrigue. You know, there are bigger questions for this team to answer now than there were a year ago. And I don't even really point to the coordinators as much as the offensive line, which has obviously been the engine of this team for 3 years running. And you're replacing 20 years of experience in Frank Ragnow and Kevin Zeitler with essentially none in Tate Ratledge and Mahogany. And both those guys are definitely up for the task physically and it would appear mentally as well. But to me, that's the biggest question for this team to answer entering Sunday and this season.
They seem really confident about those guys, though. Do you think it's optimistic confidence, or do you think it's warranted?
No, I think it's confidence rooted in the way that offensive line really found its footing in the second half of training camp, and that was coincidentally tied to the return of Taylor Decker. It felt like once he got back to his left tackle spot, beginning with that first joint practice against the Dolphins, and stabilized that side of the line, the entire unit performed the way that we had grown used to seeing them perform over the past 3 years. And I think Christian Mahogany, by the end of this season, will be a new pillar on this offensive line. And I'm not just saying that as a fellow Boston College alum, although Boston College, boys, I will note, does have quite the pipeline of offensive linemen in the NFL. We don't produce much, but we do produce offensive linemen, and I have no doubt that from a run blocking perspective, he's already prepared and poised to make a difference for this team. He plays with snarl and nastiness, and I think the pass protection will come along pretty quickly. You know, he's a pretty interesting story. That's a guy that after his junior season at BC was tabbed as one of the top interior offensive line prospects in the upcoming draft, like potentially a day one pick, certainly a day two pick. And that offseason, as he was preparing to enter the draft, he tore his ACL just playing pickup basketball with his buddies. And so at that point, chose to forego that year's draft, returned to BC for his senior season, had another great year, was first team All-ACC, I believe an All-American, I believe allowed 1 or no sacks in 15 games, but the scuttlebutt around his name entering the draft was that one leg was slightly longer than the other, and NFL scouts and NFL organizations, being the nitpickers they are, deemed Mahogany either unworthy of a day one or day two pick or unworthy of being picked at all. And that's how he fell into the Lions' lap in the 6th round. And Holmes has had a number of late-round gems as Lions GM. I really believe that Mahogany could be the next in line.
You look at this interior of the offensive line, and obviously center position is going to be a big topic because Frank Ragnow retires, and Frank was maybe the best center in all of professional football and has been for the majority of his career. The drop-off from Ragnow to Glasgow might be pretty steep, but is the drop-off too steep? Or is Glasgow still, would he be considered a bottom third center in this league, or do you not have any kind of idea to gauge where he would rank?
Yeah, no, I would say he's somewhere near average, and if you wanted to be a critic, you could make a case that maybe he's slightly below just because he hasn't played that position consistently in a while. But I will say, like, he's just as informed and mentally engaged as Frank Ragnow was. Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach, was telling us this week that there are two offensive linemen who have always kept their notebooks in their locker, one stacked on top of the other, like a library for these guys in the Lions facility. And it was Frank Ragnow, and it's also Graham Glasgow. And as soon as they began preparations for this week against the Packers, Graham pulled out his notebook from last year's 2 Packers games and started flipping through different calls and checks and protections they had, and was checking with Fraley to see if things would stay the same or be different based on that. So, look, Frank Ragnow was invaluable to this offense for a number of reasons. His mental processing chief among them. And I don't think there would be a precipitous drop-off in that regard from he to Glasgow. What Glasgow has to prove is that he has at least close to the same power that Ragnow provided and the ability to get to the second level. But I do think they feel better about having Glasgow playing on either side of what are essentially rookies in Mahogany and Routledge.
Okay, every Friday, Dan Campbell speaks to the media. Is there anything breaking news or anything that was emphasized today?
Nothing major. One name that he brought up that caught my ear was Mekhi Wingo, and I would have thought going into today's press conference that Wingo would be one of the inactive just because he hasn't practiced really all that much since returning from injury. But Campbell gushed about him and said he's come a really long way in a week and a half and really impressive, even further along than Campbell thought he would. And I think come Sunday we'll see Wingo active and playing some sort of role on that defensive line. He's kind of a tweener, but in a good way. Like, no one's ever said that about me. But Mekhi Wingo he does have a unique body type on the defensive line. Maybe he's not quite as big as a nose. He's not quite as tall as a defensive end, but he has some slipperiness to him. And as this team tries to find an interior pass rush, I think, maybe that's somewhere you look over the first couple months. And then we just got back from practice, guys. And as you might recall last year, Penei Sewell always helped out the quarterbacks in warming up the pass catchers by throwing go balls. One difference under John Morton is that I am sad to report Penei Sewell is no longer throwing go balls to begin practice, but there was a new dance circle among the defensive backs, and it ended with Terrion Arnold hitting the Isaac Tesla worm and then attempting a backflip that he didn't quite stick. But I would expect Arnold to be doing backflips and front flips and have this Lions organization doing front flips and backflips by the end of his season. I think he's poised for a major breakout this year.
Well, that would be awesome. We've had a discussion here how good the secondary can be with those great safeties they have in the corners that, Terrion Arnold just improving from one year to the next could be pretty good for them. But all the talk has been about the defensive end position opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And
it has?
Yeah. and, of course, the health of Marcus Davenport, because he has unfortunately not been able to stay healthy throughout his career. What has he done in the offseason that has he talked to you guys about, being understanding that that's a knock on his game, that he hasn't been able to stay healthy? Has he done anything different health-wise or eating-wise or workout-wise?
Yeah, well, he has acknowledged it. He knows that everyone is doubting his ability to stay on the field. And, he put his body through the ringer this offseason in a way that, he said he really hadn't before, just to harden it for the challenge of staying healthy for 17 games, hopefully 20 or 21 games. And look, it's hard to call him the X factor because he's only played 6 games in the last 2 seasons. But when he's out there opposite Hutch, you see the vision that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and the rest of the coaches have. And Hutch will be the first to tell you that Davenport is one of, if not the favorite edge rushers he's ever played with, mostly because Davenport does exactly what Hutchinson needs in a complementary piece, in that he can crush the pocket with power, he can hem the quarterback in on his side and allow Hutch to get home from his. So and we saw what that looked like in the one full game they played together last year, that season opener against the Rams, when they combined for 17 quarterback pressures, 8 quarterback hits, and 1.5 sacks. If Davenport can just stay on the field after kind of doubling down on his off-season training, then that duo could wreak all kinds of havoc this season.
Well, Birchie, we've been asking the listeners to get us their predictions for the season. You're around this team. You know what the schedule is. You know what the challenges are. You know who's coming back and who's healthy. We're looking at another 15-2 season, or are they going to be better than that?
Oh, 17-0. I mean, just 20-0. No, before I will give you a prediction. Before I do so, I want to give you guys this. You may have seen this week there was an anonymous poll of NFL coaches and execs conducted by The Athletic, and one of the questions they asked was which team is most likely to fall short of expectations this year. And like 16 of 23 responders all said the Lions. And so yesterday in the locker room, I brought that to a number of different players and offered them the chance to respond anonymously to this idea that this team is destined to regress. And most of them brushed it off as outside noise and raised the point that, well, what even are expectations for us? But I want to give you one quote from one anonymous player. I'll say he's a defensive starter. And he kind of smiled when I gave him this report. And he said, in my opinion, we have the best roster in the NFL. Look around this locker room, every position. The only limitations are the ones that we put on ourselves, and I feel like this year just feels special. Then he kind of grinned again and said, I genuinely hope when we do win it that we can look back at this. So maybe 9 months from now we can reveal the identity of that defensive player. I think this team does struggle a bit out of the gate as that offensive line finds itself as Kelvin Shepard and John Morton adjust to the demands of making calls and adjustments in games. And, of course, given the fact that the first 6 road games are against Love, Lamar, Mahomes, Burrow, Daniels, and Hurts. But I think they get hot down the stretch. I think they win 12 games. I think they win the NFC North. And I think they are one of 4 teams standing in the NFL by the end of the year. And from there, we'll see where it takes them.
Very nice. One last thing, Birchie. There's another game tomorrow night in East Lansing.
Oh, I was hoping you would bring this up. I was hoping.
Come on, man. My Spartans against your Eagles. What do you think?
So here's the thing, Gator. I got a lunch bet with Evan, straight up. I got a dinner bet with Lenny where he's giving me the points, which I think is now 4.5, although he's also demanded appetizers in the event that Michigan State wins. So do we make a breakfast bet here? So is that what's next in line?
If that's what you feel, well, sure, we can do that.
Yeah. How about a brunch bet? A brunch bet at some point in the next month or so. You and I meet up, maybe downtown, maybe dime store in Detroit. But I obviously got to take my Eagles. I'm going to take them with the points if you'll allow me the spread.
Why don't we just go straight up? I don't understand what the spread.
All right, baby, straight up. Straight up, you got it. I'm no coward. I ain't scared.
Except when he asked for the spread to start.
Sounds
You're trying to hedge a little bit.
Birchie, good stuff as always. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Talk to you next time.
Thanks, bud.
It's our reporter on the scene, William Birchfield. All of his appearances here from Allen Park brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. And what a great idea. This is why he's a good reporter. All the anonymous quotes about the Lions, he goes into the locker room and says, now you quote anonymously. Right. I bet that ends up on our website, and make sure you read all the stuff at 971theticket.com.
That's kind of stuff that Birchie brings, though. Remember we had some nugget last week, which I smell it. That's going to be, and it was. He's great at what he does. Love the kid.
Yep. Okay, so let's get to your predictions, people. 248-539-9797. It's our annual Detroit Lions prediction show. Get them in. We'll talk some Wolverines and Spartans next hour. We'll have our picks coming up today at 1:38. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Gator, we got a quiz for you coming up in a few minutes.
Oh, great.
I'm excited about it. Yep. See how you do.
Quiz. Great.
Yep. Quiz for Scott. But first, let's get back to your phone calls and your predictions for the Lions season. Anything else on your mind, fair game, because it is open lines. Doug Carson Norman, Gator back in our studios. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797.
Anthony is in Sterling Heights. You're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, guys. How about James Houston last night? A couple tackles for losses, eh?
Saw that.
Good for him.
Yeah, calling in low prediction. So it's 10-7, but it's not a bad 10-7. It's a 10-7 that wins the division, okay? So I'm just being realistic about the schedule being tough, and everyone's talking about, like, the coordinator issues. I don't think it's really that big of an issue. I think that maybe changing up coordinators also changes up some schemes, and doing that takes some things off tape that teams may have on tape of us. So even with the defensive end situation, quote unquote, I think with different schemes on getting to the quarterbacks, using our linebackers, and not saying it's a weak side on the Davenport side, but saying that we're kind of missing a guy coming off the bench, it's not really going to hurt us that bad. And I think a 10-7 still wins the division. We split our division with everybody else, too. We win this week at Green Bay. They beat us at home later on, but we beat them this week.
Interesting. Now, did you have them beating Green Bay now on the road and losing at home because Parsons isn't 100% ready to go, up to speed?
No, I think it's the bad taste in our mouth from the playoffs last year. We take our aggression out on Green Bay. Jordan Love, I don't think we've seen the best of Jordan Love yet. I think we catch him, too, early in the season where they're not really quite up to speed, up to par. So I just think we get them just because we're a little more hungry.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Thank you very much.
248-539-9797. Get your picks in for the season. By the way, we do record these, and when the season is over, we let you know how you did. And if you nail it, you'll get a shout-out on the air. And if you're awful, like absolutely awful, you also get a shout-out on the air.
That's good to know. Who doesn't love the shout-out, Doug?
That's right. Get your name. We'll talk about you come January. Let's get to more phone calls.
Yeah, Rick is in Burton. Rick, you're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how we doing today?
All right, Rick.
Good.
I predict 11-6. I think there will be some regression, but all the other teams, don't they have almost the same identical schedule as we do?
Yeah, they all have tough schedules.
In the division,
so they're all a tough schedule. And any team that has Penei Sewell on their team is going to be a reputable offense. You know what I mean? You ever see an offensive lineman get downfield as much as he does?
No, I think he might be a unicorn, honestly, in terms of offensive lineman with his athleticism and just how good he actually is and how good he has been from day one. And when you consider when the Lions drafted him, remember all the hubbub about it was, they're moving him to right tackle? He should be playing left tackle. Moves to right tackle, doesn't miss a beat, and he's all pro at right tackle.
Or just a run-producing machine.
He's great.
Anyway, the guy that called earlier today predicted 8 and 9. That guy, I hope he has the worst of your calls. So
may just be the way.
That's my wish.
All right, thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Yep.
You know, that wasn't my least favorite. My least favorite was they're gonna get injured again, guys, because the only player that they're counting on that is quote unquote injury prone is Marcus Davenport. I didn't, because what he said could apply to any team, right? Oh, they're going to have a slew of injuries and it's going to cost them.
Yeah, of course it could. I think Lions fans might be through some PTSD because of what happened last year. And I get it. That was an incredible amount of injuries. And you look at this team and they are still so young, though. So it's hard to, you can't label, you don't have the opportunity to label too many players as being injury prone because the guys in this roster are like 25 and under. But there are guys that have, hang another year on him, hang another year on Alex Anzalone. Now, was his age a factor in him breaking his arm? No, not at all. It's just some strange injuries sometimes. And when Carlton Davis got his jaw broke last year, I mean, stuff is strange. Amik Robertson got hurt for the first, play on defense in the playoff game. Some strange stuff happens. It's the National Football League. What you hope doesn't happen is that all that happens to your team within like a 4-week span.
Right.
I mean, they just kept piling on week after week after week. That's not normal. Injuries are normal. The severity of the injury and the frequency of the injury, that was an anomaly, I felt like, last year.
All right, Gator. We got an email today from one of the people that does some research and emails us all the time. I'm not going to say where just yet. And it's based on data they have of what each state, there's geotagged data on Twitter in the last 30 days, which team each state thinks is going to win the Super Bowl. Okay?
All right.
So an example would be the state of Colorado thinks the Denver Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl. But there are other states out there, right, that don't have NFL teams, or not all of them go with the hometown team. Like, I'll give you another example. California thinks the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl.
That's so California.
I know, right?
It's further evidence that California hates football.
Yeah. Gator, how many states do you think the Detroit Lions will win the Super Bowl?
I will say,
just so you know, I want to make sure that there are 50 states, Scott.
That's great, and we're not talking the District of Columbia or Puerto Rico.
No. Just there are 50 states. How many of those states do you think the Lions will win the Super Bowl?
Lucky 7.
Lucky 7. Well, that is incorrect, which is fine because that's a hard question. I'm gonna narrow it down here, and I will tell you how many states.
Why don't you just tell me?
Two think the Lions will win the Super Bowl. What 2 states do you think they are, Scott?
Well, I think Michigan is one.
Mm-hmm.
And the Upper Peninsula too.
And the Upper Peninsula. Michigan and Ohio.
Okay.
Just to shake it up.
Gator is incorrect.
Yeah, I thought it would be.
Let's take 10 texts right now. Two states think the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Gator got one of them, Michigan. What state is the other state that's picking the Lions to win the Super Bowl? Send your texts over if you have reasoning. Make sure you give your reason, but also please sign your text. And the first 10 texts that we get, we will read on the air. 248-539-9797. Get them in. What is the other state that thinks the Lions will win the Super Bowl? It is Carson Anderson, Doug Carson Norman, Gator in the studios. We'll talk some Boston College, Michigan State. We'll talk some Michigan and Oklahoma in the 1 o'clock hour. We got picks coming up today at 1:38 with If I Bet It. Full slate of games this week. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
After an off day yesterday, the Tigers back at it tonight against the White Sox. Jack Flaherty will make the start. He's coming off a 5 2/3 inning outing against the Royals, where he gave up just one earned run. 6:40, the first pitch tonight, right here on the ticket. The winds could make that interesting, depending if they're blowing in or out. We're waiting to hear about the fate of reliever Kyle Finnegan, who left the bullpen the other day after experiencing right groin tightness. ESPN college football reporter Pete Thamo posted today that Michigan State football will be without safety Nakai Martinez for their tilt with Boston College this weekend. That's the second straight game out for Martinez. Dan Campbell back at the podium for the final time before the Green Bay game on Sunday. Khalil Dorsey, Mekhi Wingo, two guys activated a little bit later in camp. How do they look now? The United Shore Professional Baseball League has their playoffs this weekend. Owner Andy Appleby told me they're going to an all-turf field next season, which will be installed after a pair of high school football games are played there this fall. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are looking for your 10 texts. What is the other state that picked the Detroit Lions to win the Super Bowl? The Lions did get the win in Detroit, or excuse me, in Michigan. They are the most popular team to win the Super Bowl in Michigan. But we got this email where they geotagged it by state, and Gator, do you care to guess which team had the most states?
The Eagles.
Eagles are second with 10 states. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona. Well, I won't read those yet. With 10 states. Who?
Baltimore.
Baltimore's third with 9 states.
Buffalo.
There you go. 11 states think the Bills are going to win the whole thing. So. But we're looking for what other state other than Michigan, because only 2 states picked Detroit. I feel like there's, before we get to the text, is there not an anti-Lions sentiment starting to emerge, but there's some real skepticism about this team?
Well, yeah, I think there is, but I think from a national standpoint, I mean, they lost in the second round last year, their first game. They lost to Washington, and Washington had a rookie quarterback. So you get on that hot bandwagon, and you think Washington's a tough team. They lost to Philadelphia. Well, Phillies, obviously, they're the Super Bowl champs, and they knocked off the champs in Kansas City. You got, like I mentioned, Buffalo and Baltimore. There's lots of teams to look at. So the Lions were they were the new hotness for just a minute, and then that loss in the playoffs knocked out all the goodwill because you had another younger up and coming team to step in. And now with what Green Bay has done with the big trade acquisition, I think that those are the reasons why people are looking outside Detroit again.
All right, here we go with the 10 texts. Harrison in Ann Arbor says Hawaii is the other state that thinks the Lions will win the Super Bowl, all thanks to the Honolulu blue jerseys.
Well, I think that's probably solid reasoning.
Jacob in Minnesota says Arizona with all the transplants. Mike says West Virginia. It's got to be a state without a team. Pat Nipsey says Delaware because it's Delaware.
I think Delaware likes Philadelphia.
Mike listening on Odyssey says Iowa. Jordan says Indiana. Nate in Shelby Township says Hawaii, Honolulu Blue. Terry says South Dakota. Reno and Howell says Florida.
Reno and Howell says Florida.
Yes.
I feel like you should have said Nevada, but
no. Somebody got it in that list. Do you have any more comments, or should I just tell the people who it is?
I think because I'm going to say it's Hawaii because of the Polynesian influence with Panay Sewell.
Okay. It is Indiana.
It's Indiana because of the Polynesian influence of Panay Sewell.
Yeah.
And our love
Indiana.
of St. Elmo's cocktail sauce for the
And
shrimp.
and it makes sense, the Terre Haute blue jerseys that the Lions wear.
Obviously.
So, yeah. No, it's Indiana, which is intriguing. Neighboring state, sure, but not the Colts. I guess they just have no faith in the Colts, which I sort of understand.
Well, not after they bench King's guy. You can't.
Yeah.
You
I don't
can't
have faith in the Colts anymore.
You can't shut down AK and say, "Here we go," or AR, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. You got one of them right.
Yeah, I'd get there sometime.
Eventually. 25 more guesses you would have
Here we
got
go.
there.
AK, no, it's Anthony Richardson. AR, there you go.
248-539-9797. It's our annual Lions prediction show. Get your calls in and your picks in.
Which we have. James is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, James.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, so I believe that the Lions are only going to lose 4 games this year, and I think that we are going to win every game within our division. I have us losing to away at the Ravens, away at Kansas City, away at the Rams, and away at the Eagles.
City, Rams, and Eagles. Okay, you're pretty confident, huh?
I am rather confident. I'm not like a lot of these Lions fans right now that seem to be questioning so much. Sure, I believe that the offensive line might be one of the larger questions, but I believe we're going to be really, really strong at home and really strong against our division.
Yeah, I mean, 13-4 is lofty. You mentioned all games that sound tough. They went undefeated in the division last year. And, it's weird because they're clearly the hunted now, even though they're an underdog in their own division now, I guess. But, until you knock off the King of the North, this feels like an early statement game for two teams. And that's why this Sunday game, I think, is the most intriguing game of the weekend in the whole league. And I think it's going to get an elite rating, too.
I think it'll definitely get an elite rating. The schedule this weekend is great in the NFL. I mean, I don't know if there's a game on a schedule that I wouldn't want to watch, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's intrigue all over. I think the Bears and Vikings is massive game in the division to find out what J.J. McCarthy is. The thing about J.J., I think J.J. is going to have a good career. I just think it's really, really tough to do it as a rookie at that position. And, maybe he hits the ground running, but
we got football tonight.
I don't know how many. What's that?
We have football tonight.
I know, right?
It's a Friday night NFL game.
Yep. Chargers in Kansas City.
Yes.
So we'll see how that plays itself out.
You think
but
the Swifties are going to be watching tonight, guys?
Oh, man.
It's the first game since they've been engaged.
In L.A.
Speaking of a good number.
In L.A.
Yeah, isn't it? Where is it? Is it Brazil?
It's in Brazil.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Often confused.
Yeah. I did immediately to the bottom. Oh, the bottom team is the home team in Sao Paulo.
That's what you meant by L.A.
Yes.
The L.A. of Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. The other thing is that game last night, how much of a storyline in that game was the spitting that opened it up?
Huge.
And Jaylen Carter, it feels like he's going to be eternally tied to Detroit because the Lions didn't take him and so many fans wanted them to take him. And I don't know if this is, we know how much that the Lions put on, the variable of character and professionalism is a huge deal for them. Is this maybe a little insight into one of the reasons why they didn't take him is because of stuff like this?
Maybe.
I could be overstating it.
You might be overstating it, but
people make mistakes. Young people all the time, and they should be afforded the opportunity to grow up. But
I think you just have to go back and look and see what the Lions actually did. They traded back so that they could get an extra picks. And what they did in that draft, okay, they missed out on Jaylen Carter, but what'd they get? They got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right.
They then took Jack Campbell and then Brian Branch and all these picks that they had. It was fantastic. So I certainly don't regret it. What the Lions did was they built on the offensive side and not necessarily on the defensive side with that pick. Although with the extra picks they got, they did build on the defensive side.
Kang, do you think I'm overstating it all, or do you think that this is maybe just a small window into one of the reasons
I
why?
think it's part of it, honestly. Like, it's not just that decision last night to spit on Dak Prescott, but we obviously know what happened with him off the field at Georgia, and then there was concerns about how hard he practiced and things like that. So one of the things that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and Sheila Ford Hamp they wanted was culture change, right? And maybe he just didn't fit the culture with some of those decisions that he had made, and they think that what he was going to make. Now, you mentioned, Gator, the return they got when they traded back. Obviously, that played a big role into it as well, but they knew what kind of talent Jaylen Carter was on the field, but then they went and traded those picks and got guys with seemingly no character issues off the field. You know what I mean? Because Sam Laporta was a guy you didn't mention too, Gator, that they got with that pick. It was, I think ended up getting Gibbs and Laporta with those picks. And then with their own picks, they grabbed, Campbell and Branch. So the Lions, I didn't have a problem with them passing on Jaylen Carter, but there will always be that connection. And last night you can kind of point to, like, that was so dumb of him to do that. And I'm not saying you can predict that stuff, but I don't think you're out of the realm of possibilities that's the reason why, Doug. I don't think it's a bad thing that you brought it up. That might be one of the issues.
No, I mean, I'm always trying to be. I think about who I was in my early 20s, and I did stuff that I look back at and I'm embarrassed about. And I hope I grew up to be a decent person. And then I hear my kids, and I sometimes go, "Oh my God, what just came out of their mouths?" And so you really, I have a lot of grace for young people making mistakes, but at some point when you've been in a league for a couple of years, that's just,
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I'm sorry, Doug. I was just going to say one more thing, and I forget if King touched on this or not, but I mean, that car accident after that's hard to forget. And that happened just a few months before the draft. There was a January accident. Obviously, the draft is in April, and there was a lot going on with that, a lot that was said. So I can understand. But I also, recognize talent is talent, and there's no question Jaylen Carter is a talented football player. But he almost cost his team the game with a stupid spitting incident. Now, are they going to suspend him? I don't think he gets suspended. He's going to get fined for sure. But the Eagles are like, all right, we'll get him back for the next game, and that's the way that they have to deal with it. I love what the Lions got in return in that trade, going from 6 to 12. Take it every day. I'm not going to look back on it and say what a mistake, because Jahmyr Gibbs alone, his contribution to the offense might be worth it, but then you couple that with it's Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta, and the Lions were still balanced enough because of what Brad Holmes had done with the draft that they had the other two high picks they used on defense, so 2 on offense, 2 on defense. That's ultimate balance, and all 4 of those players are great players.
All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This NFL season, FanDuel wants to boost your bets even more. And right now, all customers can double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. That means you get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday moneyline bets. So I've talked about this, but my strategy when they offer this kind of stuff, even when it's not 100%, is to go find a heavy favorite. And this week, the heaviest favorite is Denver against Tennessee, and you bet them on the money line. And then you make sure you toggle and get your 100% profit boost. It's a decent return on a heavy favorite just winning the game. That's the way I play it. You can do it however you want. Maybe you can try and score big with an underdog, whatever you want. But 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday money line bets. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and get into the NFL action with a chance to win even bigger. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. Let me grab my stuff here. We got Michigan and Oklahoma coming up from here tomorrow. I will tell you something that's kind of an interesting development here as we get closer to this game, and this really could be a factor.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Is it the city is pushing to rename it Norm just to shorten things up?
No, that is not.
That's not
I don't think it's going to be a factor. We talked yesterday, though. We were kind of previewing this game a little bit. And we talked yesterday about, Venables versus a freshman quarterback. Something that is going to be an interesting matchup because you got an elite defensive coordinator going up against a true freshman quarterback who's incredibly talented. But this is a whole different deal, right? I mean, by far the best defense he will ever have played is this one tomorrow. By far the toughest environment he will ever have played in is this one tomorrow. By far the most pressure-packed situation he's ever been in is this one here tomorrow.
They're all first, yeah.
Yeah, so, how does he respond to that situation? He seems to have a maturity to him that we'll see if he can handle it, but it's a big ask of a true freshman quarterback, no matter how talented he is. We might start to find out tomorrow if he's, is he a good freshman or is he a special freshman? And, we'll see. We talked about the matchup of a 29-year-old offensive coordinator against Wink Martindale. This offense coordinator for Oklahoma was still playing college football when Wink Martindale was 14 years into his NFL career. So young OC, veteran DC, see how that matchup is. And then the other one that I think is really intriguing is the three top receivers for Oklahoma all look legit to me. Deion Burks, the Belleville kid who played at Purdue, Isaiah Satania, who's the speed guy, and his mom ran in the Olympics. His dad's a track coach at Texas A&M. And Keontae Lewis, he's your bigger receiver, and he had a huge game last week. 2 touchdowns, 9 catches, 119 yards. Can the Michigan secondary handle those guys? Listening to late developments, it sounds like they're still trying to figure out combinations on their offensive line. Michael Fasui is a left tackle freshman, and Ryan Fogier is a right guard freshman. These are 2 true freshmen that could get extensive run tomorrow for the Oklahoma offensive line. That is something to watch, is if Michigan's defensive line can control the line of scrimmage against 2 true freshmen.
Well, how did you feel they did last week?
The defensive line?
Yes.
Pretty well. I mean, the problem was New Mexico got the ball out so quick, it kind of nullified any pass rush. I don't think Oklahoma's going to do that, but they also have an extremely elusive quarterback. This kid Mateer is a true dual threat guy. Their offensive coordinator that I mentioned earlier, Ben Arbuckle, he said of Mateer, he said he's a football player first and a quarterback second. And that's a compliment. He's a guy that is, wired to play this game, and that means he'll put his head down and run you over if necessary, but he is elusive, and they didn't run him a ton last week, and Michigan didn't run Bryce a ton last week. We'll see how much of that may play a role in this game tomorrow, but even if Michigan can dominate in a pass rush stance, it's an elusive quarterback that can get away and make plays with his feet. So,
well, and the other thing is, looking at Michigan's defense, is how will this first half suspension of Jashawn Barham hinder Michigan's efforts?
Yeah, I mean, they love Jimmy Rolder and Cole Sullivan, who will get some run, but I mean, Barham's a starter for a reason. Yeah. So I'm of the position that they seem to have the highest quality depth is linebacker, but yeah, it could play a role. Now, Michigan State, the late breaking news, a safety that's hurt, how much does that impact them?
I don't think he played last week either, so I don't think it's that big of a deal for this team for the week. But you certainly hope to get him back. I think with Michigan State, it's really just you don't know what to really believe yet, because taking on Western for the first week, and I don't mean to destroy Western here, but it's not one of your top opponents. Western's going through transition as well. But Michigan State in the first half was so good offensively, doing what they wanted to do. They could throw the ball, they could run the ball, and really kind of did it at will and built up the big lead. Second half was different. And was it different because Western made the adjustments? Was it different because Aiden Childs just they figured him out, or he was predictable, or was it different because Michigan State tried to do some different things and really, dumb down the offense, make it very vanilla, not want to show too much. They knew the game was in hand. They started doing some different things in the offensive line and switching guys from right side to left side to right side, bringing in the whole, influx of depth that they have there. I tend to think that's probably more than anything else. I do like this offensive line, and that's the key for Michigan State in any game. And we'll see what they can do against Boston College. And again, Boston College, their first opponent they faced was nothing special. So you don't want to overvalue what they did, but they threw the ball for a crazy amount of yards in that game. So can Michigan State get a pass rush? Well, they did last week. They got a good push up the front. The front seven played awfully well, and then when the ball was thrown, the secondary stepped up and made plays. I think there was maybe one play where they got behind him a little bit, but overall, it was a really good effort for Michigan State. And now they're playing a like opponent, a team that's probably just as good as Michigan State is. I know State's favored by 4.5 points or whatever it is, but this could be a tight game. But I like the Spartans.
248-539-9797, Wolverine and Spartan fans. If you want to tell us what you like about the matchup and what worries you about the matchup as we are on the eve of those games. Lions opening this season Sunday. Get your season predictions in, and let's get back to the phones.
Daryl is in Detroit. Daryl, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
How you guys doing?
All right,
okay, my prediction for this upcoming season is this. I'm an optimist, and I believe the Lions are going to be 15-2, and I'll tell you why. Okay, I believe the offense is better. You guys think the offense is going to be better?
I don't know if it's going to be
one
better
big
because
if.
it's the offensive line. We're not sure yet. Do they have potential to be better? I mean, they're healthy to start the season. That's big. Where Sam Laporta wasn't healthy last year to start the season. Tesla is probably just as good, if not a better option at receiver this time than Tim Patrick was. So
he's going to make a name for himself quick and fast. Watch. Tesla's going to make a name for himself.
We'll see, but he's going to be the third option at receiver, let alone on the team as a whole, because you had the tight ends and the running backs. But the offense can be better. The offense can be better because of who they're going to trust. Okay.
And then the defense is like this. The defense is definitely going to be better. I think they're going to be a top 5 defense, and I'll tell you why. First of all, they got all the people back healthy, except McNeil. He'll be later on. And Hutch is back. So basically you got new players because you got people that wasn't playing last year for injuries that will be playing this year. And I believe that they will definitely be better, and I'm predicting 15-2. I know it's going to be a tough schedule, but the way I see it like this, they got to play us as well as we got to play them. I'm not worried about Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia, none of those teams. I'm only concerned about one team, and that's the Detroit Lions, and I believe they'll be 15-2. You can mark it down, and I'll talk to you guys in the Super Bowl after they win it.
All right, there goes Daryl.
Well, Daryl, you can call between now and the Super Bowl, but I'll just say, you mentioned that you think the offense is going to be better. There's really actually two ifs, right? There's the O-line and whether or not there's any drop-off at offensive coordinator. We don't even know if the offensive coordinator isn't going to be better than the previous one. I suspect that that's not the case, and I suspect the offensive line won't be as good as last year, at least right out of the gate. But, there's a potential without question for the offense to be better. And I feel like there's a strong likelihood that the defense is going to be better, unless we start going down the injury road again, which is a variable that you have no idea whether or not to predict, and you can apply it to any team. But yeah, I think there's a better chance that the offense is going to be better than the defense. Hey, we got to get our picks in for the Lions season, our predicted records. We will do that coming up at 1:31. Just a reminder that our football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off week 1 with the Lions in Green Bay, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket here in Norman, Oklahoma. Gator back in our studio, and thanks to all of you joining us in a variety of ways. You can see us with twitch.tv and youtube.com, where you can check out the view from the booth I have here at Memorial Stadium. Also, those of you listening on Odyssey and on our website, 97.1 The Ticket, thank you very much. Gator, we've taken people's predictions throughout the day, and it's time to get ours on the coming season. I really, really love the offense on this football team, and I do believe that interior offensive line is going to be just fine. Maybe not right out of the gate, but I think as the season goes on, listening to Dan Campbell, who usually tells it like it is, you could tell he was trying to temper his excitement with Tate Ratledge. I thought Goff and Amon-Ra at the joint practices looked to be so dialed in. They're going to be an incredibly difficult pair to stop, and we all expect Jamison Williams to get better. And oh, look, they accidentally added another weapon to the offense in Isaac Tesla. The running game is what it is. Jahmyr Gibbs is a showcase player, the kind of player that every team wishes they had. And defensively, I just can't believe that they're going to have as many injuries as they had a year ago. The special teams are solid. There is some question at the coordinator spots, and the schedule is brutal. But everybody's schedule in the division is brutal. A little bit easier for everybody else, but I think the Lions are still the cream of the crop in the NFC North. I think they win the division. I don't think they're the 1 seed. I expect them to go 11-6 this year, and maybe even be a bigger threat to win it all than they were last year at 15-2, because I just can't see them getting that banged up again. And the 11-6, that's predicated on a very difficult schedule, but they'll be battle tested by the time they get to the postseason. So that's my prediction for the year. What do you got?
I can't differ too much from that, because I agree with a lot of what you had to say. I think this offense, as one of the previous callers brought it up, I think the potential for the offense to be even more explosive is there. Right before the break, I was going to say, but we were up against the break, so I held it for this moment. I think the difference that you're going to see in the offense this year from last year is taking more chances downfield. I think Jared Goff completely trusts Jamison Williams at this point. You know how he feels about the other receivers on his team. And I think they're going to utilize J-Mo in a way that we've only dreamed of. And they're really going to take advantage of that. He's going to have a monster year. Tesla as a third wide receiver on this team, or fourth, with Khalif Raymond, with those guys there. I mean, they're complementary players on this team that doesn't need a ton of compliments, and it just helps a lot. Having that guy specifically in the red zone, I think, will pay off. I think the run game, we'll see how it goes. You know, it's predicated a lot on what the interior of the offensive line. That's where the question is. But throwing the football, this team can get yards and can get points. And what we've seen in practice, Jahmyr Gibbs is on a different level than most running backs, and David Montgomery is often the forgotten guy. He is so good. And yeah, it's about the health of the team. Can they stay healthy? I think it's time that the football gods smiled on the Lions and said, all right, we're going to give you guys a little bit of a break. Yeah, you're going to have injuries, but they're not going to be the season-ending crushers that we saw last year. And certainly not en masse like it was week after week after week, losing a guy, not for a couple weeks, but for the year. I don't think we're going to see as much of that. I hope we don't see as much of that. Because of that, I think the defense is not going to be much of a question at all. They were 7th overall in points given up last year. I think they'll be probably around the same. I think statistically it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this team. If you're a fantasy owner, get on board, because you got players on both sides of the ball. If you're at the fantasy league that has defensive guys, you got guys to take also. But offensively, a lot of players I would assume are picked off of it. That being said, the schedule is what the schedule is. It's very difficult. I think they're going to go 5-2 going into the bye week, regroup a little bit, and come back. But I think they go 6-4 down the stretch. It's a total of 11-5, but for me, that's good enough to win the NFC North for the 3rd straight season. Not only that, I also think that the number 1 seed in the NFC is going to end up coming down to a break to the tiebreakers with the Lions, the Eagles, and the Commanders. So I think it's going to be a 3-way battle for that first play for that number 1 seed. I don't think the Lions get it, but I think that there's going to be 3 teams that end up being 11-5.
Gator, your math is not mathing.
Sorry, 11-6. I keep saying 11-5. I mean 11-6.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Kang, How do you see it going down this year?
I really struggled with 12-5 and 11-6. I just went back and forth and back and forth. I am not as confident in the offense as you guys are, and here's why. It has nothing to do with the skill position players. Clearly, those guys are elite. It's the interior line that we've kept mentioning over and over. That, to me, is too much of an unknown for me to pencil in the fact that they're just going to be a top offense. It has nothing to do with John Morton as offensive coordinator, because if you have protection and you can run the ball and you can protect your quarterback, you can pretty much call any play and get production and eventually score points, right? I just can't pencil in Mahogany is to be good, a rookie to be good on the other guard, and Graham Glasgow is definitely a downgrade from Frank Ragnow. Now, do they have the potential to protect and be good? Yes, they do. I'm just not so sure about it. What I do have confidence in, though, is the defense. I think the defense is actually going to be pretty damn elite by the end of the year. Once they get a Lee McNeil back, that's only going to help bolster that. Hutch being healthy and the whole injury thing everyone keeps bringing up, you just have to throw that out the window, because all you have to do is say they're going to have injuries, but they can't be catastrophic and they can't come in the masses, because every team's going to have injuries, right? So I just throw the fact that they're going to have some injuries, but it's not going to be, that detrimental to the team. The defense bringing back 2 all-pro safeties. I love the outside corners they have this year, because Terrion Arnold's got another year of experience. DJ Reed's a very good cornerback. Amik Robinson's a great nickelback. I love the defense, and Calvin Shepard calling the defense is just saying he's been calling this defense already. He just got elevated and promoted to defensive coordinator. With that being said, I think the defense does carry them, and I actually have them winning 12 games, a better record than you guys, because I love the defense so much. As long as the offense can hold inside the interior line, I think they'll be fine. It's the schedule that gives them 12-5 and not 15-2 like last year. The schedule is daunting. I think if they can come out 5-2 before the bye week, Gator, I'll be ecstatic. Forget regrouping. They've grouped. I'm worried that it could be 3-4. You know what I mean? So 4-3 I'd be happy with. But, in the end, I think they finished the regular season 12-5, because I think the back half of the schedule, when they get a Lee McNeil back, maybe Malcolm Rodriguez back after Thanksgiving, things like that, they'll be good to go.
All right, there you go. Those are our predictions for the season. Gator and I both have them at 11-6. Kang has them at 12-5. So if we have time, we'll get some more in. In the meantime, every Friday at this time, we make picks on games. Last week I went 2-1. Gator, you went 1-2. But most importantly, we both hit our locks.
That's right.
And let's line it up and do it again. All right, Gator, I will start. I'm going to start with my Car House Lock of the Week. Team that was awfully impressive in Week 1. South Florida blew out Boise as an underdog, and now they go on a road to Florida. The Gators open against Long Island. We learned nothing about them. I will take South Florida plus the 17.5 as my Car House Lock of the Week.
That's a saucy call. I like that you're backing it up with the Shoot the Boot Lock of the Week and really guaranteeing. The Car House Lock of the Week, really locking it down there. That's nice. Mm-hmm. Why not? I'll start off with my Shoot the Boot Lock of the Week. Louisville is giving up 15 points, taking on James Madison. I always like when you go against you got a school going against a school that's got just a person's name. I don't know what James Madison is. I'm going to call him the Teeth, James Madison Teeth, and I think they're going to be toothless in this game against Louisville. I like Louisville giving up those 15 points.
Next one I've been talking about for a while, Peter Navarro and the Ohio Bobcats playing host to West Virginia. It'll be the biggest game played in Athens in maybe forever, and the Bobcats are getting 3.5. I will take the points and the home-standing Ohio Bobcats.
One of those great in-state rivalries we talk about. Iowa is at Iowa State. The over-under, the total is set at 42 points. Look, these are usually defensive battles. I don't see why we should think it's going to be anything but that. I like the under 42 in the Battle of Iowa.
Okay, my final game. One guy that really caught my attention in Week 1 was Malik Washington, the quarterback from Maryland against Florida International. DeJuan Williams looks like an explosive back in the backfield for them. Again, not sure about the opponent, but they're playing another team that I'm really not sure about. I will take the Maryland Terrapins minus 16.5 at home against Northern Illinois.
Last week, I went with Illinois in an under total. It was my lock of the week. I got it. This week, I'm going with Illinois taking on Duke. They're at Duke. The over-under set at 49. I like the under in this one as well. I think Brett Bielema's done a great job with the program there. They're moving along, but they should win handily. I just don't think the total is going to be over 49 points.
All right, let's shift to the NFL. It's time to put my money where my mouth is. I think the Lions go into Green Bay and get the win. I will take the 2.5 points gladly, but Detroit Lions move to 1-0.
I'm going to start with one of the revenge games. You got the New York Jets. They are at the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Jets are getting 3 points in this one. Aaron Glenn and that defense, he's the new coach over there with the Jets, taking on Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't think Pittsburgh's got enough to work with to make Aaron Rodgers happy. I think the Jets are going to surprise him. I like the 3 points. I'll take those 3 points and go with the Jets.
I think San Francisco's poised for a bounce-back year, and they are laying 1.5 in their opener against Seattle. I think a big game for Christian McCaffrey, and I like their defense. San Francisco minus 1.5 against Seattle.
Did I see that McCaffrey was out?
He's on the injury report. He's not ruled out yet. He's questionable, I think, officially.
Right, well,
keep an eye on that.
Well, that matters.
Doug, if that matters, every Niner game he's going to be the injury report. Just let you know.
That's probably true.
That's probably true.
Miami is at Indy. This is a pick'em. It's an interesting game, but Indy, change up their quarterbacks again to start the season. Miami, I think this is going to be a down year for Miami, but they do have the healthy wide receivers going into this first game of the season. Shane, also the running back, is supposed to be ready to go. I like Miami winning this one in the pick'em.
Final one, Buffalo's at home to Baltimore. Buffalo's getting 1.5. Popular Super Bowl pick. I will take the homestanding Bills plus the 1.5.
How about the Battle of Ohio, huh? Cleveland and who? Is it Flacco? Is that his quarterback for Cleveland right now? At least this week? Nah, I think Joe Burrow's on a mission trying to get this team going and get them started off on the right foot. And taking on Cleveland is a way to do it. I like Joe Burrow over the Joe Flacco team. Cincinnati's given up 5 points. I don't have a problem with that.
All right, every week, Kang loves on a pick and hates on a pick. Which pick do you like the most this week?
Gator, I'm with you. One man cannot defeat an entire team. James Madison? I mean, who is this guy, right? No, it's actually embarrassing that college football still allows these matchups, but I'll take Louisville minus the 15. Love that pick.
And which one do you hate?
Doug, I got to go with the Niners, man. McCaffrey on the injury report again. They don't have any outside receivers. It's in Seattle. They play well there. I think Seattle gets it done. I'll take the 1.5.
There you go. Those are our picks every week. Thank you so much. Do with them what you will. 248-539-9797. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They are the ones who specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. And then, well, they've been known to crush it. They got the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan, largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Call our guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So Gator, during the commercial break,
Yep.
you know how remember we were Penn State and they kept doing the practice of all the stuff on the video boards, and you heard earlier they were playing
Hell's
music
Bells
here.
and,
Yeah, at one point you could see the video screens in the background, and it was like a big Oklahoma gymnastics video or something going on. They do all the run-throughs, the dry runs of what's happening on game day today. We just got the dry run flyover.
Oh, nice.
For like the anthem. So I'm gonna ask them to run it back and do it. See if they can retap and do it for us while we're on the air.
Oh, sure.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, why not?
Can you guys reset and maybe do it again for us? No, but we got the practice flyover during the commercial break. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it was cool.
Got to do a U-turn.
What's that?
Got to do a U-turn.
That's right. Come on back and
Come
do
the
it
other
again
way.
while
The
we're
other
on the
direction.
air. All right, 248-539-9797. Last chance to get some picks in here.
We'll go to Bridge in Farmington Hills.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, I had the Lions at 14-3 last year, and they did better than that. And I had them going all the way. But this year, I'll flip the digits. I'll go 13-4. Of course, that schedule got much tougher, but then the defense got much better, too. And I would say better than what we had in the first 6 or 7 games. So because of that, I'll stay at 13-4. And Sunday afternoon, Lions 24, Green Bay 17. Tesla is going to have a great year. Tesla and Ratledge are going to be studs, but he'll have 40 catches for 500 yards.
On the season. All right, got you down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Doug's got you down.
Yes.
Doug does all
There's
the
a
tally.
lot of love for Tesla. What do you say, 40 catches, 500 yards?
Yeah, that's what he said. I think the 40 catches is actually keeping it within reason. 500 yards might be both numbers might be keeping it well. Could be higher than what he's actually going to have, but it sure beats the 75 and 1,300 yards we're getting from some other people. I think that's kind of crazy.
One guy had 15 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of nuts as well. Anthony is next up in White Lake. Welcome 97 the ticket. Hey, Anthony.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Sure.
So I got 12-5. I got them winning the division. I do like the defense. I mean, obviously, all the injuries that they had and everything, it had to get better. So with that, 12-5, and I do have a bold-ass prediction for you guys, too. I got David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs both rushing for 1,000 yards this year.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be bold.
Yeah,
No, I
really
Kane wasn't
do
prepared for it. So.
No, I think the offensive line is going to be a lot better than what people think. I mean, they always invest in the offensive line. I feel like they're always taking guys. Granted, they do take them kind of late, but for the fact that they took Ratledge in the second round, really showed me that they know the offensive line was getting older, especially in the interior part of it. So I just think that the rush game will be a lot better. Not to say that the passing game won't, but they got a good shot at winning the division too. I really do think that.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Appreciate it. Doug, I was remiss. I probably should have said this towards the beginning of the show when he asked about my night last night.
Yeah.
So it happened again yesterday.
Oh, no. Rabbits in the yard?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm working. I was in my garage. I'd gotten a new golf bag, and I'm taking my clubs from the old bag, putting in the new bag, and taking everything out of the old bag, putting in the new bag. And I hear the dog in the backyard, and she's barking. I'm like, what is going on? And I thought the way she was barking, that's like a typical, hey, there's a chipmunk up the gutter kind of bark. No, walked over again. This time it's real close to the house. It's almost against like the back of my garage. And there they were. 3 little freshly born rabbits, little bunnies. And one of the 3 was about 10 feet away from the other 2. So I think the dog had picked that one up and walked away with it for a little bit and then dropped it. So I had to kind of dig a hole for them because she cleaned it out, so it was all kind of flat at this point. So I needed some kind of an indentation. I'm tired of it, man.
Your yard is turning into like a nature TV show, like a documentary.
I'm just tired of dealing with these damn rabbits. And it's not the rabbit so much as the dog that digs up the rabbit hole that she had not done the first 10 years of her life, but for some reason the last 2 months of her life or 3 months of her life, she feels like it's her duty to A, sniff out the rabbits, and then 2, show them to the world. Hey, look what we got here, rabbits. And after the last batch died, just a couple days after I saw them, I don't feel comfortable having rabbits in my responsibility anymore.
Yeah, that sucks. Meanwhile, you got holes all over your yard.
Exactly. Well, Rico joins us in studio.
I'm not quite sure what to do with that.
Yeah.
Hi, Rico.
Me neither. Doug, how you doing, Oklahoma?
Oh, I love it. People here are great.
I feel like I heard the beginning on the origin story of a new Gator rant. That's what that felt like, the whole rabbit thing.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. I just want to be done with it. I thought it was done after the first time around because she had, like I said, she hadn't dug them up in the first 10 years of her life. Now it's 3 times now. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, that's not cool.
No. It changes everything. When I just can't let it run around free. I got to protect the rabbits first, then let her run around.
You're going to be all right.
We'll see.
You're
We'll
not
see when I
gonna
get
be
home.
all right.
I went and looked.
Doug, let me tell you, he's not all right.
Well, that's the other thing. Like this morning, I went there and I have it covered up with a lot of stuff, with logs and then a chair and then some lattice work. That's the new addition that keeps the dog at bay. I went and looked in there this morning and I didn't see them. Now, it's not saying they weren't there. They could have been huddled up underneath the leaves that are in there, but I didn't see them. So maybe they've already been vacated. Maybe the mom's already taken them out of the backyard, which would be fantastic.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that, my friend. Rico, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Little Lions best case, worst case for the listeners. And TJ Lang will be joining us later on in the show as well, along with all of our other Friday staples.
Well, best of luck to the Wolverines and Spartans. Thank you, Gator and Kang and Evan and Kenny. It's tough to do the show from here. I appreciate you guys' flexibility. And every Friday, we leave you with the Gator Rant to try and get more TV time. Have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll talk to you Monday here on Carson Anderson. Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
All right, it's a Friday, brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The final Lions practice report expected this afternoon before their season opening game against Green Bay. One name to watch is receiver Isaac Tesla. He's been limited the last couple of days. Dan Campbell also spoke about the NFL's crackdown on taunting, which was apparent in yesterday's Dallas and Philly game. Cleveland Browns defensive. Cleveland Browns. I did. Cleveland.
Focus.
The Chiefs and Chargers kick off the season tonight in Brazil. I asked in that cut, how do you spit on somebody? And Mike said, "You want to see?" And I said, "Is that a threat?" I'm afraid for my life now. The Tigers and White Sox begin a series at Comerica Park tonight. First pitch at 6:40 right here on the ticket as Jack Flaherty will toe the rubber. He'll battle against Shane Smith, who has a 3.81 ERA and 24 starts in his rookie year. The Astros and Yankees game halted yesterday to examine outfielder Taylor Trammell's bat. It was eventually compensated, and according to a source of The Athletic, it was in fact illegal, but did not provide him a competitive advantage. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That is exactly how we all sound, that NFL football is back. Sort of. Maybe. Last night was definitely not a good representation of it, but we are here. It is our first of an endless stream of Football Fridays. Yes, TJ will be here, and not the virtual variety, the real variety. Make sure you get a paint can for him to spit into. We've got a lot to... Exactly. More nuanced takes like that coming shortly from TJ. Now, we have got to get started. David, I know you wanted a word on Thursday night before we get into the Lions. And look, the college stuff, I think it's pretty well defined. We can get to that a little later in the show. It's simple. For Michigan, it's all upside. Doesn't matter if they lose. They win, you're talking about a Heisman Trophy and playoffs. They lose, who cares? It's a non-conference. It's one game. Move along. For Michigan State, win or shut the program down. Very simple. The Lions, it's way more complicated. Like the Lions,
a little more nuanced.
It is, because I think you have a point you're going to make about the fans in a few minutes. I think on that level, it means one thing. The reality is the game doesn't mean a lot. If you hold serve at home and Green Bay beats you at their place, push, better than take, and you just move forward. But the fans, it might be different. But first, let's go to an angry pastor. What is your issue about last night?
Well, it's because you all know how crazy I am about the NFL. I watch the Combine, for God's sakes. I can't get enough of the NFL. So as we get closer and closer to the opening Thursday, you get excited. You're like, wow, football's back. I can't wait. And then I turned it on last night, and it is absolutely not football. It is not at all. Sloppy play, people dropping footballs. They can't run the ball. It was awful last night, let alone the delay. I mean, I'm up to 1 o'clock watching football now because of a weather delay. But it's just sloppy play. I can't do it. And now we got to watch tonight. Tonight's not going to be any better. And in fact, I'm not going to watch tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say this. I'll eventually get around to it, but I am not watching that garbage. I am not going to alter my Friday night and go to YouTube to watch an AFC West battle. I'm not doing it. I'll get to it before I do the Sunday night show. I will get to it, and I'll have everything I need. But really? I am not doing it. Rico, no, absolutely not. I mean, David's got a varsity game to go to, and then God forbid he wants to take his family to
Wait, where's the game?
It'll be in Canton.
They're not playing Cass Tech. That's not what we discussed.
Mike got the memo. You know what, David? Here's a funny thing. Bad football. You're not going to get good football for about a month.
Great.
That's amazing.
No, funny thing happens when you don't play any preseason games. So guess what? There's no timing. There's just nothing there. So anybody expecting somebody to come out and score 50-some points this weekend? No, you're going to see a lot of drop passes. Looking at you, CeeDee Lamb.
Oof.
Bad timing routes, just missed assignments, missed blocks. A lot of things are going to go on. Why? Because the joke of the preseason happened, so we got to watch a bunch of guys that we'll be seeing for the Michigan Panthers, but they're not going to play for the Detroit Lions or any NFL team. So this is what happened. So it was exactly what I expected it. It was competitive. It wasn't a blowout. It held my attention, but I didn't expect great football.
It was good enough.
Yeah.
Fine enough.
Yeah, it was pizza.
But I expect that for the first couple weeks in college because they're college players. These are professionals.
Right.
I want to see good football.
Imagine if you played a preseason game together, kind of worked out the kinks, and you were able to hit the ground running. But I mean, look at the Lions last year. It took them 4 weeks to finally hit that offense going. And once the offense started flowing, they were the greatest show on turf. They were up there with the Rams. Imagine if they didn't take the first 3 weeks to actually get up to speed. They may have been better than the Rams.
And again, if you want to trace it even further back, I mean, Bill Belichick used to use the month of September as the preseason for the Patriots. They would always shockingly lose a game or two. Mm-hmm. And then, in December, there they were like death in Texas. Mm-hmm. So, David, yeah, you're going to have to give it a little time. It's why I don't love the fact that this Lions-Packers to open the year. I don't think it's a true representation of either team. Ravens-Bills, same thing. It's just not the case in point. Would Ohio State and Texas have been a better game they played this week than last week? Yes. It's the same principle. Lions-Packers would be a better representation of each team 2-3 weeks from now. But I can't change it. Enrico, you're right. The players don't play. They're not mentally conditioned for what's about to happen. Right. The physical might be there, but the mental?
I felt bad for the players last night. You know they were already tired. Then comes a weather delay, and now we got to power this back up again.
Yeah.
They wanted to go home. They wanted to opt out. If there was a such thing as an NFL portal, they would have hit it last night. I'm not doing the second half. I'm done. So, Mike, it's funny. You're not going to watch the Friday, but it's Carnival.
No, absolutely not.
It's.
I don't care.
Taylor Swift may be there.
I don't care. I'm not the one who
showing off the new bling.
They decided to move a game to Argentina. They decided to put it on a Friday night. They decided to not have it on cable. I'm moving on with my night. I'm going to go do other things.
YouTube is cable-ish.
I was going to say, it's on YouTube. Isn't that great?
It's cable-ish?
I think the average person is not watching tonight. It's a Friday night. You know what? Good luck. It's hard enough to get people to watch a real college football game that involves your team.
See, here's the thing. I think the hardcore fans probably not. They did the smartest thing in the world. This game will probably be one of the most watched games ever because it's going to be the first time all that Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce stuff going on. That's going to be the focus. It's going to be an hour of that, Mike.
Okay.
I have a question. Imagine, as a married man, I cannot imagine explaining this to my wife, going Sunday is the football day. Sunday is the NFL day. We have all day blocked off for NFL football.
Yes.
Oh, a Friday? What do you mean a Friday?
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
And it doesn't involve the Lions or anyone the Lions care about. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. And I'll have it all taken care of by the time I go on air Sunday night, but I'm just not. I'm sorry. This is where they push it too far. I don't know anyone who's going to alter their night tonight for Chiefs Chargers. So God bless. You got bribed. You know, they paid $130 million to broadcast the game. That benefits the owners, not us. Mm-hmm. They don't care who watches. YouTube got what they wanted. And sure, Chief fan, Charger fan, or degenerates who have no life will watch tonight.
I was about to say Taylor Swift fans are not degenerates, but they'll be watching.
I don't even factor them into it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything for me. I have school started this week, new things happening in my household.
Oh.
God forbid I want to actually enjoy my family.
Another one on the way?
No.
Another one.
No. I just want to enjoy my family and find out what's new with you this year.
Wow, I guess I'll be standing on the side of the freeway holding a sign saying, yes, I actually watched the game.
Oh, my gosh.
Honestly, I pity you. That's terrible. I feel bad for you. You should not be watching that tonight. Man, go to a Bible study or something. Do something, dude.
Yeah, I can do both.
You got to do something better with your life than Chiefs Chargers tonight.
But it's not like it's just the Cardinals and Saints. It's actually a good game.
Kenny, this is a cry for help. Like Rico's one step from being inside of an oil drum with Sarah McLachlan playing in the background.
Wait.
For 10 cents, you can feed this man.
We're all here for you, Rico. Do we need to talk to you?
You guys are the big football fans. I'm like, this is football. This game counts. I'm not saying I'm watching it from cover to cover.
Don't backpedal it now. You're
going to watch the game.
You're into this.
I'm going to watch the game just to see if the field. I want to know if did they fix the field or is it still horrible?
It's a football game. It counts. That's the argument.
That should be Rico's next T-shirt. That saying on it.
I love that.
It's a football game. It counts.
All right. I'll be the guy holding the sign.
You do it.
Drop $1 in the cup.
Oh, man. I feel like you're going to make an appearance in one of those Sarah McLachlan commercials. It's going to be a freezing dog. And then it's a cutscene. Rico nude in the woods. Streaming Chargers and Chiefs.
While Mikey is out with the brisket and David's with his second family.
Enjoying life. David's with his second family tonight.
I'm
That's
catching
right.
up.
And which family? The uptown or downtown?
Kenny's being the role of a married man on a hot dog roller. Okay.
As a married man.
As a married man, hot dog rollers are perfectly acceptable.
Do we... All right, we got to move on from that. Let's get into the Lions. Rico has an angle for the fans. I want you guys to answer it semi-honestly. That's all I can ask. But look, best case, worst case, I think we're going to play that game too. The best case, worst case. I listened all day. 13, 14, 15, 13, 14, 15, like a bunch of drones. Okay, fine. We've all heard the best case. The Lions are just going to drop their nuts on the head of the league. Okay, what's the worst case? See, I'm more interested in that. All of the delusional grandeur is boring to me. If I were doing radio in Kansas City, you know what I wouldn't say? 13, 14, 15. If I were doing radio in Buffalo, you know what I wouldn't say?
Big game tonight in Kansas City.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying 13, 14, 15. There's no team in the league I would go on the air and be like, yeah, 13, 14, 15. No. But hey, you guys love it. Cool. So best case, you can bore me with that. But what's the worst case? What's the worst case in your mind? You know you've thought about it. You know you have ruminated on this. That, hey, I think we're just going to go out and win 30 football games in 2 seasons. Fine. Well, what's the downside? That's what I want to know. How low can you go? And don't factor in something and call up and go, well, Jared Goff got hit by a bus. No, any team loses their starter, their season's over. Let's assume Goff's healthy.
The quiet part out loud. The things that you've been thinking and you haven't even told your best friend, you haven't told your wife. That's what I want to know.
It's a much more... Yes! It's a much more...
I want that for the new Open.
It's a much more interesting conversation, so we'll get into it next. It's a football game. Things. All right, this NFL season, FanDuel wants to boost your bets. Right now, all customers double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. That means you can get 2 times the profit on an NFL Sunday money line. Hey, look, I like Atlanta. I know that's not a huge money line, but I think Atlanta's going to beat the Bucs. I don't know. You do whatever the hell you like. Money lines are tough. FanDuel.com/ticket.
Football.
It counts. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get into the action. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-ins required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, we can go one of two directions. Both are going to be Lions related. But Rico, I'm fascinated by your angle because it involves the fans, a wholly separate thing from the team. Or we can go best case, worst case. What do you think is the better move? Totally dealer's choice. I love them
man,
both.
it's Friday, man. Why not both?
Okay, then start yours.
Why not both?
Pitch it.
Okay, so for Lions fans, I have a question for you out there. 248-539-9797. And this requires a lot of honesty. I need you to really think about this answer. My question for you, this is for you, the fans. Let me say it for the people in the back, not the team. The team will be okay, but for you, the fans, is Sunday's game a must-win game? The team will be okay if they lose, but will you? Because you've been broken already. This team went 15-2, and then they got bounced early in the playoffs, and then the offseason, they didn't sign an edge rusher. Just a lot of stuff went on, and then the cherry on top is you see Micah Parsons going to Green Bay, and you didn't get him. Do you need this victory like oxygen? Do you need this game for your psyche, for your soul, for your mental benefit, because you need to see this team back winning again? Is this a must-win game for you? 248-539-9797, because I believe it is. I believe you need this thing, man, because I don't even know what Monday would be like if you went into Green Bay and you lost to Jordan Love, a quarterback you don't respect, to a team you don't respect, and you get popped, and Micah Parsons makes the game-winning play on a 4th and 8, and he sacks Jared Goff. Where would you be? Are you going to be okay? Is this a must-win game for you? It's week 1, but based off of everything that happened in the past season and in the postseason, how badly do you need this game? How badly do you need a win from the Detroit Lions? 248-539-9797.
Okay. See, I think I don't know if you're right or wrong. I think there are battle lines that are drawn, and it's really weird. Is that when we do topics, I think people think they do, and they rightfully do. It's a safe space. You can criticize the Lions because that's what sports is. Mm-hmm. Then there's the other shows that generally attract the delusional, euphoric boner jam, where the Lions do no wrong and they're going to win so much, and anything to the contrary, you're labeled a hater or a sadist or just a general bleep hole. Look, man, I think there's enough people, they wouldn't be shaken by it because their head is still in the clouds. Is there a segment of the fan base that'll be rattled that would go, oh, bleep? Yes, no question. But, Rico, if you're asking me 51%, 49, I think they'd have to start 0-2 to get people's attention.
Oh, no. 0-2 is a whole different level of therapy. 0-2 means you lost to 2 divisional opponents, but you lost to your ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
And I'm not calling
that's something cataclysmic. They don't want to. That's apocalyptic like.
But you want to know what it would take to really shake even the most ardent supporters. It's going to be that. I think they could do copium and hopium around a loss. And look, I'll be the first one to tell you, if they lose Sunday, I'm not going to be panicked. It's one game. It's a divisional road game. It's a game you're an underdog in. It's not a big deal. It won't change my 11 wins. It won't change how I feel about the team. So maybe I'm one of the people you need to convince. No, I wouldn't be shaken.
No, but see, I think you're in the minority. I think most people would be shaken.
Right, I'm a hater because I said 11-6.
Right, but it would be shaken because this means that you started off, you ended the season poorly, you started off the season poorly, and now all your expectations are kind of going out the window because, oh my goodness, we've already lost a game to Green Bay.
I think for the people calling in saying 13, 14 wins, those are the people you're speaking to. Yeah. Maybe in a way, the people that are the most cocky about this team are the ones who secretly under the bed sheets need the win the most. I mean, how do you come on the air talking about 14-3 and how the offensive line is fine and Parsons blows, and then you lose the opener? No, maybe you're right. Is that the vocal bathwater drinkers are the ones who actually are the most insecure and need it the most? Because if they lose the opener, how do you reconcile that? Everything you've been yelling at us about all offseason would be false.
The offseason, Brad did everything right. Why are you complaining? We didn't need an edge rusher. We didn't need this. We'll be fine.
See, win or lose doesn't change anything, I feel.
No.
But those people, I wonder if it would.
But I'm talking about that Lions fan. Because, and spare me the team. I'm not talking about the team.
Team will be fine
team
regardless.
Has 16 more games to fix this, okay? Guess what? At the end of this week, 16 teams will have lost a game.
There's only one team that has to win this weekend. It's not the Lions and it's not Michigan. It's Michigan State.
Okay. Yes. But I'm talking professionally.
Yeah, I'm just making a point. Like the standard's the standard, but like there's really not a lot to lose because your whole purpose in this, Rico, when you're a really good NFL team, win your home divisional games, and if you can snipe 1 or 2 on the road, you've had a great year in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Beat Green Bay here, it's a wash with a road loss.
Right.
I mean, I'm not picking Green Bay to come into Ford Field and beat them. So my point is I'm not going to panic about, like, it's like Buffalo and Baltimore. How would I panic with the loser of that game? I can't.
You can't, but see, that's different. This is, and it's a different level. You touched upon it at the beginning, Mike. Hypothetically speaking, you lose this game, and now you got to face Ben Johnson. And like it or not, this is the game the Lions fan, I don't know how they would handle a loss to him because, remember, he's an idiot. He doesn't know anything. He didn't call any plays. He had a foot out the door, and we're going to do fine with John Morton. So we don't really need him. You can't walk into this thing down.
Well, it's also a bit of a case study in confidence level. I mean, look, we bring up the Parsons stuff, or we bring up, the Adam Schefter thing. We've brought up the executive deal with, where the Lions rate. Phone lines are full. But when it gets to nut cutting time, and I ask you for your confidence level of going to Green Bay, or Rico asks it in a different way, they're nowhere to be found. So I don't know. Like for me, I just want to watch the game. I just want to see because I have no idea what it's going to look like. That's the funniest part of it all. There's so much unknown. I compare this is a rich man's version of Minnesota and Chicago. It's like inverted. Yeah. These two teams have quarterbacks. It's everything else that's a question mark in different ways, shapes, and forms. Monday night, those teams have everying else.
And
the quarterbacks are a mystery box.
Yep.
We don't know about JJ or Caleb. It's different. I don't feel strongly about it. I don't. I won't be shocked in the least if the Lions do what they do best, which is walk Green Bay off.
Right, they've won the last 3.
Shock me.
They won the last 3 in Lambeau, but now they're coming in there. They're the underdog. And Green Bay did something last week that a lot of Lions fans wanted the Lions.
I think, maybe the better way to do it is the fan base that needs the game more is probably, for me answering your question, I think Packer fans need it more. If we look at it, if we zoom out, they believe they're the kings of the North.
Right.
Except they're not. And they haven't been. And Detroit owns them. They walked off Aaron Rodgers into the sunset, kept him out of the playoffs. They have destroyed this team. They go to Lambeau and win on the regular now. The Packers have said we're all in. The Lions haven't. If the Lions march in and beat you, I think Packer fans will be more jarred than Lion fans. Does that make sense?
No, that actually makes sense. That makes sence. I like that angle.
David, ticket text.
But I'm still concerned about Lions fans.
I think
because Mike, they were oh so unceremoniously
there's
quiet
a percentage of fans you're right to be concerned about because they are not living in reality. Therefore, if they get a taste of their own blood, they won't know how to handle it. At large, it's Packer fans who need it more. I think Packer fans are going to go to a nervous breakdown if they lose the opener in Lambeau week 1 to the Lions. I think they need it more. I have enough confidence in the Lions in totality. And look, if this was at Ford Field, I would have a different approach. I'll say the Pack fans need it more. I think the Packer team needs it more. I'm very comfortable saying the Lions could start out 0-1 and still end up 11-6. Now, hey, if you're these people saying 13, 14, 15, morning show, midday.
I was about to say, you only get a few more games to lose.
Can't. Now that's different.
And you still haven't played 3 of the top quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, I'm very calm as it pertains to this team on a weekly basis, Rico. Okay. I have faith in the process. I have faith in their roster. I may not love everything they've done, but I still believe they're a very good team. So there's going to be, guess what? They may show their ass in a game and people go, wait, what the hell? We were supposed to win that. No panic. Mm-hmm. Panic will only come in once there becomes a pattern or a trend of subpar play.
Well, see, that's why, because the last game they played, they kind of showed their ass. And now they need this as that makeup to the palate cleansing. That's what this Sunday's game will be. Go ahead, Dave.
I'll read these back to back. No, not a must win. I was kind of expecting a split between Green Bay and Chicago. That's Matt and Wixom. Then Eric and Bloomfield. Yes, this is a must win. Have to keep the devil down in the hole. The Packers haven't beaten Detroit in years. This would give them way too much confidence. So back to back, one yes, one no. It's a lot of that coming.
And it may be split. I mean, but I do think that there's a certain part of this town, man, they need this thing. They need this game. They will be popping champagne bottles, and it'll be a whole lot of babies named Jared in 9 months.
248-539-9797. Art, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it is built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, you book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. And we're having some fun with Pack Lions, kind of which fan base needs it more. Obviously, both teams will be fine. I think the Packers have more pressure. I think the Packers, because they have signaled not only to their fan base they're all in, but the locker room, and they're at home, I'm going to say it's more of a must-win for the Pack. But I think Rico has a very good point with a percentage of you. There is a percentage of you that still believes this team is invincible. So if you were to come out, and I'm in the opinion business. I very rarely tell you I have no idea on something. I have no idea about Sunday.
Wow.
But if
really?
I don't, Rico, I wouldn't touch
and you are, and I'm not trying to be funny. You are Mr. Cash your ticket. You have opinion on Army versus Lehigh.
There's so many on this game, and I'll give you the other one. Bears and Vikings. How can I have an opinion with two complete mysteries at quarterback? All that turnover, all the additions. It's not that dissimilar from Lions and Packers. So it just...
Now, that was me last week with Texas and Ohio State. I had no idea.
And that's not wrong.
No.
Now, if you start doing that every day, saying let it play out, well, you need to find a new line of work. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. So, yeah, I do think it's a must-win, only because I think Green Bay and Detroit will have a very similar records, and it'll be like, between one game in the division. But I'm very confident that we will win.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about Micah Parsons, what a beast he is, which is true. But we got, Jahmyr freaking Gibbs, David Montgomery, J-Mo, so many weapons. Sun God, even on the defensive part of the game, Brian Branch, Aiden Hutchinson. I'm not worried. But I do think it is a must-win.
David, I'll tell you this. I think it's good you're playing the Packers this weekend because I will be shocked if Parsons is not on a severely limited snap count. He hasn't been in camp. He hasn't played all preseason. Yes, he's gone through some practices. Yes, he'll play. But, David, I'm not worried about him now. I'm worried about what he does the rest of the year for them. Or in the second game you play them. I'm with you there. Right. I have a higher degree of confidence now versus if this game was week 3.
And have you guys seen an epidural in real life?
Dude, if he got an epidural, I'm like, oh my God.
My wife got one, and I'm like, I'm not squeamish around needles, but holy crap, that was
yeah, David.
That was scary.
David, I'm with you. I still don't believe. I think this is all just a smokescreen. I don't know who's creating it, but I can't see the Packers spending that much money on a player who's damaged goods.
And in today's world, we're with the PR and the useful idiots in media, and you can get whatever. Like,
all you need is one person.
There's one particular NFL reporter, not Adam Schefter. There's one particular reporter who, in my opinion, is absolutely owned by agents. Because everything the person puts out there, he's basically Flavor Flav for player contracts. And I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm just telling you.
Does it rhyme with?
No. The point I'm making is you're not out of line for saying what you're saying. I think we are living in the most dishonest time.
Right. This is when I'm like, I'm not buying this.
You don't have to. This is different than your other tinfoil crap. This one I'll accept. Let's go to Phil. 97.1. Phil, what's going on?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear, Phil.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, so I would say this is not a must-win for the Lions, and I think largely because of the same reason you raised for the Vikings or the Bears is we don't know what we have at our O-line. And then, I'm not going to put that pressure on, a largely 3/5 new positions on the O-line and a brand-new offensive coordinator to perform in week 1. They're going to need some time to figure it out. And beyond that, where did our offense, what was our strength for our offense last year? Was the O-line. It starts our run game opens up our pass game, right? And so if we can't start with that good run game with the solid O-line, with this new offensive coordinator, then, that becomes my worst case scenario for the season. Obviously, best case scenario is if that O-line gets figured out. But
so
yeah,
I'm
going to give the guys a couple weeks.
Well, from a record standpoint, what does your worst case look like? Not that you're predicting it, but it's just you've thought of,
Sure.
Man, if this doesn't work, what does it look like?
I mean, my honest opinion is that we're going to get 10 wins. My worst case would be 6 wins. Would be the worst case scenario.
All right, so
Yeah.
just as an example, like best case to me, all right, I'll bump it up. Best case 12, worst case 9. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, probably much more better for my sanity if we go with your numbers.
Phil, I'd be stunned if they had your worst case type season. There would have to be a level of injuries that we can't.
Wait, what was the number for yours, Phil?
Phil said between 6.
My prediction is 10. My prediction is 10. We get hot at the end of the season. It takes a couple weeks for us to figure out the offense. We get hot at the right time and go into the wild card and get dangerous. That's kind of just my honest, pragmatic approach to it. But, yeah, worst case would be anything under that for sure.
And again, I mean, Rico, I've said this just because, like, people just start blurring lines. I would not be surprised in the least if they start 2-0. I wouldn't. I think that's very in play based on Parsons is not going to have a huge impact. Now, if he does, then it's just greatness. The guy hasn't even repped with the ones. Right. I mean, you've seen some of the footage of him at practice. It's 2 practices. This is a game that requires conditioning, mental and physical. Week 2, you're playing the Bears.
Or maybe he pulls that Baker Mayfield. Remember, he hopped off the plane.
Yeah,
It was a quarterback.
24 hours later, played for the Rams and won on Thursday night. Right. Yeah. But like week 2, case in point, you're going to play a Bears team that has 800 new players, a completely new staff, a completely new scheme, and a quarterback in his second different offense in as many years. So it is totally plausible. But I do think Green Bay needs it more. Yeah. I think mentally they need it more because at a certain point, you lose 3, 4, 5 games in a row to the same divisional opponent, they own you. And that weighs on you. Why do you think anytime the Giants play the Cowboys, I basically chalk it up as an auto L? We haven't beaten them since Jerry Jones didn't dye his hair. I mean, we don't beat them. Oh, the Giants are going to Philly? Great. Dead. Like, it just... No. So that's what they're thinking. I think if you're a Lions fan, it's okay to have a level of confidence. Where the fans cross a line with me is, Micah Parsons is homeless. Right. Okay.
Yeah, for me, Micah Parsons has one job to do if you're Green Bay. We'll teach you the defense later.
Yeah, just go get the quarterback.
C16, go get 16.
Let's go to Lou, 97.1. Lou, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, driving to Lambeau.
Oh, boy.
I don't think it's a must-win. I don't see them losing, though. I mean, think about this. Hutch has been like a caged lion for almost a year. This is going to be his first game out. On top of the fact that Goff's a better field general than Jordan Love. And, I mean, we went 6-0 in our division, 8-0 on the road with a decimated defense. I mean, Hutch got hurt in, game 5 and just went downhill from there. So I don't know how anybody can think that we're not going to win.
Because last year doesn't matter. I mean, I understand.
It's the same team.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, okay, you take away.
All right, all right, hold on. Let's play the game. Is Carlton Davis here?
No, but you got DJ.
No. I didn't ask for who replaced him. You said it's the same team. Is Aleem McNeil here?
He's here. He's just not playing. Right?
Exactly. So not the same team. Is Onzarike healthy?
He didn't play last year, Aleem.
Hold on. Is Frank Ragnow here?
No, Frank Ragnow.
Is Kevin Zeitler here? Like, I'm not, Lou, I'm not trying to break your balls. And I'm not telling you can't win, but you got to be careful with last year having any meaning into this year. Lou, how long you watch the NFL? 20, 30 years?
50 years. Yeah. I just turned 60.
All right. So, Lou, you've got the knowledge base. You know what this league is. A team that was awesome last year is not going to make the playoffs this year. It's going to happen.
And the team that stunk last year
is going to finish first. So Lou, that's all. I would just say be careful using last year as this predictive measure.
Well, I actually look at the last 3 years and the way that our team is. I mean, honestly, this year I don't see us losing to anybody. We'll lose a game because either it's a bad game like the Baltimore game was 2 years ago, or last year the Tampa game, we had a bad call right out of the gate. Jamison Williams got taken out and Goff threw an interception, no call. That's the kind of games we're going to lose. We're not going to – if it's an even playing field and we're on our game, there's nobody that can beat us.
Lou, I'll tell you this. Lou, if they go 16-1 like you're talking about, I'll buy your playoff ticket, okay?
I've got season tickets back 75 years.
Then I'll send you a gift certificate for dinner. You get my point. If they go 16-1, you better be playing the Powerball tomorrow night. Wow. I'm just saying, this is what I mean. This is where the fans –
What was his worst case?
I don't think
there is no worst
Lou
case.
didn't offer a worst case.
There is no worst case.
He
worst
basically
case
just said, as his worst case was when Lil Yachty did an interview at Del Mar after winning a race. W-I-N, win. That was Lou's worst case.
Yeah, okay.
Lil Yachty, horse racing.
Yeah, my worst case is You better hope that you don't hit that. That's losing 6 of your first 7 games. That's worst case for me. And you figure it out after that.
Win.
Right.
2-4-8-5.
And I'm not predicting they will. I'm saying
Win.
My worst case, you beat the Browns.
Lil Yachty? 248-539-9797. All right, let me take care of some business. We'll get more to people. TJ Lang, tobacco-infused, possibly still drunk from the course, joins us at 3:30. I knew Kenny would be very excited about that. We'll do the picks. We got Who Said It. We will get a little college football in the 4 o'clock, too. See if Jonathan Smith wants to keep his job. It's football season, but with a twist. Here's the deal. If you drive a football field blindfolded at 55 miles an hour, it takes about 4.6 seconds. That's a death sentence. Don't do that. That's what happens when people drive distracted. That's why so many people die on the road. If you don't have life insurance, you're at risk that one of these ding-dongs is going to run you off the road. And then your family's pretty much going to hate you. So don't do any of that. Get a good life insurance policy and get it with Mike Paper, National Benefit Plans. Call 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident or devastating diagnosis, you're going to be covered. Now, you potentially won't be around, but your family won't hate you. They'll be protected, and that's what matters. Call Mike Paper, 877-734-2200, or on the web anytime at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. All right, let's get to it. This is my nightmare segment. Hit the damn music. Go ahead. You're a trickster. You're a hoax.
Not
a con man.
No, not true at all.
This is so difficult.
No, I just want to give a shout out to Evan Jenkins. He ran away with the prop bets last week. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he ran away from the office today, so there you go. All right, let's get to it.
Okay. Let's start off in East Lansing. Michigan State halftime points. Michigan State halftime points, just the Spartans. Over under 13.5.
Yeah, I mean, it best be over. I'm done. Over.
Hey, this ain't me. This is the actual line.
Over.
Yeah,
or
if
leave.
in
fact, don't come out for the second half.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm worried about you this weekend, buddy. But
we're just gonna scrap that question, Kenny. How about no? Go ahead, Kenny.
No, I'm worried about y'all this weekend. But if you have any hope of accomplishing what you want to accomplish, it better be over.
I mean, not everybody can play Brother Rice, Kenny. So
it's Austin P. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
So if that is the actual line, then I have to believe that they go under.
I hate you.
I'm going to go over.
I don't want you to do it, but
everything that Mike said, over. Because here's why. Your second halves haven't been that good. So if you don't score in the first half, I don't expect much, which leads us to question number 2. Over, under, second half points, 9.5.
Over or pack. In today's college football, if you don't get the 30 points, you're not a real program. Over. And don't give me some
unless you're playing LSU or something. Yeah.
Anecdotal copium of Texas OSU where it's 80 million in players on the field. If you are you're Michigan State, you're playing Boston College, you best get to 30. What is it? 9? Don't care. Over.
Yeah, probably 5 NFL players combined on the 2 teams.
Yeah, not
in the stands.
9.5. I mean, in 2 quarters of football, you would be required to get a touchdown and a field goal. I think you can accomplish this. I'll take the over.
Kenny, have you seen them play?
Unfortunately.
For my 12-year-old sanity, over, please.
Oh, I thought you were saying adoption.
Please,
you know what?
Stop it.
I'm going to just go to try to.
If they don't get 9.5 and he's yelling and screaming, then I am putting him up for adoption.
I want to move. I don't want you to be my dad anymore.
I want to win this thing, so I'm going under because they just don't score points in the second half.
You know what? You're a problem.
Nick Marsh receiving yards over under 50.5.
Over or pack.
You could just play that as a drop for every question that you ask about Michigan State's scoring points.
Kenny, I'll
Over
say it
or
to
pack.
you. You're paying the kid $1 million a year. Over or pack.
That's going to be my Georgia opinion when there's going to be a real opponent, by the way. But yes, over or pack.
Over. I think they saved them last week just to not show much for this game.
I'm going to go with you guys. I'm going to go over as well. I like what Kelly did, but I think he was more of a distraction. More passing yards, Aiden Childs or Bryce Underwood?
Really difficult question. I think the problem with what happened with Bryce is he opened up with New Mexico. Now, if he opened up at Texas, I don't think this is a question. So I have to scrap what he did against New Mexico and go, all right, you're on the road in the SEC. And I don't think a lot of Oklahoma, but I have a hard time believing he's going to throw for 250. If he does, this dude's legit. I'll take Childs time.
If he does, he's Mel Tucker in shorts. He's iconic when he went to Miami.
Okay.
Yes.
When Mel Tucker, sure where we were going
when
there.
Mel Tucker showed up to play the Miami Hurricanes on the sideline in shorts.
Perfect. Little context help there.
Sorry.
I panicked.
Sorry about
All right.
I'm going to go Childs also. I'm still wait and see with Bryce.
Well, he did say Florida. So I'll go with Bryce.
I'm going to go Childs. Let's go with Bryce Underwood passing touchdowns over under 0.5.
I'll go over. I mean, throwing a touchdown is not some major accomplishment, nor do I think Michigan will get shut out or anything like that.
By the way, that's an actual line. That's not me being mean.
All right. I mean, I'll go over because there's no way that football Jesus could not throw a TD. So it's got to happen.
You know, he could mentally bend a spoon with his mind. I'll take the over.
He could throw a touchdown without using his hands.
One thing they did not showcase with him last week was
his feet.
Correct. So I think he goes under on the passing touchdown.
Oh, David's got the QB power.
David, I'm with you as well. I think they're going to run the ball a lot with Justice Hayes, so I'm going to go under. Deion Burks, the Oklahoma wide receiver from the state of Michigan, over under 55.5 receiving yards.
Over. They may throw it 50 times. I mean, Mateer completed 33 passes, albeit against what do you call it? A convent last week. I'll just go over. It's not a lot of yards. 55 is not a lot of yards.
You're spreading the wealth.
Big Ten better take some notes. I'm taking the over here.
Yeah, he's going to spread the wealth to Burks. Over.
I'm going to go over as well. Justice Hayes, rushing yards, over under 68.5.
Over. I mean, again, if it's 21 carries for 70 yards, it's not a great day, but I imagine he's going to be the pacemaker of this offense. Otherwise, if they don't run for decent amount of yards, you're going to put it on a true freshman to go to Norman, Oklahoma at night and sling it 50 times. I'll just say over based on game script. And he's a nice player. He is. Possibly the best player.
When he flips off the crowd?
I just think flipping off the crowd with a Bible verse written on your face is a little bit hypocritical, but who am I? Let's go to David for that.
Isn't that what John 3:16 said?
Oh, boy.
I think you have a game script until you can't have a game script anymore. I'm taking the under here.
Oh, my God. Oh, I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
SEC, Kenny Cott. Okay.
Matthew 6:9 says,
F you.
And now a reading from Corinthians. Thank you, Justice Haynes.
I'll go over.
I'm going to go under. I think Bryce is going to do some of the rushing yards. Let's go to the NFL.
A reading from Psalms.
More passing yards.
Oh, dear.
Jared Goff, Jordan Love.
I'll say Jordan Love because I imagine the Lions will want to be more ground-oriented and test out this no Kenny Clark defense, right? On the road, a little more conservative.
Test out your new interior of your offensive line.
It's a good question, but I'll say Love.
If I wrote down notes for exactly how I would answer this question, it would be exactly what Mike just said. So I'm going to say Love.
Yeah, I would think this is a Montgomery game, so it's going to be Love.
Oh, don't you mean Knuckles or Sonic?
Or Montgomery.
But they've got nicknames.
That would be Knuckles.
I'm going to go Goff.
It'll be Montgomery is what it is. I'm not doing that.
I'm going to go Goff. I think they're going to – I don't think the running game is going to be working as well as they have.
But their cleats are red and blue.
Right. Tesla, touchdown. Yes or no? Will he score a touchdown?
This breaks my heart. No. He may not play, but I'll just say no.
Yeah,
Sucks.
They slow roll these guys in when they're rookies. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say yes because Underwood throws him one from the plane. So, yeah. So, no.
Bryce Underwood just threw a touchdown to your favorite
so
player.
Yes or no?
No, I'm saying no.
And he wasn't even in the game.
I'm going to say yes. They're going to break him out. That's the secret weapon.
I would love to see it. It'd be awesome.
More. All right, which number is more? Scooble strikeouts on Saturday or Jared Goff rushing yards on Sunday?
Scooble.
Goff.
Scooble, because I don't think Goff has stretched his legs yet. That's going to take a few weeks. Get on the foam roller. By week 3, he'll be out there scampering for 4 yards.
Yeah, if Goff has 10-plus rushing yards, we have a real problem on our hands. I'm gonna take Scooble.
But if Scooble gets knocked out in the second inning,
then we also have a big problem on our hands.
I'm going to go Goff here.
Mobile, Goff,
yeah, he goes
season.
10+. So, yeah.
What if they come out with just tons of RPO packages for Goff?
QB power.
Oh, yeah, a little QB power trap.
Late in the game, he runs for his life away from Micah Parsons. Give me Goff. Picks up 11 yards.
Little QB wraparound with the guard pulling as the lead blocker. Let's go.
All right, 2 more. Over under Hutch sacks.
Goff in the wishbone?
1.5.
How many sacks?
1.5.
For who?
Hutch.
You know what? The way things work in this town, little bit of a dream sequence. Let's have some fun. Let's go over. Let's go over with this one. Aiden with 2 sacks. He's back. And they give him the contract on the tarmac.
Mike says the Lions are winning 16 games this year. I'm going to take the under.
Under. Come on.
Hater.
Yes.
I'm going to go over. I think he gets a full sack and 2 half sacks, bringing it the total to 2. We got enough time for one more, David? All right. Over, under.
Yeah, no one's
J-Mo receiving yards, 52 and a half.
I'm going to go under.
It just takes one, Rico. It just takes one. I'm going to go over.
Let me see what everybody else thinks out there. Let me go under.
Let's go live to management. Let's check in on sales. Let's check in on promotions.
I'm going to go over as well. That is your prop bet casino. 97-1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Weingarts. After an off day yesterday, the Tigers are back at it against the White Sox today. Jack Flaherty will make the start and is coming off a 5 2/3 inning outing against the Royals, where he gave up just 1 earned run. Hear that game tonight right here at 6:40 on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm not. We're waiting to hear about the fate of reliever Kyle Finnegan, who left the bullpen the other day. What am I supposed to say to that after experiencing right groin tightness? Also, Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News reported that rehabbing outfielder Parker Meadows is at Comerica Park. Oh, I did it again. Look. ESPN college football reporter Pete Thamel posted today that Michigan State football will be without safety Nakai Martinez for their tilt with Boston College this weekend. Dan Campbell was back at the podium for the final time before the Green Bay game on Sunday. Khalil Dorsey, Mekhi Wingo were activated later in camp. How do they look now? Running. That's not live. Running back David Montgomery has signed a deal with the Jordan brand. Speaking of Jordans, Michigan football released their uniform combinations for the Oklahoma game. They're going with the white tops and the maize pants. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket, Zing, or Odyssey.com.
I'll tell you, Jeremy's a pro. He survived a gauntlet there. We almost lost him a couple of times.
If you don't love Jeremy, I don't know what to tell you.
That was great. All right, 3 o'clock. So, couple of programming notes, and TJ will join us in about 20 minutes. Big Ten previews, 5-Star Zone, Rico, Cash Ticket, NFL episode has been out. That's there. It's comprehensive, so do what you like with it. Kickoff with Boomer and I, that's, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock. That'll hit your phones. And then what else? Oh, the football show Sunday night. Join us 7:30. As soon as the Lions game's over, join us on YouTube or any of these other wacky platforms. It's Cookies and I. It's an extension of Cash the Ticket video, and we're going to review the day in football. So fun. And yes, there will be Lions talk, but it's going to be the whole NFL.
I feel like Bart Scott. Can't wait.
Can't wait. I'm excited for it because it's just.
No, seriously, I will be tuning in.
It's just a nice 40 minutes of football versus, hey, what brain dead take is Tony Dungy going to offer me, or Jason Garrett, or whatever McCourty twin they hired for the weekend, or hey, look, it's Chris Collinsworth's kid, a nepo baby job. We're just going to talk football, which they refuse to on that show.
Talking football.
And stuff.
Can't wait. The
All
football
right.
show.
Let's get to business. The Lions, we opened with it. You know, which team, which fan base needs this game more? Why? All of that. You are welcome to continue to roll in with it. And it's interesting because we get a lot of fans, including the last caller of last hour. They're not going to lose a game. Guys got them going 16-1, 15-2. Okay. Now, I have no idea what's going down Sunday. It is very difficult to have a strong opinion with the level of unknowns and lack of continuity. And I also have no idea what Micah Parsons will or won't bring to the table. He's going to be on a snap count. But to me, Packers need the game more than the Lions. I won't be shocked if the Lions win in any way, shape, or form, but I think the Packers need it more. But, Rico, you did speak to a portion of Lions fans.
Yeah,
not the majority, a portion.
Yeah, I think the Lions fans need it more. Not the team, the Lions fans. When we last left at the season finale, you were getting beat by a rookie. And it wasn't even a close game. The Commanders kind of came into Ford Field and just walked all over you and out-lioned you. They out-Dan Campbelled you. They outdid everything to you. And your worst nightmares showed up because you went 15-2. You were the most dominant team. You had home field throughout. You had the best record in the freaking league, and then you were gone.
Until Jaden Daniels.
Exactly. And then in the offseason.
Right on your dinner table.
There wasn't a ton of moves in the offseason. You saw Micah Parsons join the division, but not for you, for the Green Bay Packers. In the offseason, you didn't get that edge rusher. You were told one is enough, and all we have is Hutch, and that's all you need. You lose this game, I don't know where you're at, Mike. This is the first offseason. Lions fans kind of went and hid. They were in the corner sucking their thumb. They didn't want to talk Lions. They didn't. Stuff, things, anything. They'd rather talk Wings. They'd rather talk Pistons. They don't want to talk Lions.
It took an emotional toll on them.
I think that toll will double if they come out of the gate and lose to the Green Bay Packers, a place where you've won the last 3 times.
Well, they're not going to lose.
A place where you have a quarterback who basically uses crayons and rounded scissors because he's not that smart. Jordan Love. If you lose,
the Jordan Love slander in this town is pretty amazing. And even Cookies falls victim to it, but that's fine. The other thing I do want to mention, college football. Now, I know it takes a major backseat to the Lions and Packers, rightfully so. But I do think it's interesting, and if you disagree with this, feel free. Guys, it's a Football Friday. You can call in whatever you want. No, I'm not going to tell you it's open line format. It's not an open line format. Do not call in about mayonnaise. If you have a take on Michigan State or the Lions, we can do that.
Rabbits in the backyard?
Right, not interested. The point is, for Michigan and Michigan State, tell me if I have mischaracterized this weekend. For Michigan, it is all upside, no downside. And before you freak out, hear me. Even if you lost to Oklahoma 50-0, which won't happen, it has no impact on your season. Shout out expanded playoff. And it has no impact on what I do or don't think about Bryce Underwood because I think nothing of him. I'm not writing his book for him. He's going to write it himself. My thoughts will go along with the book.
Okay.
2, if you win, that's part of him writing his story. It means he likely played well. And it's an incredibly impressive win in the non-con. Mm-hmm. And I think we talk about Michigan being a threat to make the playoff and Bryce Underwood, unicorn, sprinkles. Okay. All upside, no downside. For Michigan State.
Can I talk about that or you? Oh, okay.
No. I want to just juxtapose these two,
okay.
And then you can take it to 6. Michigan State, it's the opposite. It's all downside, no upside. This is a minimum requirement if you want to make money at my university coaching football. It is year 2. Boston College is not ranked. They are not a power. They are not anything special. They're an annoying Jesuit school from Boston. Beat them. They beat you last year. You gave the game away. If you're Jonathan Smith and you want to show you've made progress and you want people to care about this program on a Saturday night, win. As Lil Yachty said, win. Just win. Now, if you lose...
More Lil Yachty.
Listen, the guy's a horse racing fan, and I'm excited.
Okay.
The point I'm making, if you lose, you are losing half of this fan base. There's already no juice to this program. There's nothing. There's no vibe. There's no excitement. There's nothing to hold on to. You want to show progress. How is it shown other than wins and losses? And I will add to this. You have road trips to USC and Nebraska coming up. Best win this. Mm-hmm. If you want to stay here, win. If you disagree with any or all of that, there you go. It's an open line format. Now, you talk to me.
Hey, Mike, long-time listener.
Yeah, no.
First-time caller.
Get to it. Where am I wrong?
Actually, you're not. I have nothing to say about that. So, it doesn't make for good radio because we need to fight all the time. But
no, we definitely do not.
I will say this, as far as Michigan goes, this reminds me a lot of a game in 2021 when Michigan State went down to Miami to play the Hurricanes. They weren't expected to win. Nobody thought that they were going to win that game. I forgot who the Miami transfer quarterback was, but
De'Aaron King.
Yeah, we all thought that he was going to be some NFL quarterback, and he wasn't. MSU goes down there and wins, and all of a sudden that entire season started looking a lot different. And that ended up being the best season that they had in a long time because that catapulted them. And I think it was also in week 2. Michigan, same thing. You're not expected to win this game. If you go out to Norman and you win, now this season can be special. Now you'll hear all the Bryce accolades. Now it will be, okay, did we undersell Michigan? Are they a playoff team? Now, I will disagree with this, Mike. If you lose, it's okay. You can't lose 50-0 because this will be one of those games that down the line, if you got a few losses, okay, what did you do when you played a real team? Oh, you got destroyed by Oklahoma. Some other team may catapult you. But if you go in there and let's just say you lose by 10 points or less, that's still a win. Now, I know Michigan's not based on moral victories, but yeah, brand new quarterback on the road. with a coach who's going to be coaching his last game until 3 weeks from now, yes. I think that would be a good thing. For Michigan State, yeah, you're right. You got to win. You got to win this thing. You got to beat Boston College. You should have beat them last year. You had no Nick Marsh last year. You have Nick Marsh this year. It's at home. It's under the lights. Everybody is watching. You're bringing in all your recruits. You got the basketball reunion going on.
The best recruits that pennies can buy.
Hey, man, Bitcoin. So
our NIL program's actually melting moments.
So you have to go out there. You have to win, because if you don't, you nailed it. I mean, Youngstown State I don't count, but then you have 2 back-to-back road games at USC, at Nebraska. The fan base will write you off, and they'll be sitting up there talking about Midnight Madness and not your football team.
That's it. So go ahead. Feel free. The Lions thing is there, and so is Michigan State. And TJ joins us tobacco infused at 3:30. David, your take on all this. Tell me what I've done wrong. Go ahead.
You've done nothing wrong. I think people agree with you on the Michigan State thing. They have to do something. You can't lose this game and expect your fan base to stick around, to still have hope. That just can't happen.
And David, the fact that you're a favorite, go be a favorite.
Correct.
Okay, Vegas saying, hey, you should win this thing. Man, go and win it. And not by some last-second kick, because Lord knows you don't have a kicker. You just got to go out there and you got to score more points. And here's the other thing. How about this? Funny thing, score in the second half. That's allowed. I checked the rule books. You can score in the second half. That is allowed, because this whole, well, we're going to just kind of go out there and you're not saving any plays because you're not good enough to save plays. You're not. If you got to empty the playbook against Boston College, so be it. Come up with new ones next week.
Win the game doing it. Yes, exactly. Regarding Michigan, no, I agree with you. Your analogy there, Rico, on how State went to Miami, because there's no expectation for me, at least for me, that Michigan will win this game. So if you do, great. If you don't, okay, let's move on to the next. It's not going to really change my mind on the team.
Shout out expanded playoff. They could lose 2 games 50-0. They're still getting in at 10-2. I don't think it means anything to the downside. I think it means everything to the up. I'm with Rico. If they win, have any conversation you want. I won't fight you. You want to talk Heisman? Talk Heisman. You want to talk national champion? I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. I won't stop you. That'd be a massive win with a freshman QB. It's just the opposite for State. I'm tired. And frankly, I'm tired of MSU fans. Let's be even more transparent. I'm tired of MSU fans. No, Kenny, don't shake your head. They get all mad at me. They ought to get mad at themselves.
Why is that?
Oh, because I'm the bad guy. For what? Having standards?
Well,
you mealy-mouthed idiots think 6-6 is acceptable, or this guy deserves 4 years? No.
Well,
what?
I'll have some numbers for you next.
I'll tell you.
Very interesting numbers regarding Michigan State.
I'll tell you what to do with those numbers.
Wow, that's
Summer's heating up. I'm kidding. Winter is coming soon.
Don't drop that microphone in your coffee.
All right. And away we go on a Friday. Don't let your furnace blow out and then your home is freezing. Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000, whether it's that furnace, a new generator, new AC. You'll save up to $1,000. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's simple. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, to the people.
Hold on, before we get to the people, Mike,
Okay,
I
not to
promise
the people.
I promise you some numbers.
Yes.
And it goes to my biggest thing is your first half scoring versus second half scoring for Michigan State. Want to take a guess on how many points they've scored in the first half under Jonathan Smith in the year he's been there? I'll give you a hint. 170.
Okay.
They're plus 25 in the scoring margin.
All right.
Second half points, want to take
50.
a guess? 85. They're minus 89 in scoring margin.
Yeah, they're
in
garbage.
the second half.
They're garbage.
Yeah, David, that look right there, that's the look of about the remaining 20,000 people who are still left in the second half at Spartan Stadium.
We haven't outscored an opponent in the second half, David, since Prairie View A&M last year, September 13th.
But 85 points.
85
okay.
points. Oh, well, and let's not forget the 2 last week, so it would only been 83. Your number 1, 2.
Gigantic 2 points there.
What a depressing stat, but relevant.
I mean, seriously, if I would have set the over-under at 2.5, it still was under.
Also depressing, but relevant. Let's go to Noah, 97.1. Noah, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Good. I got 2 things on the lines I just like to touch on. The first one, answering Rico's question, is I think this is a must-win game. Now, I don't think it's going to derail the season if they lose, but I do not want to enter Baltimore in Week 3 with a loss against the Packers and or the Bears. I think you got to get off to a hot start, and I just don't think that losing the 2 divisional games, even just against the Packers, who I think the Lions are better if Parsons is limited, plus they do have some injuries in the secondary and stuff. I think the Lions should win it, but I don't think they have to win it at least to get off to a great start. And the second thing is that I kind of wanted your opinion on something with the Lions. Like, I heard you touch on a little bit of it on Wednesday with the whole Marcus Davenport stuff and all that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I feel like the Lions expect their number 2 edge rusher across from Aiden Hutchinson to be Derek Barnes. Then the reason why I think that is because of 2 things. One, the Lions invested a lot of money into Derek Barnes this offseason for a third linebacker. He seems like he has a much bigger role than what the Lions are leaning on, especially for a position that no one comes off the field in nickel situations. And the other thing is that the Lions tend to invest in defensive ends that also are cross-trained as tackles or defensive tackles.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they want more of a space either across from Aiden Hutchinson so that they can utilize that role for like an outside linebacker.
Well, right, because but again, listen, you're right as Noah. That's why they moved Aiden away from the left tackles. That's why they have tried to move him. You're right, is that they want edge setters. They want bigger, more physical players with a little bit of duality. That's all well and good. But there will always, Noah, and you know this, there will always be a role on known passing downs for a pass rush duo. Period. I've never asked them to change their scheme. I've never asked them to, blow it all up. And to your point about Derek Barnes, maybe, and this is future casting because I don't think anyone knows, the strength of the team's the secondary. Maybe they believe they can be chaotic up front, take a little bit of what they were doing at the end of the season, not at a 53% rate that Aaron Glenn was forced to, but the blitzing, the gamesmanship, a lot of the chaos stuff. Brian Branch is one of those players. Derek Barnes can cover people and can be sent on blitzes. You use your safeties. You use your linebackers. I don't know. It's part of the reason why there's so much unknown. Mm-hmm. It's 2 new coordinators. And if I have to hear it's Dan Campbell's offense one more time, my head is going to explode. Right. So the Bears hired Dan Campbell's puppet is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Guys, I understand it's his offense. I understand that the coordinator works at the behest of the head coach. It is still the coordinator's offense. It is their cadence. It is their sequencing. It just,
he's the one in the quarterback's ear. He's the one calling us. Dan Campbell has the right to override a play. Dan Campbell has the right to say, you know what, I want to run this 4th down play, or hey, Ben, give me the best 4th down play we have, and let's run that. But that's what I try to tell people. Like, so what does Ben Johnson do all week long? Just, hey, Dan, what do you want in your coffee? What kind of donuts did you want? No. Like, he runs the offense, but no, it's Dan Campbell who does all that. Like, Okay, if you really believe that. If that helps you cope, fine. But we'll deal with that next week.
248-539-9797. Go to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on. So I want to touch on Michigan and the Lions. I'll get the state thing out of the way quickly. I think they do have to win tomorrow night. But I think you're going to have a good weekend because I have the Giants upsetting Washington.
Yes. Yes.
But Big G will be proud of me that I said that. So Michigan, here's the one thing I would change.
Okay.
They can't go out and get blown out. They got to at least show up to play tomorrow night. I don't expect to win. I will be surprised if they win, but they got to at least show up.
Okay.
And I think they will, but I think they still lose. As far as the Lions, we need this win, Mike. This game is worth 2. It's on the road at Green Bay. Tiebreakers are involved. I know it's week 1, but I just feel like a lot of Lions fans are delusional in that I think Detroit sports fans in general, or have this mindset that, oh, you should be grateful that we're just good. We're back. Back to what? We don't have any trophies in the case. And I think that anything less than making the Super Bowl this year for the Lions is a failure. I don't care what anyone says.
Agree.
And, even Michigan, I know we have a freshman quarterback, but I expect Michigan to win 10 football games this year. That's the standard at Michigan. And it just seems like that Michigan, when you say that about Michigan, people are like, yes, that's the standard. But when you raise the standards for a Detroit team, people get all bent out of shape, which is just crazy to me. But, yeah, I think Michigan plays a very competitive football game tomorrow night. I think we come up short. But if Michigan wins, we're going to the playoffs. The schedule kind of opens up after
100%.
tomorrow night.
100%.
And I'd rather Michigan win this weekend on the Lions. I think that this would elevate Michigan to a different level. Is where that even if the Lions lose, they still got a good shot. But I feel like a win tomorrow night goes a long way for Underwood. It goes a long way for Sharon Moore. And so that is my take.
Yeah.
And
Joe, here's what I'll say. Let me go ahead quickly with the question because then I got to get moving.
All right. Do you think that Michigan people, Michigan fans, I know you talk a lot about that. Some of us are unrealistic, but don't you at least respect the fact we have high expectations and we will never waver, unlike a lot of the Detroit fans these days that are just happy with being good?
Yeah, I can get with that. I don't know. Yeah, Joe, absolutely. Because right now I'm getting very annoyed with Detroit fans. It's like they want all of the roses without any of the accountability. Whatever. 248-539-9797. The highlight to that call: Giants are beating the Commanders. Joe's
That's all you heard.
Joe's my favorite person.
That's all you heard.
All right.
Win. Little
Yachty at Del Mar, win.
Talk about winning. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. They're always winning. Take advantage of unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Why? Because Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Man, it's time to hit the road in style. And Hamilton, it's your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevy has them all. Hey, TJ, I'm in the middle of a read. From fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs, they've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, even if you're TJ Lang. With Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience because they are more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2025 Chevy and 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Oh, that's right. He's back. We're back. It's Football Friday. TJ Lang joins us. I'll let him get plugged in and get himself set. Take your time. Get your dip cup out. Okay, you're in. You're ready to go?
I got to find
Yeah,
the headset,
what out?
The dip cup.
Oh, okay.
Rico, listen.
Oh, that's a drop. Yeah, that's a new drop. What are we looking for, Mike? Say that again.
No.
New drop. You can't say anything in this studio without being like, oh no, I said
I know.
that.
Dude, you should. We have so many drops we can't use on the air. They're all, well, because we slightly beep them, but they're so egregious.
By the way, it's good to be back. New studio, first time I've seen it. Well, not studio, but like office setting. You guys still have the snack shack in the back.
It's
By
fine.
the way,
You're looking for plug-in.
I hope
over there.
the tabs roll over because I know you're supposed to pay for these waters when
You
you go
stole
grab
a
them.
water.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I used to go back there, grab a water, check it in, scan my card, boom, pay for it. I saw Kenny walking in like at least 8 times last year where he just grabs one and walks out. And I'm like, what do you do? Like, you don't pay for it? He's like, I'll put it on my tab. So I started my own tab where it's like, I'll go grab a water for like 3 weeks. And then the 4th week, I will actually go in and scan 4 of them. I don't think Kenny does that. I know he's not here to defend himself.
Okay, we've
now,
started it.
But
Wow,
he
this
literally
is-
was like, hey, yeah, just throw it on my tab. And I'm like, there's cameras back here, Kenny. Like, as soon as you walk in the door, it scans your picture. So I put this water on my tab. I will next week when I come in on actually Monday, I'll probably grab another one. I'll scan 2 of them and I'll pay for 2 of them.
Question:
So,
would you like to fill what's going to be the newly opened call screener position you've just created?
no, I know Kenny pays for it. I'm not saying I'm not
really?
accusing that he doesn't. He's got. It'll be interesting to see what his tab looks like. But that's the danger of having
Kenny,
like
you
a
may not want to be here
self-serve.
for this. You've
That's-
just walked into him slandering you at an unbelievable level.
That Kenny,
Walk away,
that's
Kenny.
not true. Kenny just walked in.
I go out to get David a charger and a water bottle like a good person and like a bad person. Here's what you're
You know
doing.
what, Kenny?
Kenny, I didn't know. Don't let them do
want to say
this.
anything about the water, Kenny. Kenny, as a married man,
As
you
a
may
married
be
man.
unemployed.
Kenny, maybe it's new this year. I could be. Remember last year we used to go grab the waters together? You would grab one and be like, oh, I'll put it on my tab. You'd go back later and pay for all of them.
Okay.
Yes.
And okay, that's what I'm saying I do. I said Kenny taught me, like, hey, if you're in a hurry, I don't have time for, like, the thing. It doesn't scan sometimes, and, oh, no, I'm going to be late. Like,
Or-
just grab it, and then when I have time, I'll go back and pay
Or I'll
for
do
it.
it. Sometimes I'll do it on the Monday before. I thought I'm
is
going
that?
to 5 days.
You'll scan
Organize
like
5 waters.
you'll scan like
Lions
10 of them.
Packers this Sunday. Lions Packers.
Kenny comes in, just scans 10 of them. It's like, boom. I got
happened.
9 free ones. No, that's what I'm with you. I'm not
tried.
slandering you.
No,
Don't let them. You
I'm
taught
with you,
me
TJ.
something new. That's what I was trying to explain.
I'm with you.
Yes. I go grab one, and then when I come in on
Lions,
Monday
Packers.
with Jim and
Game
I'll
day.
scan 2 of them.
Keys
And
to the game.
You'll get paid for it.
He just got me a water. I don't know if I should drink it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's paid
Hey,
for, David.
hey,
that's definitely.
He just
definitely
sold
didn't
you.
pay for that.
Hey, that's like buying a TV off the back of the truck. That thing's hot.
Yep.
That water's hot.
David, next thing you know, you're going to be sounding like Marion Barry. He set me up.
Let's break down Lions Packers, please.
I didn't slander you, Kenny. I said you taught me something
understand
new.
you.
That was
I
it.
understand
You
you.
taught me
You just
something
called
new.
him a petty thief.
No, he taught me something new. It's like, hey, pay for them all at once.
Yeah, something new.
You should get a discount if you do. You should get a discount if you do that, though.
Yeah,
Pay,
$5 discount.
buy 10, get like
I
3
tried.
free.
I tried.
We're off the rails.
Lions Packers. Keys to the
What'd you
game.
Brought to you by Target
Brought to
Auto.
you by Jackson State Penitentiary, home of Kenny Cott.
Brought to you by Free Smart Water.
Kenny, I own ya. Cot.
Collect call from Kenny.
Hey
The
guys,
married
I know I
man.
need you to bail me out here.
Great free advertisement for Smart
Okay,
Water.
all righty.
Great water. What's up, fellas?
I don't know. You
Me
just,
neither.
you
I
came
know.
in like a
I
hurricane.
kind of did that. We were talking about Costa slandering me about the fantasy draft that
I
you
know.
guys discussed on your
Yeah,
podcast.
you put the fear of God in
yeah,
him, and I loved every second of it. It was hilarious. He was legitimately fearful for his own life. It was great.
Yeah, but you did that last year, and you didn't do it this year, so I felt like there was a hole there where it's like.
And you
we
filled
can't
it. You did a great job.
We can't let Costa get out of here without.
Here's what I want to do.
Without
Since
getting
this segment has gone completely off a cliff.
We get Rob.
No. We're going to keep this
Oh, are we on air?
timely. Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
We're going to keep it timely. I want to get into the picks. Then at 4 o'clock, we can get into the Lions. We can do a nice reset. Hopefully, Kenny will still be here. And we'll just pretend this segment didn't happen.
Just see me in the parking lot with cuffs on, just being paraded to the car.
My God. David, is that the best course of action? Hopefully, TJ's meds will kick in by then and we can do radio. Are you okay?
Why do you say that? You literally, you do that even when I'm driving in my car, just a nice Tuesday afternoon, and I'll hear Mike talk about my sunburn, and I'm not allowed to go outside anymore.
You are, but
slander me.
You're a TV star. You're a TV star. Sunscreen has to happen.
TV star. I did 3 preseason games.
That's not the last. You're going to have a job in TV.
Yeah, okay.
And you did a great job.
Sure.
And what did I say? You were very good on them.
David, is it that hard just to say, hey, nice job?
TJ.
It's always a backhanded compliment with him.
No, TJ.
Hey, you did a nice job.
fantastic.
Did you see that zit on his nose? Oh, he looked like an idiot. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer.
Never
over
said
there.
that. Never said that.
Looks
TJ.
like Santa Claus with that stupid beard, but yeah, he did a great job.
I never said
That's
such
you.
a thing.
You know
TJ,
that.
you did a
Terrible.
great job. I especially liked it when you did take your kid to work day.
TJ, are you really surprised? You heard what he said about my wife during the break.
I did not say anything. That was not real. Leave it
Okay,
alone.
so what is happening right now? So picks are next. 97-1.
Football's back, everybody.
Break already?
Yes.
Oh,
Picks are
sorry.
next.
I'm
Sip
still
some
preseason
water,
now. All
and we're going to do the picks next.
Turn my mic off. Turn my mic off, David. Turn it off. You got something to read?
Yeah, I do. It's the NFL. FanDuel wants to boost your bets even more. All customers double your winnings at 100% profit boost. Means you get 2 times the payout on an NFL Sunday money line. I don't like money lines, but if you maniacs want to do this, God bless. How about Atlanta? I think they beat the Bucs Sunday. There you go. Or you want to go really crazy, the New York Football Giants. That's right. They're beating the Commanders.
You got to say it the right way.
The G-Man. FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issue, now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, for the first of an endless stream of Fridays, we are so back. It is time for the picks. All right, let's begin. It is the Cyhawk, Iowa, at Iowa State. The Cyclones laying 3.5. Rico Lamar Beard.
Michael, I'm going to go with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Why? Because
you hate offense. Got it.
No, because Iowa State hasn't won in Ames, Iowa in the last 6 times, I believe.
Over to Kenneth Cott.
I'll be the honest one here. I hate offense. I'm going with Iowa here.
He roots for the punter. Over to David.
You all are crazy. I can't trust Iowa to do anything. Iowa State.
Mr. TJ.
Oh!
Mr. TJ joins us?
Yeah. What does that have to do with me? Well, considering David gave me 4 minutes to prepare for this pick sheet, this is going to be 50-50. But you know what? Big noon kickoff. Mike, I know you love your guy,
fan.
Joe Klatt. And
yep.
who's the other guy that you love?
Gus Johnson.
Yeah, big Gus Johnson. I'm going to take the home team, the Cyclones, to pull this one out.
That's actually
no idea.
That was actually pretty good, Gus.
Cyclone.
I'll take Iowa State. Rocco Becht. Boston College at Michigan State. MSU laying 3.5. Rico will be escorting Zeke the Wonder Dog on the field.
Tossing a Frisbee. And you know what? We'll probably score more than State, but I'm going to go with MSU.
Okay, then. Over to Kenny Cott.
I'm going to go with the Fighting Wonder Dogs. Give me State.
As a married man. Hatchet.
Yeah, I'm changing on the fly. Can't trust Michigan State. Boston College in this one.
And I hate you. Over to TJ
Well,
Lang.
I believe that everybody in East Lansing heard you guys all week saying if Michigan State doesn't win this game, hey, you know what? Pack your stuff and get out of town, fellas. So I think that's going to give them some motivation, I would say. And they're at home. Mm-hmm. Look, I believe in Aiden Childs, man. He's a playmaker. Still not a great player, but I'm going to take Michigan State to get this one done.
I don't care anymore.
Jonathan Smith lives to see another day, Mike.
Yeah, win or sell your house. There you go. Michigan at Oklahoma.
Wait, who'd you pick?
Michigan State.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If they don't win and cover, none of those people should be employed. Period. Michigan and Oklahoma.
Too, but must win. Yeah.
Oklahoma laying 5.5. We go to Rico Beard.
It's the Devil's number, Mike, but going to be the first time that Underwood is on the road playing against a good team. I'm going to go with the Sooners, especially because David picked against my team.
Over to Kenny Cott.
You know exactly what I'm going to do here. Oklahoma. You will never find a bigger Oklahoma fan than me this week.
Oh, the SEC. They just want it more.
Big Ten can stick it.
Jeez. David?
Well, Rico, what you didn't know is that I'm also picking against my team.
Because you're not a real Michigan fan.
It's going to win this game. Sorry, Bryce. You can't get it done on the road.
He just knows it means more.
All right, TJ.
I mean, I agree with Hatchet that I think Oklahoma's going to win this game, but I think Michigan's good enough to keep it close. I'm still question marks about the defense and the offensive line, but hey, look, we'll get into it later, but I like what I saw with Bryce Underwood. His accuracy, I think he's good enough, and I think this Michigan offense trusts him to throw the ball like we haven't seen the last couple of years where it's been 50 runs and 11 passes. He threw the ball 29 times last week. I think they trust him. I think he takes a step. I think he keeps – I don't know if Michigan wins, but I think they keep it within that 5.5 number.
TJ, he does well. It's a mobile quarterback. Michigan has problems with that. Let me help you out. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know.
We'll talk next week about it.
All right, Oklahoma. There. Let's just move on. We got a lot of games to get to, boys. Chargers Chiefs tonight on YouTube. You enjoy that. Chiefs laying 3.5. Rico?
Grumble, grumble, biscuit.
That's virtual TJ strikes again.
Give me the Chiefs in this game. Patrick Mahomes.
Great analysis. Kenny?
Give me not the Chiefs. Give me the Chargers in this game. Not Patrick Mahomes.
David?
They have shuffled their offensive line because of injuries, and now their starting right guard may be out because of illness, so I'm going with the Chiefs.
TJ? This is
like I
radio.
said, I just got these picks 5 minutes ago, so I'm trying to do some live analysis here. I mean, I think the Chargers are going to be my sleeper team this year to make a difference. But listen, I can't overlook the injury that they had to Rashawn Slater, the left tackle. This game's in Brazil. It's honestly it's a toss-up. I'm going to stick with my gut, though, and think the Chargers are going to be onto something this year. I think they start out with a bang. I'm going to take the Chargers. I don't know if they win it, but 3.5, I think they keep it with inside that.
I'm sick of the Chiefs. It's a total latte Larry.
Yeah, everybody is.
I'm tired of him. Give me the Bolts. Go Harbaugh, go. Bucks laying 1.5 at Atlanta. Oh, it's Rico Beard time. Do it.
Well,
you know you want to.
The Bucks have a couple of wide receivers who are on the injury list.
Do it.
Have you seen Bijan run? Give me Michael Penix and the Falcons.
Kenny.
Grumble, grumble, Buccaneers.
Oh, Jesus. Go over to David.
My cousin is going to this game. We had a lot of family down in Atlanta, but
Nobody
they will
cares.
be crying. Buccaneers.
TJ.
Kenny, can you do that again for me?
Grumble, grumble, Buccaneers.
Yeah, I'm with Kenny.
Yeah. Give me Atlanta. No Tristan Wirfs, no Kate Otten, down McMillan, down Numbnuts Godwin. I think Atlanta's going to be good this year. I'm going to be wrong, but give me Atlanta.
Ugh.
Texans, Rams. I know it's gross,
Ugh,
isn't it?
Yeah, it feels gross.
Up next, Stafford's spine, laying 3.5 to Houston. Rico?
And that's just it, Mike. I don't know how long he's going to stay in the game. Besides, I think 3.5 is just too much. Give me the Texans.
All right, Cookies. Over to Kenny.
I agree with Rico, Texas. If it was under a field goal, I'd pick the Rams, but if it's not, so I'll take the Texans.
David?
Yeah, I don't know what Stafford's going to look like, so I'll go with the Texans.
TJ?
I'm with everybody. I think the Rams have potential to be really good this year, but I'm going to take the better defense and the better pass rushers, which Daniil Hunter and our guy Anderson coming off the edge. I think it's just going to be too much for LA this week. LA's still going to be a good team, the Rams, but
Flip
Houston's
side,
got their number this week.
Texans have the worst O-line in the league. And that Ram defense is underrated.
No,
What if Stafford got an epidural? Give me the Rams.
But like a 13-10 type game. Texans
gross.
still cover.
Still Texas.
I'll take Texans.
I know. I'll probably be wrong, but I don't care. I'm rooting for the Rams this year. I like what they've put together.
Oh, you're never wrong, Mike.
I'm wrong all the time.
Oh, you are? Do you ever admit? It's the first time you ever admitted it.
Oh, I think you're projecting. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Now listen, Ravens Bills. Why is this game week 1?
Well,
this game should be like week 8, but here we are. Yeah. Ravens laying a
Start with
point
a
and a half.
bang.
They're going out to the Buffalo airport. What do you got?
This is a revenge game. Mark Andrews gets the game-winning touchdown. Give me the Ravens.
Kenny.
Only a 1.5. Give me the home team. I'll go with the Bills.
Again, Kenny refusing to select a black quarterback. It's stunning. We go over to David.
Not a playoff game, so the Ravens will win.
TJ.
I feel like I have to pick the Ravens now so you don't make fun of me about not picking Lamar. You know what? But I do like Lamar in this situation. But once again, early season games, I'm going with a better defense. And right now I think that's between Baltimore and Buffalo. I think that's Baltimore.
This is a regular season game, right?
It is.
Great, I'll take Lamar.
Yeah.
Because if it was the playoffs, I'd be running to bet against him.
They're the same team. They're the Spider-Man meme. Josh Allen.
How about this one? This is a game between two quarterbacks that are mystery boxes. They could be anything, including a mystery box. Vikings, Bears. Vikings laying a 1.5. Rico?
Because I don't know between the quarterbacks, I'm going to go with the quarterback who actually played last year, playing at home. Give me Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears.
Kenny?
Because you know I wanted to pick the Vikings here. I think you know why, but I guess I'll take the Bears.
All right, David.
I agree with you, Rico. Caleb is the more known quarterback, so I'll go with the Bears and the Fighting Ben Johnsons.
This guy hates Caleb Williams, so this will be exciting.
No, I don't, but I just haven't seen
why.
J.J. McCarthy throw more than
Mike?
like 12 passes in his career. So
Yeah,
even going back to college, I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is. He could be really good. He could, I don't know, but obviously Minnesota trusts him. But I think with Ben Johnson opening it up at home, like this team's going to have something to play for. I think I'm going to take the Bears. I'm going to regret this one.
I know.
But I think I'm going to take
Me
the
too.
Bears.
I'm going to take – this will be Caleb Williams going 8 for 22 for 38 yards. But here we are. Give me the Bears. The New York Football Giants getting 5.5 as they travel to Washington, D.C. Rico Beard.
If Jackson Dart were starting this game, I would be all over it and say, give me the G-Men.
No.
But he's not. Give me Jaden. Give me the Commanders.
Kenny Cott.
I'll be on Team Mikey here. Give me the G-Man?
Yes, question mark. David?
Giants are a wild card team, in my opinion. So
Whoa!
it starts week 1. The G-Men.
Excellent.
What
Good
did you
depth.
just say?
Wild
The
card.
Wild card
Giants are a
team.
wild card. Whoa.
Not until
okay.
Jackson Dart takes over.
With Russell
Or
Wilson
Gabagool.
at the head. Look, I just can't pick Russell Wilson. I just can't trust the guy. I mean, he's the corny, look at me.
I know. Come
Hey,
on.
I'm big
Giants
guy. I
Nation,
can't
let's
do it.
ride.
No, and I think the Commanders' defense is very underrated this year. I think it's going to be the biggest blowout of the weekend. I'm taking Washington.
The New York Football Giants will win this football game. You can keep the points. The
Why?
Giants are going to win this
Why?
game. I think
Why?
Giants.
Break it down.
I think the Giants have a top 10 defense. I think they have the absolute front seven to be able to corral and keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket. McLaurin missed all of camp. I don't love Debo at this stage of his career. They have no running game. I think the Giants are going to be the Steelers from last year. 7-9, 7-10, 8-9.
Okay.
But I think they can win this game.
I hope somebody clips this so we can.
It's
keep
fine.
it for
Make
next
fun
week.
of
You're
me.
either going to look like a genius or like, man.
Or it could be like a lot of other people in this place and say nothing. Oh my God,
Hey,
I got something wrong.
Hey, you put it out
Give
there.
me
Respect,
the
brother. Respect, brother.
G-Man. One time, you bastards. All right. Packers laying 2.5 to the Lions. One time. Who do you got?
Lions needing a brand new interior line. Give me the Packers.
All right. Hater. Kenny Cott.
I was told they're going to win 15 to 16 games this year. I'm going to go with the Lions.
Over to David.
Not going to win 15 and 16 games. I'll go with the Packers.
TJ Lang.
It's going to be a low-scoring game. I think in the low 20s. Jared Goff 8-0 in his career against the spread in opening weekend
How
games.
about that? How
I don't
about
know
that
if they.
power stat?
I don't know if they
doing your
win,
research.
but I think the Lions are going to. I got to take the
I
Lions
only had
cover.
3 minutes
Shout
to
out.
prepare. That was
Shout
a
out
great
to-
power
We
stat.
talked about that Tuesday. Stop.
That
Shout out
was a
to
great
Eastern
power
Mi-
stat.
8-0 against the
You're
spread.
taking the
opening
Lions?
week. I'm taking the Lions.
Shout out Eastern
So am I.
Michigan. There
Let's
you
do
go.
it.
Give me the Lions.
Bam.
I'm siding with my tobacco-infused friend. Yes.
Hurons to be proud of.
Forward down the field. Come on, Rico.
No, that's the other guy.
Ah,
Oh, my. Those are the things.
party pooper.
97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are losing back-end reliever Kyle Finnegan to the 15-day injured list. The move retroactive to September 1st. His injury and adductor strain, which he appeared to feel first in the bullpen the other day while warming up against the Mets. Finnegan told the media he's confident he can return to pitch in the regular season, and he will continue throwing during that stint as well. A.J. Hinch says that Will Vest will now get most of the reps in the 9th inning going forward. The bad news is also coupled with some good news. Outfielder Parker Meadows ready to be activated. He's starting in center field and batting 9th. The Lions' availability report is dropped for their game versus the Packers this weekend. Rookie receiver Isaac Tesla officially off the injured list off the list as a pair of Stop acting like you're going to touch the stupid screen.
Today, Junior.
Three players are out, including running back Sione Vaki, linebacker Trevor Nowatzki, offensive tackle Jamarco Jones. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Now, before we do anything else, because I want to talk to TJ about all three of these football games, including the Lions, and I need TJ's best case, worst case for the Detroit Lions. I have to get to one call. This is important. One of our better callers, football related, but man, I warned him. Do not let your scumbag Irish let me down.
Oh boy.
And caller Rob is here, and we need to have a conversation. I'm upset with Rob. I'm upset with his school. I'm upset with everything.
Well, settle it.
Rob is here.
What's up, Rob?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Rob, I'm disgusted. That's how.
You sound angry, Mike. You sound angry. Shocker there.
Your team let me down. You let those scumbags from Miami with their diaper-wearing coach win. That's disgusting.
I had like 12 people over on Sunday night, and my dad was here. It was just an upsetting. We had such high hopes, and it wasn't that it was it was just kind of like a lifeless game.
Yes.
And it was just it was not. It was kind of. You look at Marcus Freeman, that's not a game that you think that he would appreciate, and that was clear after and during his pressers this week. So thank God they got the weekend off and, looking ahead to the next one. But I was calling to comment on Michigan and Michigan State. But, Mike, I wanted to call in on Tuesday, and all my coworkers said, Mike you didn't do a welfare check this time. You were just pretty much calling me out saying, our program is terrible.
But, no, I just said I needed you to beat Miami.
It was a bummer of a game, and I have no idea. I mean, nobody knows how good, some of these teams are going to be. I don't know if Miami's good or not. I can't stand Carson Beck or looking at him. So, we'll see. I have no idea. I
still love you. Now, what do you have to say on my rat-ass program or U of M? Talk to me.
We'll go State first. I think that I'm kind of doubling down on what you said. Not only do I think it's a referendum game for Jonathan Smith, I think it is for Aiden Childs, and I think they need to win, and I think it needs to be definitive. I think that they need to send a message. I think they can. Hopefully the environment's good, and I would love to see Michigan State, this being a statement game, meaning Aiden Childs, 25 or 30, and has a great game.
You mean earn his paycheck? Yes, I agree with you.
Well, exactly. When it comes to Michigan, guys, I disagree. I think that if they win, it's, great. If they don't win, well, they're not supposed to. I think that they need to win, and I think that if they do win, it could kind of launch Bryce and Sharon kind of into the stratosphere. I think if they lose, I think it's going to tell us a lot. Like, I think TJ was talking about the offensive line. That's my concern with Michigan. If they play well tomorrow, who's to say they can't be, a top 10 team, top 15 team, as much as I hate to say that. So we'll see what happens. But I think they need to win. I don't think they should be going in there saying, well, we're not supposed to, and it's SEC. I think Oklahoma is kind of the bottom of the barrel of the SEC, to be honest with you. So I think Michigan needs to win, and I think State definitely needs to definitively win their game.
Yeah, no, and that's, Rob, I agree with you. I do. I'll leave this to TJ. You just got here. I want your take on, I know you like the Wolverines. I know you don't like my school. That's fine.
What are you talking about?
No, it's okay. Just before we get to the Lions, who needs, for MSU, I said, there's zero upside. It's all downside, meaning if you win, good, you should. What the hell are we doing if we're going to let Boston College come in here and beat us? If you lose, I think it's an indictment on Jonathan Smith in this program. For Michigan, I view it as if you win, to the moon. You could talk about Bryce being a first-round pick. You could talk about playoffs. You do whatever you want. If Michigan loses, it doesn't materially change anything I think about Bryce Underwood or anything I think about Michigan. Because 10-2, you're still going to the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think Michigan has a longer leash because of the things that you mentioned. Bryce Underwood, nobody's expecting him to go win the Heisman and, hey, go win 12 games and, get to the playoffs. Like, that's the people hope for that, but you're not expecting that.
Not me. The callers do.
Go ahead. I think, and I listen to you guys, too. I kind of got a grasp of Michigan State fans, and it's like you're kind of waiting. Like, come on, we have to show that we can take that next step and be a threat in the Big Ten and be a threat to be a perennial playoff caliber team, right? Like, you haven't seen that from Michigan State. I'm not taking a shot at you.
You can
just haven't
take
seen
shots.
that. But listen,
They're
I mean,
garbage.
here's the thing when it comes to college sports is, and Mike, I know you're in the same boat. I can no longer get interested in like, oh, well, wait till year 3 when this guy takes over, because there is no more building a program. Like, you have to know how to build a team. You have to know how to build this year's team. Like, that's what it is, because the excitement we used to get about, man, we got this 5-star recruit freshman coming in, like, can't wait to see what he looks like as a junior, right? You don't have that anymore, because odds are you're not going to have that kid. So I think it's more about what does this year look like, right? Like, NCAA football to me is one big year of free agency. Who can go put together without a salary cap? Who can go put together the best team to field this year to go out there and compete? And Jonathan Smith, I think, has more to prove, because Michigan, just face it, I mean, they have the big name, they have the big donors, they have the big money, and anytime you throw big money at a big quarterback, like, people take notice of that. Kids in their junior year of high school right now are like, man, look at Michigan. Like, they weren't on my radar, but man, they're paying their players a ton of money. Like, hey, I'll go play for them for a couple of years. You know what I mean? So I think, but I think when you kind of zero it down and look at, who's got more to prove, it's got to be Michigan State, because there hasn't been that hype, that real passion for the football program over the past couple years, exactly.
No identity,
and I think
swag.
And I don't know if beating, it depends on what the game looks like. I don't know if beating Boston College will all of a sudden be like, oh man, I want to go to Michigan State because they beat Boston College. I don't know if, I'm not saying that's some huge win, but if that's a game that you drop or you look ugly against again, it's like, where is Michigan State football stand?
No, I'll tell you
it's a fair question. Michigan's
always
going to,
because 6 of the last 7 years they've been flaccid penis.
No,
that's been MSU football 6 of the last 7 years, just sitting there.
I didn't mean to rile you up.
No, it's okay, though. Like, you never need to qualify it, because I'm not like these Wolverine swine. Well, I'm honest about my team.
And look, and I think Michigan fans are honest, too. Like, yeah, you are a step up on that stool, where it's like, hey, well, if this year goes bad, well, we can throw a bunch of money next year at next year's recruits and next year's transfers. We can do that. Like, Michigan State, I don't know if you necessarily have that. But if you do have a good season, there have been donors that have shown, like, yeah, man, just give us something that we can be proud of, and we can come back and build this thing. We've seen Michigan State, not that far in the past.
Feels a lifetime ago.
Big Ten champions and be a threat to go in the playoffs.
Be
a threat, to go compete for we've seen that. So I don't think it's far off, but it's going to take. Like I said, I don't know if beating Boston College is
it's the minimum. It's about showing
put on the mantle,
progress.
But you're right. You have to win this game if you want to climb that ladder. You have to.
They need an IV of boner pills.
Because Michigan State doesn't have any excuses. Like, Michigan, you have the built-in excuses. Well, hey, freshman quarterback, second game he's ever played, right, going on the road, SEC. And look, I don't think Oklahoma is some killer team. Their quarterback's pretty damn good, but I don't think they're if you lose, you had the built-in excuses with Michigan. With Michigan State, you don't, right, Rico? I don't think I'm saying that wrong. You don't have the built-in excuses of, oh, well, Boston College, look at their NIL, man. They paid $30 million to these guys. What do you expect? You don't have that, right? Michigan does. It's, we got this. We got a second-year coach.
Let me answer.
I just want to preface it with my feelings on the issue.
Preface.
I think Michigan has more built-in excuses if things go sideways than Michigan State does.
No, TJ, you are correct. And Mike, don't get angry over something that hasn't happened yet.
I know.
Watch your blood pressure, buddy.
I know.
You needed all that. You're trying to cut me out to say that, Rico?
Yes.
God. You could spit that out, dude. I would have given you 5 seconds.
I need your Lions.
TJ
best case, worst
filibuster.
case next. Yeah, TJ will be back on the Senate floor here momentarily.
Rumble. All right.
97.
All right, guys. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU.
Yes, we have.
Located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Yeah, it's booming as well. You want a career in radio, TV, graphics design, artists? Let Specs at LTU get you started. You hear us having fun on the radio. It can be you as well. Heck, Rieger, he's a Specs grad. You can be as well. If Rieger can do it, you can do it too.
That's not the.
If Rieger can do it, I know you can do it. Why? You're going to learn from day one. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the field. So whether you're in the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications media arts program, Specs at LTU will get you started on your career path. Make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to get your next steps going for your future. Go to admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU.
Hi there. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. You don't need to ask, hey, is that in stock? If you see it, it is. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. I have breaking news. No, just shut up. It's not what you're talking about, and let the adults speak here. Breaking news. Zadarius Smith's an Eagle.
Is there boogeyman music coming?
No, I left it without comment. Zadarius Smith is an Eagle.
Well, that's good because the Lions just don't want him.
No, Rico, we're good.
We're good.
We've got Davenport.
So
stop it.
Wait,
Can you stop with
was it Cash Doll?
Well,
Is she going with him?
You
no
informed
idea.
me what a cash doll is.
Yeah.
This is new for me.
1 year deal.
I didn't know what the hell he was talking.
Like something you can go buy.
Wait.
I didn't know if it was a new restaurant in Detroit or what it was. Come on down to Cash Doll Friday nights.
Wait a minute.
I had no idea.
So, I thought that he was going to be back here week 2 or week 3.
No,
because they were circumventing the cap to save some money.
I'm just going to say this. Here's the deal. The Lions may or may not need any of what happened. They may have everything they need to win a Super Bowl. Can we just, from an optics standpoint, and I want TJ's opinion because obviously he only joins us on Friday. TJ, I had said yesterday, look, I'm not mad about the Parsons thing. I don't get mad at every player. I am jealous of how the Eagles do business. I think Howie Roseman's a bit of a serial killer. When the Packers get Parsons and now the Eagles get Zadarius and you're told we're good, we have Marcus Davenport. What is your view of it? I mean, Tej, you've been in the building, you played here, you do the broadcast. TJ, they have put so much faith in a player that has never shown an ability to stay healthy. Is it wrong that on the outside we look at this and go, what are they doing?
No, I think that's fair.
Okay.
From the outside perspective of saying, like, we kind of know what we know. Like, the guy, yeah, he can be a really good player, but he just hasn't shown the ability to stay available, right? I mean, that's not a negative way to put it. He's just been hurt. Like, it happens to players. Not your fault. Like, you get bad luck sometimes. It just happens. Yeah. But
by the way, Zadarius is only a 1 year deal. For any of the people who said he was demanding multi, it's 1 year. All incentives, if he hit every one of them, would be $9 million.
Well, okay, I mean, they were strapped for cash. Lions.
Let them. I'm letting him go. I'm staying.
No, but I look, and I'm not as big on the you needed to address the pass rusher as a lot of people were. I mean, we saw that last year, and mostly we saw that because when Aiden went out, there was nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're relying on Aiden staying healthy, and they're relying on obviously Marcus staying healthy as well. And it's one of those, I'm not going to even say low risk because it is kind of high risk when you think about it. The guy has a history of injuries, but it's a very high reward player that you can have. And
it's really low risk, though. I mean, because if it's all incentive.
No, it's not, because I don't look at it as low risk because, okay, low risk from a financial standpoint. Yes, but low risk as in, hey, if he goes down, we're good. We got somebody else. Like, we saw it last year where you weren't good, And then we saw Hutch go out, and it's like, okay, you're really not good. And even when you brought Zadarius in, it was still like, okay, it's better, but I wouldn't say good. You know what I mean? So that's why I look at it as it's still a high-risk, high-reward type deal where you're relying on Marcus Davenport to go out there and be healthy. That's what you're doing, and that's what they've told us. We love Matt. He's a killer in training camp. He's been a killer in these joint practices. We can't wait to see him out on the field. Like, he's the perfect complement to Aiden Hutchinson, which he is. But the question, and look, that's never going to go away, is can he stay healthy? Now, if he does stay healthy, yes. Do I think that Brad Holmes can come out and I don't like the receipt thing that you did a couple years ago,
lame.
But no, well, you have to win the Super Bowl to be able to
Thank
do that,
you.
right?
Yes.
Like, you have to win the whole thing. You have to be able to do that. But I do understand where Brad was coming from at the same point. But if Marcus goes out there, Davenport, and he's healthy, and he gives you, 16 games of just kick-ass football, and you see this pass rush, you see the teams just can't run on you because they can't block your defensive ends, it's like, okay, that's one of the biggest steals of, can you call it free agency? I know Davenport was technically a free agent, but you sign this guy to a cheap contract, and, man, like, look at the production we got out of him. Yes, you can call that a perfect compliment to Aiden Hutchinson, which I think is they're planning on doing. Now, nobody can tell the future. Nobody can tell Well,
But wouldn't Za'Darius have been a nice insurance policy?
Yes, I do think, but I don't think Zadarius Smith made that much of a difference when he got here last year.
it's just about, look, let me give you an example.
He's not the same level of player as either of those guys.
No one is suggesting it. What I'm saying is, case in point, this weekend, from a factual standpoint, 4 of the team's top 5 leaders in pressures last year will not be suiting up in Green Bay. That's the facts. So even if Za'Darius was a Band-Aid early and a luxury later, what was the downside? Now, I don't scream and yell about Za'Darius because I agree with you. I don't think he's Lawrence Taylor. But it's the idea of why encourage more risk if I don't have to? It's a 1-year deal. Now he's an Eagle.
Yeah.
That's what irks me.
And this team also still has a ton of salary cap left.
Correct.
Which the moves are not done. I mean, I don't want to go on a tangent about the trade deadline. I hate that it's the only sport that you do it like 35% of the way through the season. Everybody else gets to at least play 2/3 of the season. Then it's like, hey, we're in trouble. Like NFL, you do it week 6 or 7, and then you still got to go play 10, 11. Like, that makes no sense to me, but the salary cap that they have right now, I think, is open for a reason, which is let's go see what we've got with these guys. And if we can make a move, we can make a move, right? I can't speculate on a player, a position, anything like that. There's nothing you can do right now at this point of the season to say, hey, we're going to sign you to an extension, but we're going to put all that money into this year.
It doesn't work
that way. Like, you can't do that. Everything goes into future years.
Which is why it was so bizarre to me in a Super Bowl window to have $42 million in existing cap.
Yeah, but also lets me know that they're keeping the window open of, hey, if we need to make a move, if we go play 4 or 5 games and we're not where we need to be, we've got this cap space to do it, right? We've got the availability to bring somebody in. So, and I don't know that that's the way they're thinking. That's just the way that it kind of looks from the outside looking in. You're not going to go. There's not many free agents you're going to go sign that are going to eat up a ton of that salary cap, right?
Exactly.
But if you make a trade for a guy that's on a 1-year deal,
like Trey Hendrickson,
man, he's got a huge. I'm not going to throw any
Max
names.
Crosby.
You never know.
No, but Trey's on a 1-year deal.
Which also, and I don't mean to switch topics, but I was more shocked that Micah got traded because how many of the last couple of years did we hear about? Oh, Max Crosby in L.A. or Vegas is just not happy.
Well,
Trey Hendrickson. Oh, Myles Garrett. He's never going to play for the Browns again. And you throw, it never happened. So that's what was more surprising about the Parsons trade was that it actually happened. Right. But no, I think Brad's keeping options open. I think he likes to have options. And even when it came down to last week, keeping 52 guys instead of 53, we want to keep our options open. We want to be able to go get a player or two if we need to, move some pieces around, and build the best team we can. So I'm not upset that they didn't.
Neither am I, but I want to say something on behalf of some fans. Just hear me when I say this, because nothing you said is wrong. Are you a better team Sunday with Za'Darius Smith or without? Because who
are you replacing him with?
No one. That's the point.
No, but I'm saying right now you got to get rid of somebody.
I don't care. Get rid of some guy who's going to be working next week.
Whoever took that final spot.
I mean, if you're going to
for the long.
What about Johnny Ukwu or whatever his name is?
That's a wild question. I mean, you have to go over the course of a year.
I know.
I think you're better with Za'Darius Smith playing 20 snaps as opposed to a 9th offensive lineman that's not going to play at all? Of course you are.
So my point is, without Pascal for a month, Onwuzurike's gone for the year, Aleem is gone probably for 2 months. He could have played a really nice front-end role for a low cost.
I get that, but if you're going to throw $9 million, $10 million at the guy, does that limit you in some decisions you can make in a month from now when it comes to trades?
No, because there's so much cap space, TJ. You know that.
Okay, no, I know you do.
You're telling me that Myles Garrett's descending from the clouds for $55 million.
I guess who are you going to go after to eat up the remainder?
Hendrickson would be the biggest price
I'm not trying to carry water for the organization.
No one said
I'm just saying, I'm just looking at all options.
Hey,
if we bring this guy in, but Hutchinson and Davenport stay healthy and they're playing 90% of the snaps and Za'Darius giving you 10% of the snaps, is that worth the $10 million we just paid him as opposed to making a bigger move that we can go get a guy? I don't know the answer to that question.
The way I look at it is yes, because you can rotate guys in, you can keep them fresh for the postseason.
I just think it's leverage with Davenport.
Yeah.
You can keep him healthy. You can limit what.
I understand that. I understand that side of it.
I'm not angry.
I do.
I think the thing that bothers me is the two teams. if I asked you right now, who are the two main competitors to you in the NFC, I think Eagles and Packers would be a reasonable answer, right? The Packers went and got Parsons. The Eagles on a lark add Zadarius Smith. They
tried to get Parsons.
So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If the Lions were to add Zadarius Smith this week instead of the Eagles, would that change your perspective on the outlook of the season for the Lions?
I'd feel better based on I'm very scared about depending on. I like Davenport for the price. Agree with everything you said. I like having him here. But the idea that I need 50 snaps a week from a guy who's missed over half of his career games, has played 3 games in 2 years, I just wanted a little insurance. And I know you love Almondine McQuaid, whatever his name is.
Aquadine Bahama.
Your guy. The point is, just look, TJ, I think they're an 11-win team. If you're asking me, Zadarius is here, do I upgrade him to 12 or 13? No. Fair point. I just wanted the insurance. Because I've never seen a Super Bowl caliber team enter a season with $42 million cap space. Never seen it. And I don't know what they're going to do with it.
Which is why I said I can't.
All right, Trey
I
Anderson.
can only
You promised
speculate.
me.
No,
You
I'm
promised
not.
me.
But I can only
You promised me
speculate that
Crosby last year, and you failed.
you go through 4 or 5 games, and it's like, man, hey, pass rush isn't there, but the offense looks great, or it's close. Do what the Packers did. Go get somebody, right?
I like it.
Maybe that's why you're keeping your options
And we will
open.
table the discussion. But Zadarius is an Eagle, so if people want to freak out, let them. I'm not. But it's not a great look when the other 2 teams that are all in to win are doing some things, and we're told we're good. Davenport.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a
by
tough
the
one.
way, Kenny, I paid for 4 of these, so we're good for the day, okay?
All right. Let me take
Gotcha,
care of
buddy.
this. Jesus. Hey,
Waters,
listen.
by the way.
Hey, look, if you're like TJ and you have a youth sports nightmare on your hand and no free time, you can't even breathe, much less cook, Hungry Howie's get you taken care of. 20 minutes, dinner's on the table. Pepperoni pizza with the new Kenny Cott edition ranch crust. It's there till the 14th. Hungry Howie's has customer appreciation, 25% off all total orders, whole menu. So make it happen for football season. Go bold. Order online, in-store, or on phone, or hell, send a Raven. I don't care. All the ways, just do it now. Check the menu, hungryhowies.com. Limited time only on that 25% off.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Tigers reliever Kyle Finnegan headed to the 15-day injured list with an adductor strain. That's retroactive to September 1st. He's not allowed to run in his 12 appearances with the Tigers so far this season. Outfielder Parker Meadows now active and is in the starting lineup, batting ninth and playing center field. Jack Flaherty starts tonight right here on the ticket at 6:40 against the White Sox. The Lions have ruled offensive lineman Jamarco Jones, running back Sione Vaki, and linebacker Trevor Nowaski out for the Packers game. Rookie receiver Isaac Tesla is good to go, however. Here's Packers coach Matt LaFleur and how Micah Parsons has looked in practice. Per Adam Schefter, defensive lineman Zadarius Smith has signed with the Eagles. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
No time to waste. We do it every week. It is time for Who Said It. God help us all. Here we go.
Yes.
David, who's eligible? Let's start there.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8
p.m.
And yes, Wojo worked this week.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
He did.
It's a real blessed occasion. All right, David, let's begin.
When I think of Boston College, I don't think of it as being this place that is terribly hostile to visiting teams.
I have to use the jank rule. I have to use the jank rule.
You got to jank yourself?
Indeed.
Okay.
I have to because
TJ, I'm going to let you go
This
first.
was a low point this week at the ticket. That's all I can tell you.
Hold on. Isn't the game in Michigan, in East Lansing?
Uh-oh.
Yes. Bingo.
So this is somebody that has no idea.
That is correct.
Where the game
TJ,
was.
you can go first.
Okay. Boy, this is going to be rude segment. We got to think of people that don't know what they're talking about. Oh, boy. All right, neither of you two. You guys are out. I'm going to eliminate both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, morning show. John would, I think, know where the game's at. Costa is a nerd, so he would know where the game's at. Gov is like, yeah, Gov's up there right now. Let me go to the midday. Karsh, I think, would know where the game's at. He's like a Big Ten guy. He does the games. Gator. Boy, this is rude. I think it's between Gator and Gov for me.
Gotta pick one.
Oh, you know what? You said 6 to 8 though. So Woj is definitely in there. Woj might be my leader. I'm gonna go with Woj. I don't know why, because I just think Woj most of the time doesn't know what he's talking about.
Kenny?
I also have to use the jank rule.
But you know what? I think we all can say it now.
Here's your hint.
Are you guys all janking yourself here? What is going on? Oh, well, he was in my top 3.
Okay.
I did a good job of narrowing them down, though,
Oh,
right?
indeed.
Like, sorry to Gov and,
I'm sorry.
and to Woj.
Just one more. Let me let it out of my system.
Sorry.
Okay.
Gov. Sorry, Gov.
Let me tell you, Ford Field's going to be rocking this weekend. Hold on, I've just been handed a note. The game's in Green Bay.
Isn't he a Michigan State fan, too?
I don't want to talk about it.
Number 2.
That's wild.
Can Michigan go to Pound Town and run on them? Seriously, like run it down their throat.
God, doesn't
I'm not going first on this one.
I'll go first. That sounds like classical former O-lineman blather. That
Go to
sounds like
Pound
John.
Town.
Yeah, like, John gets all boned up about U
I
of
thought
M.
that was Doug. I'm kidding.
Really?
I'm kidding.
Oh, that's not respectful. Doesn't it sound like, how like John does that character he does? Right. They'll like talk about Michigan and all of a sudden he's like Rambo. Oh, and I'm like, I don't know, man.
See,
You were silent the last 40 minutes. Where did this come from?
I'm thinking either Rieger or Kang. One of those two.
Interesting. Okay.
Because the whole, that reference.
All right, Kenny.
Can I enter? I think you're right, Mike. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be John. But I also hear a little bit of Tom in this one. I think he would use a phrase like, Pound Town. I feel like that could be exactly. I'll take Gov.
I'm just going to go with John. I don't know. I like, did he do one of his like hype speech? They do the John locker room talk thing.
I don't think he would talk like that. I think you were onto something with Rieger. Like, that's a Riegerism, I think it is.
Okay.
I think Rieger would be like, can you go to Pound Town? And like that little nerdy voice.
Hey,
buddy. I didn't think about it till you said it, Rico, but I'm with you. I'm going with Rieger on that one too.
All right, David, who said it?
Aha!
How about that, huh?
Words per minute, very high.
Huh?
Isn't he too old to be talking about
Tecumseh, Michigan, Pound Town, USA.
He's too old to be talking about Pound Town.
He does have like 7 kids. It's plausible. Let's go. Can we go to David?
Expert.
I'm just trying to keep it together so I can actually read, okay? All right, number 3.
The hatchet.
All right.
I thought you were reading something there.
Gotta stop.
Come on, dude.
We are so back. It's football season. Yes, David.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Pull it together, brother.
Come on, David.
David, we believe in you.
If Otto can do this, you can do this.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, Isaac Tesla, Montgomery, Gibbs, Goff, Laporta. You are starting to talk about a group of weapons that is better than anybody else has.
Okay, so it's
Hold on.
Lions hype. Go ahead.
Then anybody else's what?
You are starting to talk about a group of weapons that is better than anybody else has.
Oh, has. Okay. All right. I feel like I need a hint on this one.
I got nothing.
That's not how.
That's
this,
you know
there's
what?
No hints in this game.
How about Rico just straight up hitting the portal?
Man,
I've got nothing.
We haven't done a yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go Doug.
Doug, okay.
Doug, very matter of factly.
Can you say it in Doug's voice?
I can't.
You got to get your throat real dry and just
Amon-Ra.
Crumble a little bit.
You just turned him in Hopper the Grouch.
That was a little exaggeration.
Doug
What do you got?
Kosh here
You got
for
something?
Twin Peaks.
You got something on your mind, Rico? What do you got?
No, I'm going Doug.
Doug.
Kenny.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard Doug a lot in there too. It's very matter of fact. That's a good call.
I got a Wojoism in there. I know we're going 6 to 8. Like, we can't forget about those nighttime guys.
David,
We're just
read it
kinda
one more
listing
time.
names off and like, oh, these guys are pretty good.
Read it one more.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, Isaac Tesla, Montgomery, Gibbs, Goff, Laporta. You are starting to talk about a group of weapons that is better than anybody else has.
Very cheerleader-esque. I can see Wojo.
Yeah, I could see a Wojo. Just naming off names. Like, these guys are pretty good.
You're going Wojo?
Yeah, I'm going Woj.
You're Doug?
I'm going to stick with Doug.
I mean, I'm 0 for 2, so don't,
You're fine.
don't count on
Kenny?
my pick.
I guessed. Who did I guess?
You guessed Doug.
I guessed Doug. That's
Yeah,
right.
You guessed Doug.
Knew it the whole time.
Which, yeah, I could see that one too.
I'm wavering. I'll go Wojo. You kind of,
Yeah,
he might be
kinda
right
got it.
with that.
He might be, but I just didn't want to.
That felt like a little bit of a strong take for Doug. So I just
Naming players.
Who said it?
Oh, man.
grumble, 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 brisket.
Last
All
one
right.
quickly. We
Yes.
have football tonight. It's a Friday night NFL game. Chargers in Kansas City in L.A.
In LA.
Hey. Clearly Gator does not know geography. This is an auto play for me. No way did he do this twice in a week.
Twice in 1 week? There's no shot he did that.
Now, hold on. Unless David pulled audio from us today and one of us screwed up.
Like, don't overthink this one, man. It's got to
All
be
right,
Gator.
I'll
At least
just-
don't do that to yourself.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lanta. I'm going to tell you the big house is going to be rocking tonight. Just wait. I've been handed a note. The game's at Oklahoma.
And that is who
Somebody
said it.
get Gator a matrix of where games are being played. You're not going to believe it. Pluto's going to be rocking. Actually, I've just been told the game's on Earth.
That's who said it.
Sweet Jesus. All right, listen. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days, no matter what city the game is in, begins with a great tailgate. The 26 Silverado Crew Cab, you can lease one at Moran, $265 a month, 24 months. Or the 26 Equinox, lease it, $295 a month, 36 months. You're thinking about going electric like little cookies, go ahead. 25 Equinox, $209 a month, whatever you do. MoranExpress.com, the best deals. Or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get to it. This is my nightmare segment. Hit the damn music. Go ahead. You're a trickster. You're a hoax.
Not
a
true.
con man.
No, not true at all.
This is so difficult.
No, I just want to give a shout out to Evan Jenkins. He ran away with the prop bets last week. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and he ran away from the office today, so there you go. All right, let's get to it.
Okay. Let's start off in East Lansing. Michigan State halftime points. Michigan State halftime points, just the Spartans. Over under 13.5.
Yeah, I mean, it best be over. I'm done. Over.
Hey, this ain't me. This is the actual line.
Over.
Yeah,
or leave. In fact, don't come out for the second half.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm worried about you this weekend, buddy, but...
we're just going to scrap that question, Kenny. How about... No, go ahead, Kenny.
No, I'm worried about y'all this weekend, but if you have any hope of accomplishing what you want to accomplish, it better be over.
I mean, not everybody can play Brother Rice, Kenny, so...
It's Austin P. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
So if that is the actual line, then I have to believe that they go under.
I hate you.
I'm going to go over.
I don't want you to do it. But
everything that Mike said, over. Because here's why. Your second halves haven't been that good. So if you don't score in the first half, I don't expect much, which leads us to question number 2. Over, under, second half points, 9.5.
Over or pack. In today's college football, if you don't get the 30 points, you're not a real program. Over. And don't give me some
unless you're playing LSU or something. Yeah.
Anecdotal copium of Texas OSU where it's 80 million in players on the field. If you are you're Michigan State, you're playing Boston College, you best get to 30. What is it? 9? Don't care. Over.
Yeah, probably 5 NFL players combined on the 2 teams.
Yeah, not
in the stands.
9.5. I mean, in 2 quarters of football, you would be required to get a touchdown and a field goal. I think you can accomplish this. I'll take the over.
Kenny, have you seen them play?
Unfortunately.
For my 12-year-old sanity, Over, please.
Oh, I thought you were saying adoption.
Please
You know what?
stop it.
I'm going to just go to try to.
If they don't get 9.5 and he's yelling and screaming, then I am putting him up for adoption.
I want to move. I don't want you to be my dad anymore.
I want to win this thing, so I'm going under because they just don't score points in the second half.
You know what? You're a problem.
Nick Marsh receiving yards over under 50.5.
Over or pack.
You could just play that as a drop for every question that you ask about Michigan State's scoring points.
Kenny, I'll
Over
say
or
it to
pack.
you. You're paying the kid $1 million a year. Over or pack.
That's going to be my Georgia opinion when there's going to be a real opponent, by the way. But yes, over or pack.
Over. I think they saved him last week just to not show much for this game.
I'm going to go with you guys. I'm going to go over as well. I like what Kelly did, but I think he was more of a distraction. More passing yards, Aiden Childs or Bryce Underwood?
Really difficult question. I think the problem with what happened with Bryce is he opened up with New Mexico. Now, if he opened up at Texas, I don't think this is a question. So I have to scrap what he did against New Mexico and go, all right, you're on the road in the SEC. And I don't think a lot of Oklahoma, but I have a hard time believing he's going to throw for 250. If he does, this dude's legit. I'll take Childs
If he
one
does,
time.
If he does, he's Mel Tucker in shorts. He's iconic when he went to Miami.
Okay.
Yes.
Was making sure where we were going
when
there.
Mel Tucker showed up to play the Miami Hurricanes on the sideline in shorts.
Perfect. Little context help there.
Sorry.
I panicked.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm going to go Childs also. I'm still wait and see with Bryce.
Well, he did say Florida. So I'll go with Bryce.
I'm going to go Childs. Let's go with Bryce Underwood passing touchdowns over under 0.5.
I'll go over. I mean, throwing a touchdown is not some major accomplishment, nor do I think Michigan will get shut out or anything like that.
By the way, that's an actual line. That's not me being mean.
All right. I mean, I'll go over because there's no way that football Jesus could not throw a TD. So it's got to happen.
You know, he could mentally bend a spoon with his mind. I'll take the over.
He could throw a touchdown without using his hands.
One thing they did not showcase with him last week was
his feet.
Correct. So I think he goes under on the passing touchdown.
Oh, David's got the QB power.
David, I'm with you as well. I think they're going to run the ball a lot with Justice Hayes, so I'm going to go under. Deion Burks, the Oklahoma wide receiver from the state of Michigan, over under 55.5 receiving yards.
Over. They may throw it 50 times. I mean, Mateer completed 33 passes, albeit against what do you call it? A convent last week. I'll just go over. It's not a lot of yards. 55 is not a lot of yards.
You're spreading the wealth.
Big Ten better take some notes. I'm taking the over here.
Yeah, he's going to spread the wealth to Burks. Over.
I'm going to go over as well. Justice Hayes, rushing yards, over under 68.5.
Over. I mean, again, if it's 21 carries for 70 yards, it's not a great day, but I imagine he's going to be the pacemaker of this offense. Otherwise, if they don't run for decent amount of yards, you're going to put it on a true freshman to go to Norman, Oklahoma at night and sling it 50 times. I'll just say over based on game script. And he's a nice player. He is. Possibly the best player.
When he flips off the crowd?
I just think flipping off the crowd with a Bible verse written on your face is a little bit hypocritical, but who am I? Let's go to David for that.
Isn't that what John 3:16 said?
Oh, boy.
I think you have a game script until you can't have a game script anymore. I'm taking the under here.
Oh, my God. Oh, I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
SEC, Kenny Cott. Okay.
Matthew 6:9 says,
F you.
And now a reading from Corinthians. Thank you, Justice Haynes.
I'll go over.
I'm going to go under. I think Bryce is going to do some of the rushing yards. Let's go to the NFL.
A reading from Psalms.
More passing yards.
Oh, dear.
Jared Goff, Jordan Love.
I'll say Jordan Love because I imagine the Lions will want to be more ground-oriented and test out this no Kenny Clark defense, right? On the road, a little more conservative.
Test out your new interior of your offensive line.
It's a good question, but I'll say love.
If I wrote down notes for exactly how I would answer this question, it would be exactly what Mike just said. So I'm going to say love.
Yeah, I would think this is a Montgomery game, so it's going to be love.
Oh, don't you mean Knuckles or Sonic?
Or Montgomery.
But they've got nicknames.
That would be Knuckles.
I'm going to go golf.
It'll be Montgomery is what it is. I'm not doing that.
I'm going to go golf. I think they're going to – I don't think the running game is going to be working as well as they have.
But their cleats are red and blue.
Right. Tesla touchdown. Yes or no? Will he score a touchdown?
This breaks my heart. No. He may not play, but I'll just say no.
Yeah, they slow roll these guys in when they're rookies. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say yes because Underwood throws him one from the plane. So, yeah. So, no.
Bryce Underwood just threw a touchdown to your favorite
so you're saying
player.
Yes or no?
No, I'm saying no.
And he wasn't even in the game.
I'm going to say yes. They're going to break him out. That's the secret weapon.
I would love to see it. It'd be awesome.
More. All right, which number is more? Scooble strikeouts on Saturday or Jared Goff rushing yards on Sunday?
Scooble.
Goff.
Scooble, because I don't think Goff has stretched his legs yet. That's going to take a few weeks. Get on the foam roller. By week 3, he'll be out there scampering for 4 yards.
Yeah, if Goff has 10-plus rushing yards, we have a real problem on our hands. I'm gonna take Scooble.
What if Scooble gets knocked out in the second inning?
Then we also have a big problem on our hands.
I'm going to go Goff here.
Mobile Goff
Yeah, he goes
season.
10+. So, yeah.
What if they come out with just tons of RPO packages for Goff?
QB power.
You know
QB
what?
power.
Oh, yeah, little QB power trap.
Late in the game, he
QB lead.
runs for his life away from Micah Parsons. Give me Goff. Picks up 11 yards.
Little QB wraparound with the guard pulling as the lead blocker. Let's go.
All right, 2 more. Over under Hutch sacks.
Goff in the wishbone?
1.5.
How many sacks?
1.5.
For who?
Hutch.
You know what? The way things work in this town, a little bit of a dream sequence. Let's have some fun. Let's go over. Let's go over with this one. Aiden with 2 sacks. He's back. And they give him the contract on the tarmac.
Okay.
Mike says the Lions are winning 16 games this year. I'm going to take the under.
Under. Come on.
Hater.
Yes.
I'm going to go over. I think he gets a full sack and 2 half sacks, bringing it the total to 2. We got enough time for one more, David? All right. Over, under.
Yeah, no one's
J-Mo receiving yards, 52.5.
I'm going to go under.
It just takes one, Rico. It just takes one. I'm going to go over.
Let me see what everybody else thinks out there. Let me go under.
Let's go live to management. Let's check in on sales. Let's check in on promotions.
I'm going to go over as well. That is your prop bet casino. 97.1 the ticket.
And now making his update debut, TJ Lang.
Yes, and brought to you live from Melbourne, Australia, brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The injury to Tigers closer Kyle Finnegan was severe enough to put him on the injured list, but he still believes that he could pitch in the regular season. The move for 15 days and retroactive for the first of the month. Parker Meadows has also been activated with some better news after a rehab stint with Toledo. He is batting ninth while batting center field. Well, playing center field, batting ninth, that is. Reese Olson also continues to bounce back from a shoulder strain that likely ended his regular season. He has started a throwing progression per the injury report. Now on to the Lions. Both the Lions and the Packers injury reports have both dropped. The Green Bay News acquisition. Micah Parsons is questionable with a back injury. Receiver Jaden Williams also questionable, but his quarterback Jordan Love was a full participant in practice today. Rookie receiver for the Lions, Isaac Tesla, also participated in full for Detroit today. 3 Lions will miss this week, including offensive lineman Jamarco Jones, running back Sione Vaki, Mike, please keep it down, and linebacker Trevor Nowaski are out for the Packers game. The Lions passed on the former pass rusher Zadarius Smith. He has now been picked up by the Eagles. That's Philadelphia, according to the NFL insider Adam Schefter. It's a 1-year deal. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I am TJ Lang. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
In things you thought you would never hear today.
What the hell just happened?
Bravo, TJ. Bravo. Way to use that communications degree.
You know what? Just say something to the people.
I mean, way to go, man. And who said football players can't do anything after
The
their season's
multi-talented,
over?
always loquacious TJ Lang.
Versatile, baby.
See you later, Crocodile.
Who said it?
I don't know why he was Crocodile Dundee.
I have no idea.
Sure.
Sorry to Jeremy. Was that his name? Jeremy Sloan? Sorry, buddy.
Jeremy Otto.
Hey, congratulations on combining 2 white update dudes.
Jeremy Otto. He can get the paycheck still.
He's just joined 2 white update guys like Voltron.
This is amazing.
Okay. All right.
Jeremy Sloan Fuller.
David, do we have ticket text on what just happened? And we can
Are
get
you
in
with us this week, this Sunday? On the road? Are you doing the
Okay, David, ticket text.
Yeah.
Please.
Someone says, love that. TJ Irwin. Love that. Absolutely. Did I just press the NPR button by mistake? BBC World News Roundup.
Yeah, Jeremy Lesson over here.
Good afternoon.
Why is TJ British all of a sudden? It was Australian.
None of us know why anything happened. He said he wanted to do an update, and I told Otto, I'm like, just give him the script, see what happens.
Well, you know what it is there's going to be an NFL game in Australia next year, and the Rams are the team that are designated, and guess a possibility right now, we don't know, it could be the Lions.
Wait. So is this like how when Taylor Swift drops those little hints? Did TJ just drop a hint?
Possibly.
An Easter egg.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
TJ, Lions in Australia. Save
Otto
up your
was
money.
mortified. One
He
more.
was like, give us some drops, Mike. You don't do drops.
Yeah, he was like, why are you doing drops? I'm like, because he's a professional and you fall apart. I don't know.
I often wonder how he feels leaving this side of the building and walking over to the stuffy newsroom.
Right, like he
We're playing
just
penis
left.
Drops, and he's like, "Oh, news."
NFL
information."
lineman as Crocodile Dundee doing an update. He goes over there and they all act like Walter Cronkite.
Yeah.
Good evening, WWJ.
Apparently somebody didn't like it. It's a chair drop for TJ.
Okay.
Another
You know what?
one.
Then again, somebody would hate puppies.
You're exactly right. You're
Correct.
right.
And cookies, why not kittens?
Okay, so in more relevant news, here's kind of the news of the day. We have talked about Lions, Michigan State, all of those things in play. Feel free. The other thing I wanted to do is just, again, a reminder, football season, tons of content. And if you don't like it, I mean, why would you be listening? The point is, Big Ten previews, Rico's 5-star zone. NFL around the whole league from just a football perspective, kickoff with Boomer Esiason and myself. That should be live right now. Also, Cash the Ticket, the NFL preview, week 1, the whole all there. But Sunday night, join us if you're bored. If you don't want to wait for Sunday Night Football, the Lions game ends. We'll be on YouTube and every other damn platform that Costa uses doing the football show. It's a new Sunday night show, me and Jim, and it's your day in football. We're going to go through every game, fast-paced, in and out, 40 minutes. And yes, there'll be like a Lions review in there or preview if they're on Sunday or Monday night. So this show is just a hamster wheel of football.
So, yeah, it'll actually be an instant reaction for the Lions.
Yeah, we wanted to try something new, and because we do cash ticket, it's like, why can't we just do Sunday night? It's relevant.
You know what? Here's the beauty of doing the instant reaction. You let your audience know, guys, I watched the game just like you. I haven't gone back and reviewed the tapes. So here is how I feel about this game right off the cuff.
We're going to do a serious breakdown.
No, because it's some of the best, because you're going to say the exact same things that they saw.
And it'll probably feature me firebombing the Giants when they don't beat the Commanders.
Trust me, I do it all the time for MSU games.
Yes.
You know what? Here we go.
So all of that said, one news item today. If you're just getting in your vehicle after a long week, I'm not trolling you. Zadarius Smith is an Eagle. So it is on the heels of the show we did yesterday where I'm like, yeah, I'm jealous of the way the Eagles do business. For no reason, let's just go add Zadarius Smith. So they add Zadarius. The Packers added Parsons. You're good. You got Davenport. We're going to find out who's right. I hope like hell it's the Lions, because what I don't want to do is an endless stream of shows of now the people who defended the organization being angry at the organization. Now, if you've been angry all offseason, you're going to have a right to squawk. I'm not interested in gotcha radio. I'm interested in the wins and losses. So, look, they're going into Green Bay. We talked about this earlier. Rico, I think Green Bay as a team needs this game more. I think their fan base, they're a very arrogant fan base, Packer fans. They're not the kings of the North anymore. The Lions are. So they need, because the Lions own them.
No, the Lions may own them, Mike. Lions have won there the last 3 years at Lambeau, but I still think that the Lions fan base need this more because they did everything. Lions did everything that they asked them for. 15-2, you were the belle of the ball. You had the 1 seed. The road to the Super Bowl was coming through Detroit, except for, kind of like Detroit roads, a lot of orange cones and a redirect. And you didn't make it any place. Washington came in here and won, and now you had an offseason that you just highlighted. It was kind of lackluster, and now you're going into Green Bay. You need this victory. I don't think you can stomach a Commanders loss followed by this offseason, followed by a Green Bay Packer loss, who, by the way, got Micah Parsons, and you didn't.
And here's one interesting note, right? Sometimes a stat explains it better than listing the injuries. But I'm not acting as if Zadarius Smith was going to completely upgrade this team. I think you're an 11-win football team. I don't think that's negative. But when you play the Packers Sunday, remember something. 4 of your top 5 players in pressures last season will not be suiting up. That is, again, so when it's different when you say it that way. No Onwuzurike, no McNeil, no Pascal, no Zadarius. Like, when you look at it that way, that's the reason I think signing Zadarius was risk-free, but they didn't want him. Their prerogative. But the Eagles did. So we're going to find out what he has left in the tank, because now he's joining one of the best teams in the league. And could he be a poor man's Josh Sweat? Could he be insurance for them? Yes. And look, last night, the Eagles didn't look that great. Jaylen Carter getting ejected would be the equivalent of Hutch getting ejected or Penei Sewell getting ejected 6 seconds into a game. It alters your game plan. So, look, the Eagles got better. The Packers got better. We have to now begin to see, okay, what do the new Lions look like? And Sunday, no one on this show's made some bold, declarative. I think Lions-Packers is very similar to the other NFC North battle, which is a mystery box, Vikings-Bears. Sure, you and the Pack are way better than them, but the additions, the new coaches, the schemes, there's so much new. The other angle to this, Rico, and I'll throw the number up for anybody. We have phone lines are wide open because I'm pretty sure TJ doing an update as Paul Hogan really opened things up. 248-539-9797. The other angle is, look, If the Lions lose, if it happens, I'm not going to come on the air Monday panicked. All you do in the division is hold serve at home, steal one game on the road in division you've gone forward to. That is a very successful year in the division. What you did last year, that's not real, nor is it relevant. So I'm not going to freak out. I think there's a section of Lion fans that Rico is speaking to. I do agree with Rico. If you've been on this airwaves talking about 14 wins, no. You need that win. You cannot start the season losing in Lambeau. But I think for the rational fans who go, look, I love my team. I think my team's good. But you're 10, 11, hell, even a 12-win guy. I don't think you're going to freak out losing the game. You're not going to be happy, but I don't think you're going to go into a spiral. But I think the delusional people, the minute they taste their own blood, they're going to realize they've been hit. Those are the people. Agree with you. I think as a team, the Packers, they've told their locker room, we're all in. You can't come out and let the Lions garbage can you again in your house. Mm-hmm. So, look.
Especially down all of those pass rushers.
Correct. Be a very bad sign for them if the Lions feast. Good sign for you. 248-539-9797. FanDuel wants to boost your bets even more right now. All customers double their winnings with a 100% profit boost. Means you can get 2 times the payout on NFL Sunday moneyline bets. It's very simple. Look, I like the Giants this weekend. You never hear me say that. I like Atlanta. I don't know. Guys, if you have a money line you like, play it. It's not my bag. I don't play money lines. Official sportsbook partner of the NFL, it's FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-ins required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. Lions, Za'Darius to the Eagles. I want to just briefly touch on the college stuff, too, while everybody's driving home. See if people disagree with how I've characterized what's on the line for each team. David first. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I know on full scale, this season is not a must-win for the season. However, with my burning desire to always stomp the Packers and Vikings, I want this game badly. Rico, for me, as a Lions fan since 1990, this is absolutely a must-win. I will feel fantastic if they beat Green Bay at Lambeau Field, not just because of what happened the way the season ended last year. I just need to beat Green Bay. That is from Marlon in Walt Lake. It is week 1. There's no such thing as a must-win in week 1. This game is borderline meaningless to me.
Okay, stop.
And like I said, no, this isn't for the players.
Thank you, God, for saying
Not
that.
for the players. They will be fine. Newsflash, half the league will have a loss at the end of this week.
About fans and feelings.
Okay?
Yes, I will not survive next week if we do not win this game. Too many Packer fans in my life right now. We haven't done anything to get better, and I'm scared of Sunday. That's from Sam.
David, because real quick,
No,
I
you're
think
fine.
if they lose this game, and I'm not saying you will, but if you lose the game, it's going to be a come to Jesus moment Sunday night into Monday of maybe we didn't do enough. Maybe we are seeing a window closing. I think it's going to be a lot of things called into question. That's why I said it's a must win for some fans, because everything you hold near and dear will start to collapse.
I would just like to stay for the record, I don't share that opinion. Not that he's wrong. I'm not boarding that lifeboat. They would have to open up 0-2 or 1-2, something like that.
But
Just
see,
for
that would just amp it up for the return of Ben Johnson. Because
well,
now you're looking at 0-2.
They would be, look, I got to see the construct of the game. I think there's a pathway to what you're saying being very true, but a lot would have to happen. Biggest thing is, look, the D-line, we had a guy call earlier saying, it's the same team. And I'm like, no, it's not. And last year is not a predictive measure of this year. Otherwise, 2022 MSU would have been awesome. Why? 2021.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. Oh, Michigan should have been dominant last year. Why? 2023.
All you were missing was, K9. You're just missing JJ.
And you're just missing Aleem, and you're just missing Onzarike, and you're just missing Pascal, and you're just missing Ragnow, and you're just missing Zeitler, and see, that's every year is a new book. You can't refer back to the previous volume. So we're going to find out Sunday. I am fascinated to see what the coordinators look like, what this team looks like. I have no idea. I think the Lions have an advantage that they have a self-belief that is very rare in this league. And the fact is, if this game were even a week from now, 2 weeks from now, Parsons would be fully integrated into what the Pack are doing. Parsons has been there for 10 minutes. He will be on a very limited pitch count. Mm-hmm. And let me just see it. But yeah, Rico, let's say shockingly the Lions couldn't run the ball, or the Pack gash you up and down the field running it, then what you're saying could be true. Mm-hmm. But it's got to be certain things playing out, I think, for people to melt, for more than the fringy folks to melt.
I just think that at the end of the clock says 0-0-0 and you're on the wrong end of that scoreboard, that's enough for some people. It's like, wait, so we ended last year with that loss, and now we can't even beat the Packers, a place where we don't lose. Yeah, Jordan Love beat us.
But see, there's the other problem. You get comfortable because you've won a few in a row at Lambeau after a quarter of a century of not winning there. Be careful about establishing the new norm. It's not normal to go on the road and win at a division opponent on a yearly basis, like sitting down to Sunday dinner. That's not normal. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I think the Lions have a great shot at it. But I do not. Hey, how many times when we sit down and do a show do I hit the opinion portal and go, Rico, I really don't have a big opinion on this? It's pretty rare.
Not often.
But this is a game. Week 1 in the NFL, that's your best approach. And with these two teams, with the changes, David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says, not a must win, but I do have a caveat. As long as they show up and play 4 quarters, I'm good.
When's the last time a Dan Campbell team didn't do that?
Right. I expect him to go out there and play. But the whole Micah Parsons pitch count, I didn't take a look and do an active count, but Kenny Clark was playing for the Cowboys. I mean, he was on that elite D line, and he just got there as well.
But in fairness,
he was in on a couple of plays.
But he was in camp. Micah Parsons was taking a nap on a massage table. It's a little different.
It is, but there's certain guys, they can go anywhere.
Now, if you want to tell me, I hate David, he's getting me to do very mean things. Pathwaying Lions fan meltdown. Now, if Micah Parsons plays like a terror, has a sack and a half, a forced fumble, okay, Rico's going to win. It'll be a meltdown. Everyone will be screaming and yelling. I have a lot of doubt that that'll take place. But hey, guess what? We can finally talk about a game.
Thank you.
So sick of talking about everything else.
This is a must win for me because 0-1 turns into 1-3 real quickly with this schedule. Starting out 1-0 would completely change my perspective on this team.
Yeah, and look, you just never want to be in a must-win spot in week 2, and we've talked about this. In the last 30 years of the NFL, if you open up 0-2, your season is all but over, just from a percentage standpoint. Do I think they'll lose to the Bears? Probably not. Could that opinion change based on how they look against the Vikings Monday? You bet. If they go out and shred a very good defense, like Caleb did late last season, and they look competent, and it looks like Ben Johnson's offense, oh no, then we're going to have a different conversation. Because remember, for all the talk about this team, your D-line is not in tatters, but it's very limited. You are missing several very important players.
It's been restructured. Now, we don't know. It could be a good restructuring, but we don't know. But the interior, it's not like last year. So, your tackles, yes.
I just left Myers with a cart load of groceries, put it on my tab that is signed Kenny.
Oh, boy. From the water controversy earlier, yes.
Watergate? This is the new Watergate.
Correct. I just turned in to the station. Didn't realize it was doing the accent. I thought you guys literally hired a new sports update guy.
Oh, jeez. No, we didn't. That was TJ, I don't know, hopped up on Zins. I don't know what happened there.
Regarding Zadarius Smith signing with the Eagles, someone says, is it okay to be disappointed in Brad Holmes after seeing this news?
Tell you what, ask the fellow fan police. 2 to 6 is not allowed to comment. I think it's okay to look. There's just an irony. Yesterday, 90% of people were with us. Like, yeah, I wish we did things the way the Eagles did, just a little more aggressive. Had a couple callers get very upset at that. I've never understood defending total strangers, defending a team that hasn't delivered you a championship, but that's how some people want to roll. Fine. A day later, Zadarius goes to the Eagles. If you view the Lions as a Super Bowl contender, the way I do, the other top 2 teams in the NFC, in my opinion, are the Packers and the Eagles. Packers added Parsons. Eagles just added Zadarius. What did you add? Not replace. What did you add? That's the debate. And it's not an issue of, well, they didn't add, therefore they can't do. No, it's just about what has actually happened. Did the Pack get better? Yes. Did the Eagles just get better, even if it's in the margins? Yes.
Yeah, and it makes the Sunday night game against the Eagles, throw another log.
Maybe Zadarius will have his fake captain's chain on. Or his fake Super Bowl thing that he made.
No, a retroactive ring. He'll buy his own ring.
Those are some wild moves. To have like a captain's chain made. You weren't a captain.
So what does he do with that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is it more wild to have that or the empty trophy case that Kirk Cousins has?
Oh, in his house?
You know what?
Yeah.
The empty case, because you could always fill it with anything. You went out and had jewelry made.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can fill it with cement. He's never winning anything.
No, and that's fair. Cement. But like, no.
Or water bottles.
I'm with you, but I understood what Cousins is doing. That's a motivational tool. Now, you can mock the man that if he doesn't get it done, but you know what? The people that are making fun of him have no ability to play for a Super Bowl. They have no ability to even attempt to dream that way.
No.
I understand what he was doing. Now, yes, it's a ha-ha because Kenny's like, yeah, the only thing he's putting there is a bowl of peaches. Meh. But like for the Zadarius thing, it's like, Wait, you made a championship ring for a championship you didn't make? That'd be like Cousins making a Lombardi trophy out of foil. It's an absurdity.
He has a spot to put it.
Oh, no, better yet, I'm going to get a solid gold Lombardi trophy. But you guys didn't win. I know. Okay, your money.
But Za'Darius is an Eagle. So there you go. A couple notes on college football before the picks. 97.1. Okay, before we get to the picks, Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. Very simple. College football this weekend, if I have misrepresented or missed anything, feel free to tell me. Very simple to me. Michigan at Oklahoma, all upside, no downside. What do I mean? If you win, you can have any damn conversation you want. Hell, do it in the nude. I don't care. If you go to Norman and you beat them and you're 2-0, Bryce Underwood Heisman, Bryce Underwood intergalactic hero, Bryce Underwood has brokered Middle East peace. Whatever you want, do it. I'm not going to stop you. And Michigan, playoffs, do whatever you like. The downside, I see none. Shout out Rico's expanded playoff. You could go there and get your doors blown off 42-13. It has no bearing. Hear me when I say this. A 10-2 Michigan team is never getting left out of the playoff. You could lose your 2 games by a combined 100 points. You will never be left out of the playoff. Why?
You know what? You win.
It's WWE.
That's Penn State last year.
Amen. That's the Michigan angle. As far as State goes, well, how can you say State's got more to lose? It's simple. A, we're not a playoff team. B, no one's sure if they even like the coach. There's no buzz about the program. The program has been flaccid penis 6 of the last 7 years. Donors don't even know if they want to bother anymore. So it's just the idea of, okay, look, it's Saturday night. It's under the lights. It's a nice, I'm not making this into MSU Miami 1989. It's a nice non-conference opponent. Mm-hmm. This is a good game. It's national TV.
It's a winnable game.
Would it kill Jonathan Smith to blink twice and show us there's progress and a product?
How about this? Maybe we're asking too much. Not only win, but how about the people leave there feeling good about the team, feeling good about the program and the direction that it's going in?
Yes.
Feeling good about the quarterback. Feeling good about
31-17.
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Do something.
And you know what? And maybe I'm being nitpicky. Don't score all 31 points in the first half.
And listen, when I made the point that Aiden Childs could be a buy low candidate, look, in the first half of that game, you go, okay, progress here. Mm-hmm. The second half, it looked just like last year. Like Aiden Childs, guess what? To all the people who get mad at me about my opinion on college football, just hear what I'm saying. Oh, you want to be treated like grown-ass men? You want to be paid? You want to be professionals? Cool. Let me show you how this works. Go earn your paycheck. Aiden Childs is not earning his paycheck. So go out there Saturday night and earn it.
Well, I'll say this. Upon further review, he had a drive in the fourth quarter. You may want to tell your running back to block for you.
That was hideous. I'm with you. But the missed throws, he missed a couple deep shots overshooting
But that
guys.
drive, I'm like, okay, you put it back together. They're about to score, and he's dead.
Earn it. Go out. Throw for 250, 3 touchdowns. Look like the NFL quarterback you're paid to be. Otherwise, you ain't worth it. You can't say that. Yes, I can. Period. You want the money? You want you want the Jesus piece? You want to drive the sweet whip? You do it all. There's a cost. Just like in real life, for the people who pay to watch you play, there's a cost at their day job. Oh, you don't like the accountability? Too damn bad. You can go back to the old way. I was the guy telling you don't boo college kids. F that.
You're now booing college kids?
If I went, damn Skippy, the way this team plays.
Everything's changed.
No,
the minute you get paid, it changes everything. I know what you're saying.
David, I'm laughing because I could just see Mike at Iowa. Boo! All right, Mike, we wave to them. We don't boo the kids.
No, that is, wait a second. I'll tell you one thing. Those kids are probably booing the team.
I would imagine
those poor kids are sick and they got to watch Iowa football.
Helps them sleep.
They should put up a green screen and put on a Disney movie. Everyone would be better off.
It actually gives them a nightmare. It doesn't help them
Kids,
sleep.
we need you to sleep. Watch the game.
I watched the replay on Big Ten Network.
So, no, I just think if MSU loses, what progress has been made?
None.
And then 2 of the next 3, at USC, at Nebraska. I'm not interested in 6-6. I told you what I needed from Jonathan Smith. 8-4 and beat someone I care about. Otherwise, why are you here? And before any mealy-mouthed Spartan calls me, oh, you're not a real, kiss my ass. I have standards. Okay? MSU football's got to decide what they are. The playoff has changed things. I'm trying to evolve with it. Mm-hmm. If you are not competing for the playoff, you were never there in the first place. Now, I can't say go to playoff. They're not ready. But I can say 8-4.
You can say 8-4, especially with that schedule, Mike, because there's really Penn State's the only game where you're like, you know,
Auto loss.
Yep,
Auto loss.
You don't have a chance. Everything else is a bunch of 50-50 games. Lose this game Saturday, and you no longer think that they can beat anybody else in those toss-up games.
8-4 gives you, okay, you lose to Michigan. You lose to OSU. You lose to Nebraska. You lose to USC. Then who did you beat? 8-4 is not an accomplishment. He's in year 2. Do you know what he did at year 2? He beat number 9 Oregon at Oregon State. Do that. Run that play. Because here's the you're allowed to buy players. Show me. If you're not going to give an NFL coach 3 years, why am I giving a college coach? It's the same thing, except there's no cap. Figure it out. Yeah. Well, State doesn't have the money. Then shut the program down.
Tear down the stadium.
Your options in today's college football, if you are a relevant program, and before we get all the smarmongers, top 20 in attendance, top 20 in revenue, it's a Big Ten school that's not Purdue or Northwestern. Spare me. I know you hate MSU. Cool. Hell, I hate them. The point is, if you're relevant, you got to make a run at something. Yeah. Otherwise, what is the point?
If you're relevant, especially with the expanded playoffs, 9-3 puts you in the conversation where you're watching the shows to see, you know what, did we make the cut or not in November?
8-4 shows progress. Anything below 8-4 when you're playing Youngstown State, look at what you
actually. That's an auto win. So
right,
yes,
so it's come on.
Yeah.
Same thing with Western. And I feel terrible for the MAC. Outside of CMU, I hope they burn in hell. The point is, those programs have no chance to be competitive now. Mm-hmm. So you really had 2 free wins. So 8-4 is really 6-4. 7-5 is really 5-5. And the last I checked, no one in the real world gets rewarded. Well, most people don't get rewarded for mediocrity.
Fair.
David, were you lassoing a steed there, or what was that? Okay. Well, what the hell is he doing? 248-539. All right, yada, yada, yada. Listen, you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies that just don't care. David Femininio, injury attorney. He's the call you've got to make. Get David, get paid. That's not just a catchphrase. It is a promise. Someone you know has been injured? Don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's begin. It is the Cyhawk, Iowa, at Iowa State. The Cyclones laying 3.5. Rico Lamar Beard.
Michael, I'm going to go with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Why? Because
you hate offense. Got it.
No, because Iowa State hasn't won in Ames, Iowa in the last 6 times, I believe.
Over to Kenneth Cott.
I'll be the honest one here. I hate offense. I'm going with Iowa here.
He roots for the punter. Over to David.
You all are crazy. I can't trust Iowa to do anything. Iowa State.
Mr. TJ.
Oh!
Mr. TJ joins us?
Yeah. What does that have to do with me? Well, considering David gave me 4 minutes to prepare for this pick sheet, this is going to be 50-50. But you know what? Big noon kickoff. Mike, I know you love your guy, Joe Klatt. And who's the other guy that you love?
Gus Johnson.
Yeah, big Gus Johnson. I'm going to take the home team, the Cyclones, to pull this one out.
That's actually
no idea.
That was actually pretty good, Gus.
I'll take Iowa State. Rocco Becht. Boston College at Michigan State. MSU laying 3.5. Rico will be escorting Zeke the Wonder Dog on the field.
Tossing a Frisbee. And you know what? We'll probably score more than State, but I'm going to go with MSU.
Okay, then. Over to Kenny Cott.
I'm going to go with the Fighting Wonder Dogs. Give me State.
As a married man. Hatchet.
Yeah, I'm changing on the fly. Can't trust Michigan State. Boston College in this one.
And I hate you. Over to TJ
Well,
Lang.
I believe that everybody in East Lansing heard you guys all week saying if Michigan State doesn't win this game, hey, you know what? Pack your stuff and get out of town, fellas. So I think that's going to give them some motivation, I would say. And they're at home. Mm-hmm. Look, I believe in Aiden Childs, man. He's a playmaker. Still not a great player, but I'm going to take Michigan State to get this one done.
I don't care anymore.
Jonathan Smith lives to see another day, Mike.
Yeah, win or sell your house. There you go. Michigan at Oklahoma.
Wait, who'd you pick?
Michigan State.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If they don't win and cover, none of those people should be employed. Period. Michigan and Oklahoma.
But must win. You know.
Oklahoma laying 5.5. We go to Rico Beard.
It's the devil's number, Mike, but going to be the first time that Underwood is on the road playing against a good team. I'm going to go with the Sooners, especially because David picked against my team.
Over to Kenny Cott.
You know exactly what I'm going to do here. Oklahoma. You will never find a bigger Oklahoma fan than me this week.
Oh, the SEC. They just want it more.
Big Ten can stick it.
Jeez. David?
Well, Rico, what you didn't know is that I'm also picking against my team.
Because you're not a real Michigan fan.
It's going to win this game. Sorry, Bryce. You can't get it done on the road.
He just knows it means more.
All right, TJ.
I mean, I agree with Hatchet that I think Oklahoma's going to win this game, but I think Michigan's good enough to keep it close. I'm still question marks about the defense and the offensive line, but hey, look, we'll get into it later, but I like what I saw with Bryce Underwood. His accuracy, I think he's good enough, and I think this Michigan offense trusts him to throw the ball like we haven't seen in the last couple of years where it's been 50 runs and 11 passes. He threw the ball 29 times last week. I think they trust him. I think he takes a step. I think he keeps – I don't know if Michigan wins, but I think they keep it within that 5.5 number.
TJ, he does well. It's a mobile quarterback. Michigan has problems with that. Let me help you out. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know.
We'll talk next week about it.
All right, Oklahoma. There. Let's just move on. We got a lot of games to get to, boys. Chargers Chiefs tonight on YouTube. You enjoy that. Chiefs laying 3.5. Rico?
Grumble, grumble, biscuit.
That's virtual TJ strikes again.
Give me the Chiefs in this game. Patrick Mahomes.
Great analysis. Kenny?
Give me not the Chiefs. Give me the Chargers in this game. Not Patrick Mahomes.
David?
They have shuffled their offensive line because of injuries, and now their starting right guard may be out because of illness, so I'm going with the Chiefs.
TJ?
Like I said, I just got these picks 5 minutes ago, so I'm trying to do some live analysis here. I mean, I think the Chargers are going to be my sleeper team this year to make a difference. But listen, I can't overlook the injury that they had to Rashawn Slater, the left tackle. This game's in Brazil. It's honestly a pick-up. It's a toss-up. I'm going to stick with my gut, though, and think the Chargers are going to be onto something this year. I think they start out with a bang. I'm going to take the Chargers. I don't know if they win it, but 3.5, I think they keep it with inside that.
I'm sick of the Chiefs. It's a total latte Larry pick.
Everybody is.
I'm tired of him. Give me the Bolts. Go Harbaugh, go. Bucks laying 1.5 at Atlanta. Oh, it's Rico Beard time. Do it. Well, you know you want to.
The Bucks have a couple of wide receivers who are on the injury list.
Do it.
Have you seen Bijan run? Give me Michael Penix and the Falcons.
Kenny.
Grumble, grumble, Buccaneers.
Oh, Jesus. Go over to David.
My cousin is going to this game. We had a lot of family down in Atlanta, but
Nobody
they will
cares.
be crying. Buccaneers.
TJ.
Kenny, can you do that again for me?
Grumble, grumble, Buccaneers.
Yeah, I'm with Kenny.
Yeah. Give me Atlanta. No Tristan Wirfs, no Kate Otten, down McMillan, down Numbnuts Godwin. I think Atlanta's going to be good this year. I'm going to be wrong, but give me Atlanta.
Ugh.
Texans, Rams. I know it's gross, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels gross.
Up next, Stafford's spine laying 3.5 to Houston. Rico?
And that's just it, Mike. I don't know how long he's going to stay in the game. Besides, I think 3.5 is just too much. Give me the Texans.
All right, Cookies. Over to Kenny.
I agree with Rico, Texas. If it was under a field goal, I'd pick the Rams, but if it's not, so I'll take the Texans.
David?
Yeah, I don't know what Stafford's going to look like, so I'll go with the Texans.
TJ?
I'm with everybody. I think the Rams have potential to be really good this year, but I'm going to take the better defense and the better pass rushers, which Daniil Hunter and our guy Anderson coming off the edge. I think it's just going to be too much for LA this week. LA's still going to be a good team, the Rams, but
Flip
Houston's
side,
got their number this week.
Texans have the worst O-line in the league, and that Ram defense is underrated. What if Stafford got an epidural? Give me the Rams.
But like a 13-10 type game. Texans
gross.
still cover.
Still Texas.
I'll take Texans.
I know. I'll probably be wrong, but I don't care. I'm rooting for the Rams this year. I like what they've put together.
Oh, you're never wrong, Mike.
I'm wrong all the time.
Oh, you are? Do you ever admit? It's the first time you ever admitted it.
Well, I think you're projecting. Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Now listen, Ravens Bills. Why is this game week 1?
Well,
this game should be like week 8, but here we are. Yeah. Ravens laying
Start
a point
with a
and a half.
bang.
They're going out to the Buffalo airport. What do you got?
This is a revenge game. Mark Andrews gets the game-winning touchdown. Give me the Ravens.
Kenny.
Only a point and a half. Give me the home team. I'll go with the Bills.
Again, Kenny refusing to select a black quarterback. It's stunning. We go over to David.
Not a playoff game, so the Ravens will win.
TJ.
I feel like I have to pick the Ravens now so you don't make fun of me about not picking Lamar. You know what? But I do like Lamar in this situation. Once again, early season games, I'm going with a better defense. And right now I think that's between Baltimore and Buffalo. I think that's Baltimore.
This is a regular season game, right?
It is.
Great, I'll take Lamar.
Yeah.
Because if it was the playoffs, I'd be running to bet against him.
They're the same team. They're the Spider-Man meme. Josh Allen.
How about this one? This is a game between two quarterbacks that are mystery boxes. They could be anything, including a mystery box. Vikings-Bears. Vikings laying a point and a half. Rico?
Because I don't know between the quarterbacks, I'm going to go with the quarterback who actually played last year, playing at home. Give me Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears.
Kenny?
Because I wanted to pick the Vikings here. I think you know why, but I guess I'll take the Bears.
All right, David.
I agree with you, Rico. Caleb is the more known quarterback, so I'll go with the Bears and the Fighting Ben Johnsons.
This guy hates Caleb Williams, so this will be exciting.
No, I don't, but I just haven't seen
why?
J.J. McCarthy throw more than
Mike?
12 passes in his career. So
Yeah,
even going back to college, I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is. He could be really good. He could, I don't know. But obviously Minnesota trusts him. But I think with Ben Johnson opening it up at home, like this team's going to have something to play for. I think I'm going to take the Bears. I'm going to regret this one.
I know.
But I think I'm going to take the Bears.
I'm going to take – this will be Caleb Williams going 8 for 22 for 38 yards. But here we are. Give me the Bears. The New York Football Giants getting 5.5 as they travel to Washington, D.C. Rico Beard.
If Jackson Dart were starting this game, I would be all over it and say, give me the G-Men.
No.
But he's not. Give me Jaden. Give me the Commanders.
Kenny Cott.
I'll be on Team Mikey here. Give me the G-Men.
Yes, question mark. David?
Giants are a wild card team, in my opinion. So
Whoa.
it starts week 1. The G-Men.
Excellent.
What
Good
did you
depth.
just say?
Wild card.
Wild card
Giants are a
team.
wild card. Whoa.
Not until
okay.
Jackson Dart takes over.
With Russell
Or
Wilson
Gabagool.
at the head. Look, I just can't pick Russell Wilson. I just can't trust the guy. I mean, he's the corny, look at me.
I know.
Hey,
Come on.
I'm big
Giants
guy. I can't
Nation, let's
do it.
ride.
No, and I think the Commanders' defense is very underrated this year. I think it's going to be the biggest blowout of the weekend. I'm taking Washington.
The New York Football Giants will win this football game. You can keep the points. The
Why?
Giants are going to win this
Why?
game. I think
Why?
Giants.
Break it down.
I think the Giants have a top 10 defense. I think they have the absolute front seven to be able to corral and keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket. McLaurin missed all of camp. I don't love Debo at this stage of his career. They have no running game. I think the Giants are going to be the Steelers from last year. 7-9, 7-10, 8-9.
Okay.
But I think they can win this game.
I hope somebody clips this so we can.
It's
keep
fine.
for
Make
next
fun
week.
of
You're
me.
either going to look like a genius or like, man.
Or it could be like a lot of other people in this place and say nothing. Oh my God.
Hey,
I got something wrong.
Hey, you put it out
Give
there.
me
Respect,
the
brother. Respect, brother.
G-Man. One time, you bastards. All right. Packers laying 2.5 to the Lions. One time. Who do you got?
Lions needing a brand new interior line. Give me the Packers.
All right. Hater. Kenny Cott.
I was told they're going to win 15 to 16 games this year. I'm going to go with the Lions.
Over to David.
Not going to win 15 and 16 games. I'll go with the Packers.
TJ Lang.
It's going to be a low-scoring game. I think in the low 20s. Jared Goff 8-0 in his career against the spread in opening weekend
How
games.
about that? How
I don't
about
know
that?
I don't know if they win,
research.
but I think the Lions are going to. I got to take the
I
Lions
only had
cover.
3 minutes
Shout
to
out.
prepare. That was
Shout
a
out
great
to-
power
We
stat.
talked about that Tuesday. Stop.
That
Shout
was
out
a
to
great
Eastern
power
Michigan.
stat.
8-0 against the
You're
spread
taking the
opening
Lions?
week. I'm taking the Lions.
Shout out Eastern
So am I.
Michigan.
Let's
There you
do
go.
it.
Give me the Lions.
Bam!
I'm siding with my tobacco-infused friend. Yes.
Hurons to be proud of.
Forward down the field. Come on, Rico.
No, that's the other guy.
Ah,
Oh, my. Those are the things.
party pooper.
97-1.